When Yemo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 1701. What is Tao? Yemo sped up, and after he entered the golden door, a whirlpool swept him away instantly. After an extreme sense of dizziness, Yemo suddenly woke up. The sound of cars rung by his ears. Fashionably dressed young people walked past him and looked strangely at his outfit. This was Ninghai University. Yemo immediately realized what this place was. He just entered the Tao-seeking tower and he came to Ninghai University. Was this all true? Decades passed, the uni gates were changed. Yemo sighed. He heard Kai Feng Immortal King say that the first level is Heart Demon Tao. He had been cultivating the three birth chant and used bitter bamboo. He didn't have Heart Demon at all. I have no Heart Demon, no need to Tao seek Heart Demon. Yemo ignored the people around him and said. The next moment, he felt another wave of dizziness and he instantly disappeared from the entrance of Ninghai University. Countless immortal spirit herb and rare materials appeared before him, as well as all sorts of runes and formation materials. A voice at the distant edge of heaven sounded. It was like the teachings of your master, the Tao of art, pill, forgery, rune, formation, side Tao. They are. The path of pill Tao is thousands, but the thousands come together to one. All sorts of pill concoction methods, forgery methods weave together in the air. This was a level for people to learn about pill Tao, forgery Tao, rune Tao, and side Taos. Yemo didn't expect the side Taos came from the Tao-seeking tower. Calculations, fortune-telling were all side Taos. Soon, Yemo cast these thoughts aside. He wasn't interested in rune Tao, but pill Tao and forgery Tao as well as formation DOA had completely encapsulated him. He devoured these knowledge like crazy, completely forgetting about time. He even forgot he came to the Tao-seeking tower for Tao-seeking God art. After an unknown amount of time, Yemo suddenly woke up. He didn't know how long he'd been in here for, but he knew he couldn't stay anymore. If he did, he might stay here for a few hundred to 1,000 years. Tao was endless, even the pill Tao was enough for him to stay countless years. To him, he only needed to know some knowledge and the direction, then he would know what to do. Thinking about this, Yemo ignored the sound by his ear and said loudly, I've passed Art Tao, no need to ask, please go to level 3. This time, there was no reaction, it was still the sound of all sorts of Art Taos. Yemo's face changed. Was he really going to study art Tao here forever? If that's so, then wouldn't all those people who came in here be forever stuck at level 2? Or was his golden card different to other Tao cards? Thinking about this, Kai Feng Immortal King only told him there was Heart Demon Tao seeking and Magic Art Tao seeking. He didn't talk about Art Tao. Yemo didn't have the mood to study Art Tao anymore. Half a day later, he said again, my pill Tao, forgery Tao, and formation Tao has entered the Tao door. Please go to Tao seeking level 3. Rumble. Yemo felt a huge sound in his sea of consciousness. Then there was the dizzy feeling and he was teleported away again. When Yemo fell down, all he saw were magic arts. Yemo rejoiced, he finally understood what was going on. At level 2, one must have at least one art Tao that reached a certain level, then he could ask to go to level 3. Otherwise, he could only wait till the tower felt his art Tao was mastered before teleporting him to level 3. Magic Tao person, all magic is born, how is it up to the cultivation method? Magic art, Tao art, the ethereal voice sounded again, but Yemo rejoiced. He needed to fuse his magic arts, he wanted God art, but after a long while, Yemo saw and heard all sorts of cultivation method and magic artifact fusing together without being able to learn anything about God art. Even if he wasn't here, he could slowly derive those things from the three birth chant. The best thing about this place was that it gave him a general direction and overview. For other abstruse immortals, they might never be able to learn everything at level 3, but Yemo lost interest. He said loudly, my Tao art has entered the Tao gate, I just lack God art, please give me the way to learn God art. A golden stairway suddenly appeared before Yemo. Yemo immediately knew that going to level 4 wasn't through teleportation but these stairs. Yemo stepped up the stairs without hesitation. When he got on the first stair, a voice asked, what is Tao? Then, Yemo felt a powerful pushing force. He found it difficult to stay on stair 1, much less go up to stair 2. Yemo knew that he had to answer or he would be pushed back to level 3. He immediately said, human way earth, earth way heaven, heaven way Tao, Tao way is nature, thus, nature is Tao. Yemo didn't know where he got this answer, but when he used 3 birth chant to derive cultivation method, there seemed to be this word, so he used it. As soon as Yemo said this, the pressure was gone. Yemo quickly went onto the second stairs. He heard that voice again, what is Tao? Same question. Yemo frowned, and said again, matter born out of chaos, from the heavens and earth. Silent and lonely, solitary and unchanging, periodic and never-ending, it is the mother of world. I don't know its name, it is a word Tao. Yemo walked up another step, then he got the same question again, what is Tao? One yin one yang is Tao. What is Tao? What people plant, making everything not know its point of existence, this is Tao. What is Tao? Yemo sweated cold. He found that no matter what he said, he could only walk a step forward. If this continued, he would be answering what is Tao his entire life. Is this Tao seeking? This seems too eerie. Yemo wanted to talk bullshit, that was a type of Tao, but who knows if he would be teleported out. Yemo stopped on the 8th stair and thought for a long while, I came to seek Tao, I want to know where to seek Tao. If this repeats, there is no need for me to seek Tao? Ask again, I am Tao. With this, Yemo felt his essence spirit throb, his mind opened up. His answers had been other people's Tao, everyone has his own Tao. My Tao is myself. He wanted to know where to seek Tao. Now he realized Tao was on himself. What need is there to seek Tao? Rumble. Yemo felt the stairs below him disappear and he appeared at a new place. God art Tao appeared before him. Yemo knew he was at level 4 now. All sorts of magic arts and Tao arts jumped around in his mind, making himself want to immerse into it. Without thinking, his thoughts already dived in. Yemo wanted to find a suitable god art for the world rock, but when he immersed himself in this feeling, the first thing that appeared in his sea of consciousness was Guan Fei Jin's finger. That finger was like the galaxy turning over, the mountain ranges exploding. It sucked in all the killing intent in the world and reappeared before him. Rumble. Yemo's sea of consciousness rumbled. It was as though in the distant heaven that finger appeared again, pointing at his essence spirit. There was a shocking voice in midair, how heaven first finger, annihilation, annihilation. Yemo's 6 senses were completely captivated by this finger. He kept taking in and digesting the laws in this god art. Time flew by, 1 day, 1 month, 1 year. When Yemo woke up again, he punched out. The entire level 4 was swept by this fist. Space itself seemed to have been drawn in by this punch. It formed waves of death whirlpools. The entire space was getting annihilated, disappearing. Good punch. Yemo looked at this and said, this will be my first god art, Void. Yemo suppressed his excitement and said, Void was just 1 punch, but it fused annihilation finger and space law. It even had a sliver of spirit sense attack in it. Yemo was certain that if he learned Void before, this fist could completely stop the annihilation finger and hard suppress it. Yemo didn't study the second punch. It was already great luck that he created the first punch. He didn't expect himself to be able to create second one. Yemo took out his world rock. Void was a lethal blow, but the world rock was his main method of attack. Chapter 1702, Abandoned Son. Yemo didn't close his eyes in contemplation like before. He released the world rock and smashed around everywhere. The entire space was filled by his world rock, spirit sense, and immortal essence dominated everywhere. Even the god art laws here were damaged by world rock. Luckily there was no human nor immortal spirit beast here. When Yemo used up all his immortal essence and more than 90% of his spirit sense, his world rock suddenly stopped. Then, it appeared a few km away suddenly and smashed down. Yemo paused and looked dazedly at the world rock. He actually learned a new god art, instant kill, after releasing the world rock. Who could defend against it if it suddenly appeared above one's head? Unless one had an extremely powerful defensive magic artifact, otherwise this was instant kill. Yemo breathed easy. This move would be called Time Mountain Crush. However, it used too much immortal essence and spirit sense. It was best to save it for crucial times. Yemo put away the world rock and stopped studying new cultivation method in god art. His thoughts stopped on the Time Mountain Crush. If he used space law on running and travel long distances in an instant, who can catch him? Yemo couldn't teleport, nor did he know transmission. But he heard that transmission was a powerful god art that could teleport a person from one planet to another or even one heaven domain to another. Yemo knew that it was impossible to use transmission with his current power. However, he could try study it. 3 months later, Yemo completely gave up on it. He just always seemed to lack that one little bit. However, he didn't ask to go into Tao seeking tower level 5. He still needed to fuse 5-element magic and illusion cloud technique. He offended to many people. Other than increasing his own power, running away was also very important for him. 2 months later, Yemo's 5-element mobility was in great completion. 4 months later, Illusion Cloud 9th Strike was created, Rainbow Birth. Yemo didn't want to perfect the 9th Strike of Illusion Cloud. Illusion Cloud dominated the cultivation realm, but in the immortal realm it was rather useless. He couldn't fuse Illusion Cloud into a god art as it wasn't in great completion. Thus, he just created the 9th Strike. It's the only strike that wasn't named after Illusion Cloud and the only strike that was between magic art and god art. This time, the 4th level opened up a stairway itself. Yemo knew it was towards level 5. He was scared of it asking him countless questions, but he had to go on it. What shook him was that this time he wasn't stopped at all and easily came to the 5th level, Law Dao. When Yemo saw these Law Daos, he was overjoyed. Yemo knew clearly the use of law. He used law to save his life in that battle with Guan Fei Jin, but he only knew a tiny sliver of law. Just that was enough to let him kill Guan Fei Jin. One could see how important it was in the immortal realm. Yemo closed his eyes and felt the chaos chi here. It was indeed chaos chi, like his golden page world. However, his golden page world wasn't compelled and he couldn't feel any laws. This was a complete chaos dimension. All sorts of laws circulated around his body: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, space, time, realm, life. Countless laws rushed at him. Yemo remembered these information one by one and then tried to learn them. 3 months, half a year, 1 year had passed. When Yemo slowly woke up, he found that all he knew well was still that tiny space law. He only remembered some information about other laws, but he couldn't learn it. What was going on? Was this Law Dao space worse than that palace he was in before? Yemo frowned. In this year, he tried to learn all sorts of laws and tried to learn more about space law, but he didn't improve one little bit. Yemo didn't try to learn laws anymore. He realized that it was a huge fortune for him to be able to learn a sliver of space law. It was more because Yen Jiutian used it before him and he captured that law wave and immortal essence wave. Now, no one used law before him and his power was limited, so it was daydreaming to keep learning law. If Yen Jiutian was status immortal or great immortal, then even if he used space law, Yemo might not be able to learn it. Realizing this, Yemo stopped trying to learn law. He knew he benefited something at least. There was the information of all these laws. One day when he could learn the laws, everything would work out together. Yemo started studying instant transmission. He didn't want to give up that. This was top-grade escape ability. A powerful tool in battle too. This time, Yemo wasn't disappointed. Half a year later, with the help of that sliver of space law, Yemo learned a sliver of instant transmission. He could teleport 100 kilometers instantly. This wasn't big, but as his power increased, this distance would only get bigger. The only drawback was that it used a lot of immortal essence and spirit sense. After using instant transmission, Yemo was very excited. No wonder everyone wanted to come in here. This was a haven for cultivation. If he could stay a few hundred years in each level, how much would he accomplish? Before coming in, Yemo asked how long people could stay in here for. It depended on what you learnt. You couldn't stay here for as long as you wanted. Some people come out in a few years, some come out in a few decades. Some can even stay for 100 years. It said that the limit was 100 years, but rarely do people stay for that long. The 5th level disappeared and the stairs appeared. Yemo knew it was good to stay here, but his time was limited. He could only say, "I've learned a sliver of space law, please take me to level 6. A light swept over him and Yemo landed on the 6th level. Yemo rejoiced that he knew a sliver of space law or he wouldn't even be able to come up here. Yemo just looked up and saw the word Samsara Dao and he felt a wave of dizziness. Clear pictures flashed before Yemo: merchants, soldiers, generals, emperors, workers, farmers, countless faces, countless lives flashing before him. It was as though he saw different versions of himself. He saw himself born in Beijing and being ambushed, sitting in Ninghai Uni classroom. So that previous Yemo was just a reincarnation of mine. I was still myself but reborn into another reincarnation. Suddenly another scene flashed before Yemo. In an extremely beautiful garden, a messy-haired woman carried a youth. She cried while kneeling before a middle-aged man with an emperor's crest. There were more than 10 youths before this middle-aged man and tens of extremely beautiful women. The woman was crying and trying to hold the leg of the emperor. The emperor frowned and sneered, "What's the point of keeping such trash? He's not needed." Feng Emperor Master, please keep Yao air. Before that woman finished, the Emperor kicked and that woman and youth rolled down the stairs. Find a cultivation realm with little spirit chi and dump them there. Whether or not he can reincarnate depends on his luck. That Emperor said and turned to leave. Feng Emperor. That woman cried like a weeping bird, but that Emperor continued to leave. Two bulky men charged at the youth and took him away, leaving behind the crying woman. Yemo suddenly woke up but found he was covered in tears. Only the word Samsara Dao appeared before him. Was that youth one of his reincarnatinos? Was that spirit chi arid cultivation realm East Black State? Who was that Feng Emperor? Why did he abandon him? Who was that woman? Why did she protect him like that? Where was that extremely beautiful garden? An entire day passed, but GMO found that he didn't move at all. Chapter 1703, I won't reincarnate. GMO took a step forward and seemed to have understood something. He felt that youth was one of his reincarnations and that weeping woman was his kin. GMO clenched his fist. Before reincarnation he was abandoned. After reincarnation he was still abandoned. From the beginning of his 8-element spirit root cultivation, he was still being abandoned. Heaven Dao was abandoning too. It seemed that every divine damnation was set to ambush and kill him. Without the golden page world, if he didn't know formation, if he didn't have the 3 birth chant, if he didn't succeed in body refinement, without these, he would have been abandoned again. That divine damnation would have turned him into dust. But this time, with great fortune and perseverance, he controlled his own fate. At least up until now, the Heaven Dao and divine damnation wasn't able to do anything to him. Looking at the Samsara Dao, after a long while, Yemo raised his hand and said slowly, from now on, no one dares to send me into Samsara. From now on, I, Yemo, will exist as long as the heavens and earth. I will never go into Samsara. Then, he waved with his palm and a golden light struck out. The words echoed in the 6th level, never ending. From today on, he would control his own fate. No one can abandon him. No one has the right to abandon him. He had the golden page world, 3 birth chant, bitter bamboo. He didn't believe he couldn't be eternity. Rumble, as Yemo made his oath, the immortal essence in his body rumbled like the waters in a river. Yemo just stood there. His immortal essence grew strong without him needing to cultivate. From abstruse immortal tertiary stage to peak stage, his sea of consciousness seemed to have materialized and condensed as though supporting his oath. Waves of golden immortal essence circulated around his body as though refining his body. 1 day, 2 days, a month had passed and Yemo punched again. The void shivered as though the entire level 6 was shaking. Yemo knew it was time to go to level 7. From now on, I won't enter Samsara. No need to seek Samsara Dao. Please go to level 7. Yemo said, won't enter Samsara, won't use Samsara Dao. Please leave Samsara Dao. A voice sounded in the void. Yemo immediately realized that this meant to send him out of the Dao seeking tower. Yemo was certain there would be he immortal king's men watching. As soon as he left, how could he even live? There was a wave of dizziness. Yemo was shook and quickly threw away the strand of hair Sun Ran goddess marked and then went invisible. He was planning to use this strand to teach her a lesson, but now that he was going to be teleported out, he didn't dare to keep such disaster. At the same time, he understood what Dao seeking was. There was 2 meanings. First, when you're in a level, you must understand a sliver of the Dao meaning of that level. When you did, then the Dao of this level would become another meaning. That would be the real Dao path. You could use this Dao path to enter into the next Dao seeking place. When he was at level 6, the Samsara Dao, he said he won't enter Samsara Dao. Clearly he couldn't use the Samsara Dao to reach level 7. Even though he realized his own Samsara, he still couldn't. If he wanted to come to Dao seeking tower level 7, he could only wait till next time, or he might just appear at level 7 straight away. If he didn't use Samsara Dao to enter level 7, clearly he would be teleported out of the tower. When Yemo felt he landed in the Dao seeking square, without hesitation he used a few instant transmissions. It happened all within a second. After 5 instant transmissions, Yemo stealthed himself and didn't move. When he left the Dao seeking tower, there would be Space Nat immortal essence wave. He had stealth cultivation method, but he wasn't certain if people would pick up on the waves. It had been a few years after the Dao seeking tournament, but the people at the square still hadn't left. They were still feeling that Dao wave. Brother Pang, did you feel a sliver of space ripple in the square? A great eternity immortal asked another great eternity immortal. Brother Pang frowned and said, Brother Fan Yi, I felt it, but when I scanned with spirit sense I saw nothing. The two glanced at each other and looked serious. They said almost at the same time, let's have a look. After leaving the Dao-seeking square, Yemo felt no spirit sense scan nearby him. He didn't dare to stay and kept using instant transmission. He was only a few hundred km from the Dao-seeking tower. He didn't dare to overtly use mobility magic nor blue moon, both would release too much space ripple and people would notice it. Only instant transmission had the smallest ripple in space. Unless someone's spirit sense was scanning it where he used instant transmission or knew he was using instant transmission, then he wouldn't be found. After using instant transmission more than 10 times, Yemo was exhausted. If he continued like this, he didn't need to Great Eternity Immortal to kill him, even an Hollow Immortal would be able to kill him. So when he was nearly 2000 km from the Dao-seeking square, he was prepared to use mobility magic. Yemo was planning to escape the city and then get on Blue Moon and fly as far away as possible. However, before he used mobility, he immediately felt a terrifying sense of danger. Yemo instantly made the decision to hit his power at Golden Immortal Middle Stage and walk into a nearby merchant tower. He didn't dare to go into the Golden Page world. As soon as he did, he felt a powerful spirit sense scan past where he was. Yemo was worried. He was in the merchant tower, but he didn't have any mask on nor a way to change his face. He shone brightly in the Dao-seeking tournament. Most of the people in the city knew his face. Brother Peng, Fang Yi was interrupted. Before he finished, Brother Fang Yi, it's been a few years since the tower opened. In less than 2 months we will be exchanging shifts. We need to watch the square carefully to prevent any accidents. Brother Peng immediately understood and smiled. You're right, we need to watch it carefully. They felt the immortal essence wave. They thought it was probably someone who left the tower. But if they couldn't find this person and then Immortal King blamed them, it wouldn't be good. They really had no clue, so they might as well pretend nothing happened. They would be exchanging shifts 2 months later anyways. Plus, their main purpose was to watch Yemo. Yemo was a mere abstruse immortal middle stage. There was no way they wouldn't be able to know he left Dao-seeking tower. The pill prices here are rising too quickly. Let's go to Feng Wei Immortal City. It's said that both pills and artifact prices there are cheap. 2 abstruse immortals walked around and said. Yemo heard this and thought he could use the teleportation formation to leave. Yemo left the merchant tower quickly and came to the teleportation formation. He had this extreme feeling of danger, as though the longer he stayed here the more danger there was. He couldn't leave through the city gates, so he would use the teleportation formation to go out. There were many teleportation formations in the city. As long as it wasn't the Heaven Domain teleportation formation, it wouldn't be checked. No one would check a mere Golden Immortal, and he easily teleported to Feng Wei Immortal City. Yemo didn't even go out and teleported to Zailing Immortal City. After leaving Nuai Immortal City for less than 5 minutes, an extremely powerful spirit sense searched the city inch by inch. The city fell silent immediately. Anyone could feel the anger of that spirit sense. Chapter 1704, Great Immortal Divine Damnation. Such powerful spirit sense was clearly Immortal King spirit sense, but this Immortal King wasn't Immortal King, it was Chang Xan Immortal King. He was Immortal King peak stage and one of the top Immortal King of Yuan Lo Heaven. He's also the master of Guan Feijian. The reason he took a Heaven Immortal disciple was purely due to Guan Feijian's potential. Plus, Guan Feijian gave him the jade slip for How Heaven Finger. He really liked this disciple and felt Guan Feijian's future would be no lower than him. He thought that on the mere Dao-seeking tournament, no one would be able to threaten Guan Feijian, so he didn't care about it at all. What he didn't expect was that when he came to the city, he got news of his disciple dying. He was killed on stage by his opponent. He didn't believe it at all at first, but when he heard it was an abstruse immortal middle stage knowing a sliver of space law, he believed it. However, the Nemoing had went into the Dao-seeking tower and there was nothing he could do. Just like he set up someone to watch for him. It was a Great Eternity Immortal too. He was more desperate to kill Yemo than he as Yemo took all of Guan Feijian's belongings. Other things were fine, but that How Heaven drum concerned How Heaven Grand Emperor's heritage. Guan Feijian only got a small part of How Heaven Emperor's heritage. He didn't get the real How Heaven drum. He studied what Guan Feijian got and didn't find anything useful, so he left Yuan Lo Heaven to find the heritage. When he found the place where Guan Feijian got the heritage, he found that replica drum was very suspicious. He wanted to study it, but then he found out his disciple was killed and the drum was taken away. Regardless, he had to find that Imoing. When Yemo came out of the Dao-seeking tower, Chang Xian Immortal King's Great Eternity Immortal also noticed the space wave, but he didn't find out who came out of the tower. Unlike Yi's 2 Great Eternity Immortal, he immediately notified him. What annoyed him was that when the news came, he was concocting an important cauldron of pills and didn't check it in time. This news was very important for him as he used his spirit sense to search the entire city as soon as he could. He wouldn't believe that it wasn't Yemo. From his perspective, Yemo could kill Guan Feijin. His means weren't ordinary. Plus, Yemo knew a sliver of space law. It wasn't impossible to escape from the surveillance of great eternity immortal like that. More importantly, no one but Yemo needed to run. It was because of this that Chang Xian Immortal King was certain the person who escaped was Mo-ing. Yemo had gone, so he found nothing. His spirit sense startled the other immortal kings, but he couldn't care. 15 minutes later, Chang Xian Immortal King got the news that Yemo left from teleportation formation and his face was green. He didn't notify He Immortal King, he just started tracking the teleportation formation and even planned to stop all the teleportation formation in Yuanlo Heaven. Zaylin Immortal City was a small immortal city. When Yemo came out of that city, he didn't keep using teleportation formation. He didn't know if he was being tracked, but he had experience in running. Even on Earth, escaping through public roads was the stupidest idea. An immortal king would definitely be able to know all the situation about the teleportation formation in his heaven domain quickly. Yemo didn't know it wasn't he but Chang Xian Immortal King hunting him. However, his carefulness saved his life again. He left the teleportation formation, which meant he left the control of Chang Xian Immortal King. Otherwise, no matter how many times he teleport, he would eventually fall into Chang Xian Immortal King's hands. Yemo left the city also because he wanted to break through to Great Immortal, even though he could kill Great Unity Immortal. But what if there was a Great Eternity Immortal? He satisfied all the requirements to break through to Great Unity Immortal. The earlier he reached that state, the better. After leaving the city, Yemo released Blue Moon and in a short while disappeared from the range of the city. No matter how powerful Chang Xian Immortal King was, he wasn't able to monitor all the immortals leaving his city everywhere in the heaven domain. Yemo mixed himself amongst the immortals and left the city. No one even noticed. Half a month later, Yemo appeared in a desert. This was called West Barren Sand. Yemo found this place from a jade slip in Guan Feijin's storage ring. Yemo got large amounts of rare materials from Guan Feijin and Zhensha's storage ring. Especially, Guan Feijin, he had large amounts of pills and immortal spirit herb as well as a crystal card with 100 million immortal crystals. It had an internal storage space, it could store up to billions of immortal crystals inside. Usually, only extremely wealthy immortals would use it. Ordinary immortals only needed to keep their immortal crystals in their storage ring. After organizing the things, Yemo studied the Yuanlo Heaven map. The West Barren Sands were rather immortal spirit chi arid in Yuanlo Heaven. Only low-level immortals would trial here. This region had an area of tens of millions of square kilometers. It was like a palm-sized place for the immortal realm, but it was the best place for divine damnation to Yemo. Yemo didn't touch the immortal crystals card but took out the remaining 100 million immortal crystals and set up a huge spirit-gathering immortal formation. Yemo knew the immortal spirit chi he needed to break through to Great Unity Immortal wasn't little. He didn't dare to have his divine damnation without enough immortal spirit chi. Reaching Great Immortal was a milestone. Solo Cultivator and Sex all took Great Immortal divine damnation seriously. People would be protecting the person who broke through. If he lacked immortal spirit chi, people would supply it, but Yemo didn't have such benefits. After eating a special grade Great Unity Immortal pill, Yemo used the 3 birth chant at full power, devouring immortal spirit chi. The immortal spirit chi nearby slowly gathered to Yemo. More and more immortal spirit chi came as Yemo used the 3 birth chant. Even in the desert, a terrifying amount of immortal spirit chi was drawn over from everywhere within a 10,000 km radius. A day later, a huge immortal spirit chi whirlpool formed above Yemo's head. The immortal crystals around him turned to mist and the immortal spirit chi that seeped out completely enveloped Yemo's body. The sky in the desert started to grow dark. There was a rumbling sound nearby as though lightning would fall at any moment. He was ambushed by the divine damnation when he reached abstruse immortal. If he didn't have immortal nirvana body he would have been dead, so Yemo didn't dare to be careless at all. Crackle! A terrifying lightning exploded in the sky, shocking Yemo's essence spirit. Rumble, 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 3 lightning arcs fell. There was shock in Yemo's eyes. He had gone through divine damnation many times. He was ravaged by lightning and he ravaged lightning too. Even so, he had never seen divine damnation this terrifying. It was just 3 bolts, but each one were bucket-size thick. It was as though the lightning was trying to strike his soul into hell. Just what divine damnation was this? The lightning arcs were already above his head. Even if his octagonal cauldron was fine, it wouldn't be able to stop such lightning. This divine damnation was trying to kill him again. Yi Mo's eyes went red. While he released World Rock, he threw out countless lightning swords. They only focused one lightning arc while he punched towards the last arc. Even the divine damnation can't take his life. Chapter 1705, Lightning Sand, Crack. The sounds were endless. Yi Mo had plenty of lightning swords, but it couldn't stop that single lightning arc. Rumble. The World Rock smashed into one arc and lightning splashed in a rain of sparkles. But Yi Mo didn't have the mood to admire the scene. His fist struck one arc too. Thud. This punch wasn't a casual punch, it was void. His fist hadn't even clashed with the arc yet, and the punch brought together the airflow and immortal essence together and crashed into the arc. The arc slowed a little and then clashed with Yi Mo's fist instantly. The huge fist pierced the arc but couldn't stop its terrifying destructive power. Countless lightning struck Yi Mo's body. The lightning that lightning swords couldn't stop struck Yi Mo at the same time. Yi Mo felt a terrifying destructive lightning pillar strike his chest and he spat a mouthful of blood. The greatly weakened lightning arc struck into the sand and the scattered lightning light swept the sands and stones nearby into a whirlpool. In the whirlpool, Yi Mo devoured lightning source like crazy while rejoicing he chose the desert for divine damnation. The endless lightning power was rapidly devoured by him and converted by the three birth chant all into immortal essence that nourished his body and improved his power. The fist that only had bones left rapidly regenerated. Soon, Yi Mo's fist had recovered. Yi Mo was very calm. He knew this divine damnation was trying to kill him. If he didn't learn his new god art, he wouldn't have survived this no matter what. Rumble. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, 6 more equally powerful lightning arcs fell. Yi Mo was very calm. He wasn't angry anymore. He knew that this divine damnation wanted to kill him and getting angry was pointless. The only opportunity was to use this divine damnation to improve his power. When his power allowed him to ignore any opponent, he would take out his fury today. The 6 bolts were enough to kill him, but Yi Mo knew that as long as he passed these 6, then no matter how many more came, he didn't fear. He believed these 6 bolts were enough for him to reach great immortal. His lightning sword didn't have a god art, not because he didn't want to create one, but he wasn't able to. Yi Mo released that top-grade immortal artifact sword and 10s of immortal artifact shields. He released all that he could release other than Zisu. He didn't want Zisu to be damaged by this terrifying divine damnation. Rumble, 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 crack, crack. The divine damnation was crazy and so was Yi Mo. No matter how powerful the World Rock was, it could only stop one lightning arc. The top-grade immortal artifact sword blocked one, but it was smashed to pieces. Even though his lightning sword increased in power after devouring some lightning from before, there was still some difference in power. What it couldn't stop would fall on him. The 10s of shields were like paper and only stopped the divine damnation for a moment. One thick lightning arc that wasn't weakened at all struck Yi Mo's chest. The arc that Yi Mo punched tore his clothes apart. His entire arm was stripped of flesh. This was his first time getting injured this seriously since reaching immortal nirvana body. Thud. Yi Mo's chest spilt blood, his ribs were broken. Even the body protection immortal essence of the immortal nirvana body wasn't able to stop such a thick lightning bolt. A 3 kilometers deep ditch appeared where Yi Mo had his divine damnation. The divine damnation was like a terrifying plow that ravaged this desert and flipped it around. Splurge. Yi Mo spat many mouthful of bloods but still stood there devouring lightning source. He wasn't sure if there would be more like this, but if 6 or even 3 more came now, he would die. The immortal nirvana body protected his body, otherwise, his body would have turned into a bloody mist. When the sky became dark again, deep groans sounded in the heavens as though something was being prepared. Yi Mo was certain no one's divine damnation was this fast. There was almost no pause between the first and second wave. In the blink of an eye, the third wave was about to come. Yi Mo knew that the next wave would be more terrifying, but he was very calm as he devoured lightning source. He knew that if he didn't improve his power, he would have no chance of surviving the next wave. Large sums of lightning source was being devoured, so was the immortal spirit chi around him. Together, they rapidly changed into immortal essence. As peak stage, Yi Mo's power had reached a borderline now. Rumble. All the immortal essence in Yi Mo's body seemed to have found a breakthrough point. The filled body became empty once again. Countless immortal spirit chi and lightning source were devoured by him like crazy. Yi Mo felt the terrifying power of his body. He believed that no matter how many immortal spirit chi and lightning power came now, he would be able to devour it. This was because he had reached great unity immortal. At the same time, his devouring speed increased by many folds while the injuries on his body recovered rapidly. In a few seconds, his bony arm completely healed. even the broken ribs healed. The power of the immortal nirvana body was evident. Crack, 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 9 more bolts crackled, 9 bucket-sized lightning bolts fell. EMO didn't use any means this time, he just punched disperse. The lightning still struck him. Thud, thud, thud. The lightning struck EMO again, but it could only break his skin, it wasn't able to hurt his flesh nor bones. EMO's power rose like crazy. Great Unity Immortal Primary Stage, Great Unity Immortal Primary Stage Peak. The immortal essence in his body was like the ravaging waves of the sea, restless and endless. His meridians were sturdier and wider, a light crack sounded. EMO knew he reached Great Unity Immortal Middle Stage. Other people would take countless years to reach this, but he reached it with one divine damnation. EMO sighed, he probably wouldn't have any more lightning. He desired more lightning arcs to come down, but he knew that once he was benefiting from the divine damnation, it would disappear. It wouldn't even have the rainbow spirit clouds. Indeed, as soon as EMO devoured the 9 bolts, the sky grew clear again. There was no rainbow spirit cloud reward. EMO was certain that the reason the first wave was 3 bolts instead of 9 wasn't because the divine damnation didn't want to kill him, but there must be some law preventing it from doing so. Otherwise, it would be 9 bolts in the first wave for sure. Even without the immortal spirit chi rainbow cloud, EMO recovered rapidly. In just half a minute, his body was without marks, just an sleek and perfect body. EMO didn't open his eyes now, he was still devouring the immortal spirit chi nearby. He still needed to consolidate his power. After a while, EMO raised his hand and a rumble sounded out of nowhere. A lightning bolt half the width of a bucket was released. It was like a thick spear and landed a few km away in the desert. Rumble. The lightning spear pierced into the desert, creating a sandstorm. EMO smiled. He didn't learn a lightning god art in the Tao-seeking tower, but after that terrifying divine damnation, he did. This god art would be called lightning sand. It had nothing to do with sand, it was just like a spear, but because EMO created in the desert, he called it lightning sand. EMO looked up. He believed that one day he would charge above the 33 heavens, and no matter who was attacking him like this, he wasn't going to let him have it. He cleansed himself before changing into a new set of clothes. Then EMO flew out of the ditch. Chapter 1706, Chaos Tree. Nearly 100 million immortal crystals had disappeared. EMO packed away the formation flags and looked back at the big ditch. He waved his hand and the sand outside were blown into the ditch, instantly filling it up. A day later, there was not a single mark anymore. EMO didn't leave the desert. He found another place to go underground. In the Golden Page world, EMO took out the cracked octagonal cauldron. He felt even though he was immortal nirvana body, he would need a defensive magic artifact. The octagonal cauldron was cracked. EMO's spirit sense searched it carefully and realized why he could only control 5 levels of restrictions. This octagonal cauldron only had 5 levels of restriction. The cauldron was called Octagonal Jaw Cauldron. It was only a replica. Even a replica was this powerful. One could imagine how powerful the real octagonal cauldron would be. EMO sighed. Even if he had the materials, he wouldn't be able to forge something this powerful. EMO suddenly thought of Guan Feijin's drum. That drum was this powerful, but it was cracked by the world rock. It probably wasn't the original too. Moments later, EMO took out that drum. The crack was still there. EMO scanned his spirit sense in. The inside seemed to be a little different. If the drum was fine, EMO might spirit control it because its sound attacks were too powerful, but it was damaged now. EMO knew he wasn't able to repair it, so he just pulled off the 2 faces of the drum. A black jade slip was inside. EMO casually took it and found it was made of bamboo. The black bamboo was countless times harder than ordinary jade slip. EMO was certain this black bamboo was a good forgery material. EMO scanned his spirit sense in. The words were clear: the person who gets my How Heaven heritage must kill Dragon River Grand Emperor, Blood Cauldron Grand Emperor, Phone Kong Grand Emperor for me. If you can't do it, your heart demon will burn you to death. EMO sneered. He couldn't even be bothered to keep reading. He let out Mist Lotus Heartfire and turned the jade slip into dust. No matter who that How Heaven was, nor how powerful his heritage was, he's dreaming to make him swear. Even though he wasn't affected by Heart Demon, EMO didn't want to make such an oath. Without question, those 3 Grand Emperors were very tricky people. EMO didn't think he would be able to kill those 3 by getting How Heaven's heritage, plus he didn't even know the 3, why should he kill them? Crack. When the jade slip cracked, a light orb flew out of the jade slip. EMO was shocked and wanted to burn everything with fire when the orb made a sound. Ha, great, great, since you won't accept you destroy it. Very decisive. I like young people like you. Who are you? Yemo stared at the ball and asked coldly. He wasn't worried, this was his golden page world, it was his domain. He wasn't going to be scared of an essence spirit that didn't have any offensive capabilities, such dense chaos chi. Wait, you actually have chaos world in the bitter bamboo, who are you? The voice asked, forgetting why it came out. Yemo sneered, you have 3 seconds, if you don't answer then die. Wait. The voice woke up, he knew it wasn't time for him to be asking questions. I'm Hao Heaven, one of the 4 Grand Emperors of the 11 Grand Heaven domains. This orb just has a sliver of my essence spirit on it. It has no threat to you. The jade slip is my heritage. You crushed the jade slip, meaning that you don't a hypocrite. I have something to ask. The voice quickly said. Yemo nodded, he knew this guy was right. The light orb was indeed just a sliver of essence spirit and had no threat to him. The light orb would soon self-destruct. Sorry, I won't make any oath. I wanted to let you go, but you know about my golden page world, unlucky you. Yemo said calmly. Even if this thing didn't know about his golden page world, he wasn't going to let it go. The light orb smiled. Even if you let me out, I would dissipate soon. But don't worry, originally you can only get my heritage if you made the oath, but you have Chaos World and one of the 10 great spirit items. I'm certain your future will be unlimited. I won't need you to swear and I'm willing to give my heritage to you, I just ask you to do one thing for me. Yemo said calmly, Hao Heaven, perhaps you think your heritage is great, but unfortunately, I'm not interested in your heritage. And, I know my capabilities are limited, I'm not able to kill some Grand Emperor for you. I'm not asking you to kill Grand Emperor, I'm one of them. Grand Emperors are powerful, but that's just within the 33 heavens. Outside the 33 heavens, there are Tao Vindication Divine Emperors. A mere Grand Emperor is nothing. The voice sounded dejected. Oh? Yemo was interested now. He knew of the Tao Vindication seed and knew that after Immortal Emperor. It was Tao Vindication. He also knew that above the 33 heavens, there existed powerful beings, but he didn't know just how powerful they were. Tell me about those Tao Vindication Divine Emperors, who are they? I heard that Tao Vindication Divine Emperor need primordial chaos seeds, and because the heaven and earth are incomplete, one escape. One of the 10 primordial chaos seeds are gone, so there can only be 9 Divine Emperor in the universe, right? Yemo asked. How Heaven sighed, your meaning is right, but the words are wrong. I'm not a Divine Emperor and I can't guess the state of Divine Emperor, but I know there's less than 5 Tao Vindication Divine Emperor in the world. The primordial chaos seed can indeed allow Tao Vindication, but I'm guessing not a single one used it. There's not 10 seeds, there's only one. The seed appeared with the universe and disappeared. The 9 other are bullshit. The primordial world is unique, how can there be 10? Yemo was speechless. That Peng Gondang tricked him and spoke as if he believed it was real. Was he really that good at acting? Or did he not know as well? Yemo shook his head, and just when he wanted to ask about Tao Vindication Divine Emperor, he suddenly thought of another thing. He waved his hand and the barrier formation was opened up. He pointed at the small sapling he got from the cultivation realm and asked, How Heaven Grand Emperor, help me see what this is? This. The figure shook so much that it was almost about to collapse. Yemo quickly used a few spells and stopped the orb from dispersing. You actually have Chaos Tree. How Heaven's essence spirit was completely agitated. What is Chaos Tree? Yemo was a little excited too. Hoof. How Heaven let out a long breath and spun around Yemo as though bowing. Then it said to Yemo, you have Chaos World, one of the 10 great spirit items, bitter bamboo and the Chaos Tree. You're someone of great fortune. In the future. The light orb didn't say what Yemo's future would be. Yemo coughed and said, what is the Chaos Tree? You still haven't told me. How Heaven's voice grew serious. It could even be considered respect. He said word by word, Chaos Tree is also called Universe Tree or Tree of Life. Because it grew from a primordial chaos seed? What? Yemo got up in shock, and after a while he said in disbelief, you're saying I got the only primordial chaos seed in the universe? Rats indeed so, but your Chaos Tree isn't yours yet, as it hasn't considered you as master yet. If you expose any bit, you will die. No one can resist not robbing this from you, not me as well. How Heaven sighed. How could he not know this? How to make it recognize me as master? Yemo asked. Chapter 1707, Gentleman Immortal King, you can't make it, it automatically will. After it recognizes a master, it will protect the essence spirit of its master for eternity. There may be a way to force this, but I don't know. How Heaven's essence spirit answered. Yemo was speechless. If he didn't rob the tree, how would Lu Jingquan make it recognize him as the master? You're a person of great fortune, since you can get the chaos tree you must be approved by it. Being its master is of no rush. Plus, your chaos world is incomplete. How Heaven comforted. Yemo smiled. Thanks for answering these questions, but you don't need to ask me to help you kill a few grand emperors. I'm only a small great unity immortal, I don't have that courage. How Heaven quickly said, I know your future won't be ordinary, I just want you to help me with something that has nothing to do with the other 3 grand emperors. Tell me. Yemo nodded. If he could, he wouldn't mind helping. I have a grandson called Songjia, I want you to bring my heritage to him. Of course, if you can't find him then never mind. How Heaven said. Yemo thought for a moment and said, I can help you with this, but I won't spend time searching for him. I have too many things to do myself, I can only promise that if I see him I will give it to him. Of course, if you see him then do it, if not then after you become a grand emperor, just send a news and Songjia will come for you. How Heaven said. Yemo knew that Grand Emperor was at least Immortal Emperor peak and had enough people to respect him to give him this title. But he didn't think of becoming a Grand Emperor. They were usually a Heaven Domain Lord or an Overlord of a region. I was originally Yuandong Heaven Domain Lord. There's only me, Dragon River, Feng Kong and Blood Cauldron who are Grand Emperors. I was ambushed by them for something. A sliver of my essence spirit escaped, but it's not enough to turn the tides. Even my magic artifact has been detonated, but How Heaven Drum is still there. Along with it is a few top grade immortal range and an extreme grade immortal range. What? You have a few immortal range? Yemo asked. He really didn't care about summit heritage, but he could not care about immortal range. This was a necessity for cultivation. To him, if he didn't have immortal range he couldn't even progress. Using immortal crystals for cultivation was too much of a waste unless he had extreme grade immortal crystals. Seeing this, How Heaven was happy too and felt a little helpless. Anyone would be overjoyed of getting a Grand Emperor heritage, but Yemo, this strange person, crushed it without even looking at it. If he wasn't prepared his heritage would be over. He was furious when Yemo did that, but after seeing Yemo's wealth, he realized that compared to the small great unity immortal, he was a beggar. In reality, those immortal range were the least valuable in How Heaven's eyes, but it was these things that interested Yemo. If he knew this earlier, he would have collected more immortal range and then tricked this kid to be his disciple. Indeed, I have a few top grade immortal range and one extreme grade immortal range, but they can move and I don't know if they are still there after all these years. How Heaven wanted Yemo to go as early as possible. Yemo nodded. He knew this, but even for immortal range he wasn't going to place himself under danger. Seeing Yemo calm down this quickly, How Heaven sighed. This kid wasn't simple. No wonder he could get all these things. The most precious thing inside is the Emperor Dao Crystal. It has my experience and Dao will for becoming Immortal Emperor. If an immortal monarch can get it, there's 60% chance he can become Immortal Emperor, How Heaven said while watching Yemo's facial expression, but he found that Yemo was lacking interest. How Heaven was speechless. He was planning to let Yemo give it to his grandson, but Yemo's disinterest dealt a great blow to his confidence. I know, let's talk about the location. I'll go have a look when I'm free. Yemo nodded. It's on the Will Mountain in Yuandong Heaven. The danger there isn't for ordinary people. When your power is there you will know. After my essence spirit dissipates, it will turn into a wool bead. You can take it and find the heritage ground. I see. Yemo lost interest. Yuandong Heaven was Grand Heaven Domain. He was still in Middle Heaven Domain. When his power was high, he would go down to find Lu Jingquan. Who knows when he would be able to go. One thing, do you know Qingwei Heaven Wei Feng Immortal Emperor? Yemo asked. He was thinking about how he was ambushed at the Chaos Star Realm. Wei Feng Immortal Emperor stole Wushuang Immortal Emperor's woman and then ambushed him. Wushuang Immortal Emperor escaped into the Chaos Star Realm and disappeared. I've heard of this person, he's a Wan Bei. How Heaven nodded. Wan Bei. He's the Heaven Lord of Qingwei Heaven now. Yemo said. How Heaven sighed. He's actually Qingwei Heaven Lord. Where did that Hong Yu Immortal Emperor go? How would I know? Yemo asked. How Heaven fell into a long silence. When you become Immortal Emperor you need to be careful of Feng Kong Grand Emperor. He acts as the weakest amongst the 4 grand emperors, but he's actually the most sinister of them all and the strongest. If you fight with this person, don't talk much with him, just kill him. If you're no match for him, run as far away as you can, don't play tactics with him. Feng Kong Grand Emperor? Yemo frowned and felt this name was familiar. I have nothing to stay for, I'm about to leave. One last word for you, even if you're Immortal Emperor Peak, don't expose Chaos World nor the Chaos Tree, because the power of Divine Emperor isn't something an Immortal Emperor can even imagine. With this, How Heaven's essence spirit faded and disappeared. A London-sized pearl fell into Yemo's hands. Yemo suddenly realized and remembered Feng Kong Grand Emperor. It was what the woman called the middle-aged man in the Tao-seeking tower Samsara Tao. Seeing this bead, Yemo just remembered he still had a lot to ask this guy. What was above Tao-seeking tower level 7? Where did the Tao Vindication Divine Emperor stay at? Yemo shook his head and put away the bead and the drum while taking out Time Formation Disc. He set it on the Refine Immortal Pong and then took out another 100 million immortal crystals. He was going into solitary cultivation. He knew now was the best time to quickly improve his power. How Heaven was right. If he exposed any of this, he would be dead. If he wanted to live, there was nothing but cultivation he could do. He still had 6 Du Luo Heaven Fruit, but GMO knew he just reached Great Unity Immortal Middle Stage. He needed to stabilize his power and then use the fruit. The Time Formation Disc ran like crazy and top-grade immortal crystals disappeared one by one on the disc. Fenggang Immortal City. This was the biggest city in Hengyu Heaven, but it wasn't very famous. Today, the city was surrounded by rainbow clouds and immortal music. Countless immortal beasts flew around. Today was the day to celebrate the day of Lu Jingquan Heaven Lord reaching status immortal. Lu Jingquan reached Immortal King half a year again. Because he did things with justice and transparency, he was titled Gentleman Immortal King. Chapter 1708. Such a pretty sword. In a secret room in the city lord estate of Tiangang Immortal City, a short-bearded white-faced man stood with his hands behind his back. A great Unity Immortal stood next to him. After a while, he asked, "How many did you find?" The great Unity Immortal replied, 2. One of them won, another is called Yu Zizhan. She's very powerful. She killed a Hollow Immortal Peak Stage with Hollow Immortal Middle Stage power and fled out of Hengyu Heaven. There's still no news of him. Poof. The middle-aged man said nothing. Hearing this, the great Unity Immortal shivered and quickly said, "But I've brought over that one. Bring him in." The middle-aged man said, "Yes." The great Unity Immortal answered and immediately left. Soon, he brought in a Hollow Immortal, Wen Greek Master. The Hollow Immortal knelt down straight away and didn't even dare to look up. The middle-aged man said amicably, "No need to be like this, sit up. I'm from Luo Yu continent too. It's been countless years, but now I finally see immortals from Luo Yu continent. I feel very happy. You can cultivate safely in Tiangang Immortal City." "Thank you, Master," Wen said in excitement. "MHM." The middle-aged man asked, "Which sect do you come from?" "I came from Ice God Palace." "Oh, then do you know Luo Yu continent Demon Realm?" "I heard of it, but it's not a place ordinary people can go in." However, what? The disappointed man immediately lit up. Wen quickly said, "I heard that Nanchan Heaven's demonic prison Forbidden Grounds opened up. I heard it's related to Demon Realm, but I don't know if it is really so." "Very well, I've been there too. Tell me about the situation there. Who went in?" The middle-aged man asked. Wen said respectfully, "I was going to go there, but as soon as I got to South Peace State, I felt the divine damnation. I really longed to come to the immortal realm, so I ascended." Wen ascended when Lang Ying was asking for help. He didn't dare to speak of the real situation. If it wasn't that this man could easily find out he came from Ice God Palace, he wouldn't even dare to say it. The middle-aged man's face sunk. This Wen knew nothing. Little did he knew that almost anyone from South Peace State knew about GMO, but Wen didn't, as he was always in solitary cultivation. The great Unity Immortal came in and bowed. Master GG came." The middle-aged man got up and said, "Invite him in." Then he said to Wen, "You can go. If there's any news from Luo Yu continent, report to me. If you encounter Luo Yu continent cultivators, you must invite them here immediately." "Yes." Wen left with the great Unity Immortal uncomfortably. After the two left, the middle-aged man clenched his fist. "No matter who you are, I, Lu Jingquan, will suck your soul and refine your blood for touching what is mine. If Lu Jingchuan still had some concern about searching for Luoyu continent cultivators before, now he didn't. As he reached Immortal King, moments later, a long-haired skinny man walked in. When he saw Lu Jingchuan, he quickly bowed. Ji, greet Immortal King Master. Ha, Master Ji, please have a seat, we're good friends, no need to be like this. Regardless if I'm Immortal King, you're my friend. Lu Jingchuan laughed. Ji smiled and sat down. He said the person with karma between City Lord is no longer in the lower heaven domain. If I'm not wrong, he's gone to the middle heaven domain. Can you specifically point out which heaven domain he is in? Lu Jingchuan asked desperately. Ji Master shook his head. I can only calculate that he left from Gonghua heaven. You can probably find the recent immortal ships that went to middle heaven domain from Gonghua heaven, okay? Lu Jingchuan, Yuanla heaven West Barren Lands. This was the second year after Emo had divine damnation. Only a few low-level immortals came occasionally. Underground, Emo still used the time formation disk to devour the refined immortal well. He had devoured so much immortal spirit chi that the pond water was nearing the bottom. He had devoured more than half of the 100 million immortal crystals. At this moment, his power was infinitely close to Great Unity Immortal Tertiary Stage. The thick immortal essence rustled in Emo's body, and with the three birth chant there was a loud rumble, crack. The powerful immortal essence flowed in his body. Emo knew he reached Great Unity Immortal Tertiary Stage. The pond water had been used up. Emo put away the time formation disk and got up from the immortal pond. He gave a Du Luo heaven fruit to Jinbingyu. He still had 5. Emo didn't plan to use them. In fact, Emo could use the fruit to reach Great Unity Immortal Peak Stage and then break through to Great Extreme Immortal, but Emo didn't feel this was good. His power had increased fast enough. According to the outside time, he only used less than 2 years and reached from abstruse Immortal Tertiary Stage to Great Unity Immortal Tertiary Stage. Although he spent far more time in the time formation disk, this was still too fast. The reason he could be this fast was due to large amounts of cultivation resource and the 3 birth chant. That blue robe status immortal said his greatest achievement would be Golden Immortal. Now, he had passed countless Golden Immortals. However, his talent wasn't high, and if he just kept trying to break through without consolidating his power, it might have the opposite effect. Emo stopped cultivation and started forgery. He took out Zissou. Zissou's grade was too low. If he didn't upgrade it, he wouldn't be able to release the full power of moves like Rainbow. After seeing Guan Feijian's How Heaven Drum, he realized how important magic artifact was to people. If he had a magic artifact that could stop the How Heaven Drum, he wouldn't need Space Law to kill Guan Feijian. He had prepared quite a lot of materials to upgrade Zissou, including level 6 Immortal Material 1000 Blade Sand and level 7 Immortal Material Will Illusion Crystal, Phoenix Gold. The last 2 were top-grade material amongst level 7. Ordinary people would never use it to upgrade a low-grade immortal artifact, but Emo was willing. No precious material was as precious as Zissou. As he let out Mist Lotus Heartfire, all the materials started to melt. Emo found that luckily his Mist Lotus Heartfire had reached Purple Nirvana, or it would take forever to melt these materials. 15 minutes later, the materials started to melt. The hardest Phoenix Gold was also melted to liquid and slowly poured onto Zissou. Zissou started to distort. Emo instantly saw the process of Zissou being upgraded. He closed his eyes. He was captivated by this. Moments later, he couldn't help shooting in forgery spells into Zissou. He didn't even realize he was upgrading Zissou, nor did he realize that Zissou didn't need his help for the first time. Zissou kept on transforming and made crisp sounds, but Emo didn't notice at all. 3 days later, Zissou suddenly flew up from Emo's hand and rang in the air before slicing across the air in the golden page world in a purple ray. Instantly, there was a deep mark on the empty ground. Emo just woke up from that state. He felt he fused what he learned about forgery at the Dao Seeking Tower with Zissou's upgrade process. Seeing the purple longsword hanging above, Emo realized that Zissou had finished upgrading. Emo waved his hand and Zissou landed in his hand. There were ripple waves on the handle. The sword showed a royal metallic purple color. It didn't look like a kitchen knife at all anymore. Such a beautiful sword. Emo couldn't help praising. Zissou seemed to have heard this and vibrated in response. Chapter 1709, Purple Nirvana Level 3 Fire. Zissou had reached level 6 Peak Immortal Artifact. It was almost like half a level 7 immortal artifact. Emo believed if he was a top-grade forgery grandmaster, then Zissou would definitely become a level 7 immortal artifact. After putting away Zissou, Emo gave up the thought of using Sky Mobility Gold to upgrade Blue Moon. Zissou was only level 6 peak, meaning that his forgery skills lacked a bit. Since he was an immortal forgery grandmaster, he didn't need to upgrade Blue Moon and waste the material. Blue Moon was equivalent to level 6 flying immortal artifact. If he can't bring it to level 7, it was pointless. This time, EMO took out Blue like Morning Sky. Blue like Morning Sky was faint purple color. With this many 7 refined stones, EMO could Nirvana Blue like Morning Sky at any time. But EMO didn't do this. He just took out a 5-color 7 refined stone and put it near Blue like Morning Sky. Immediately, it was swept away by the flame. The flame rumbled and went from faint purple to deep purple in a while. EMO didn't keep feeding more stones to it. He knew that if he did, then Blue like Morning Sky would Nirvana. 7 refined stones were good, but Blue like Morning Sky's Nirvana was too important to EMO. Miss Lotus Heartfire was the ordinary flame EMO used, but Blue like Morning Sky was different. It was a trump card. He needed to Nirvana it with the best thing. The best thing was Astral Flame Marrow, but it was worth a fortune and even Immortal Emperor weren't able to get it easily. But GMO got that soft tofu stone from the Cultivation Realm's Flame Sea Forbidden Grounds. He didn't even dare to touch it with his spirit sense when he was Truth Realization state. EMO always suspected that it was Astral Flame Marrow. He tested it with Mist Lotus Heartfire. Perhaps Mist Lotus Heartfire was too low grade, or it was an Astral Flame Marrow. Miss Lotus Heartfire couldn't devour the stone. Now, he is great unity immortal power, and Blue like Morning Sky was time for Nirvana, so he took out that soft ore again. EMO opened the box made with extreme flame star gold. Before, he spat blood as soon as his spirit sense touched the ore. Now, his power was thousands of times stronger. His spirit sense should be able to go in. As soon as his spirit sense touched the ore, there wasn't the terrifying feeling like before. EMO relaxed a little and reached deeper. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying flame shot out. EMO felt his sea of consciousness in pain. It was as though that soft ore had endless flame inside. His spirit sense was swept in before even nearing the center. If this continued, that flame would soon burn his sea of consciousness. Not good. EMO wanted to take back his spirit sense, but he found that he couldn't. He lost some spirit sense every time he felt pain. EMO spat another mouthful of blood. EMO quickly threw the box along with the ore into Blue like Morning Sky. Rumble. Blue like Morning Sky bursted into the sky and dashed out of EMO's palm. It floated in the air and kept jumping around. Beams of blue light shot out of the flame, illuminating the entire golden page world in blue. EMO's face was pale as he retreated a few hundred meters away. He found Shadowless also staring at the rolling blue in worry. EMO felt he did something bad and quickly took out formation flags, setting up a few defense formation for Bitter Bamboo and Chaos Tree before hiding at the border of the formation with Shadowless. Blue like Morning Sky released such power after devouring that possibly Astral Flame Marrow thing. This was too shocking. Drops of golden liquid fell from Blue like Morning Sky's flame. EMO's spirit sense captured it. It was the melted extreme flame star gold. It seems Blue like Morning Sky was very picky. It threw away the metal but tightly surrounded the tofu. The flame rolled bigger and bigger and EMO's face went worse. If this terrifying flame neared, his immortal spirit herb garden and Bitter Bamboo would all be destroyed. EMO tried to contact Blue like Morning Sky and found in surprise and joy that his spirit sense could contact Blue like Morning Sky without resistance. This meant that his flame didn't leave his control after devouring the tofu. EMO told Blue like Morning Sky to go further. Indeed, Blue like Morning Sky flew away. The flame jumped with extreme excitement. Clearly that tofu was very important to Blue like Morning Sky. 7 days later, Blue like Morning Sky finally stopped jumping and shrunk. It was like a lotus flower that was half open. It floated in the air, and when EMO waved his hand, Blue like Morning Sky immediately landed in his palm. There was a faint golden rim around the flower while the center was extreme blue. The flame sent EMO a joyful will, letting EMO understand that Blue like Morning Sky was still his, but it was purple Nirvana level 1 now. Unlike Miss Lotus Heartfire, Blue like Morning Sky still had some crisp blue color, and Blue like Morning Sky used 7 days while Miss Lotus Heartfire only used 1 day. It seemed Blue like Morning Sky was much more powerful than Miss Lotus Heartfire. EMO closed his eyes and communicated with Blue like Morning Sky, but Blue like Morning Sky's level was too low. It could only feel that it devoured something good but couldn't tell if it was Astral Flame Marrow or not. EMO could only let this go. Blue like Morning Sky's Nirvana was very important for EMO. If he used Blue like Morning Sky for Heaven Flame 9 Suns, it would be many times stronger than Miss Lotus Heartfire. All he needed to do now was to keep improving his spirit sense and immortal essence power. Emo decided to use blue like morning sky as the main offensive flame while using mist lotus heartfire for pill concoction. Emo threw 10 more 5-colored 7 refined stone into blue like morning sky. Blue like morning sky opened up the flower bud, devouring them. The stones were very important for Emo. He could use it to cultivate heaven flame 9 suns, but blue like morning sky just went through nirvana. Emo loved this flame a lot. When blue like morning sky devoured 25 5-colored, 3 6-colored and 1 7-colored stone, it had upgraded to purple nirvana level 3 flame. 3 faint golden rings formed around the flame. Emo knew that once the purple was completely gone, blue like morning sky would turn back to blue again. At that time, it would become an immortal flame. Then, the fire spirit of the flame would be able to communicate with him. Emo didn't keep wasting 7 refined stones. He knew that even if he gave blue like morning sky all he had, it wouldn't become immortal flame. Emo was very satisfied as he put away blue like morning sky. What he earned at Yuan La Heaven was unimaginable. It seemed he didn't need to keep staying here. He had used up his resources and now he needed to find more. Now, Emo even wanted to go to Yuan Dong Heaven and find how Heaven Emperor's immortal ranges. If he could, then he would be able to reach Great Eternity Immortal Peak Stage. After leaving the Golden Page world, he didn't leave the ground immediately. He waved out that stone tablet and 6 floorboards from the cultivation realm and set up formation. These were set up by Lu Jingquan in the demon prison Forbidden Grounds. There were runes inside. Emo knew Lu Jingquan wasn't going to let him go, so he placed these things underground. If Lu Jingquan had the power to find his way here, then congratulations, these things were his. If Lu Jingquan came here, he would be blasted by his explosion formation. Emo didn't expect it to kill Lu Jingquan, but it would be enough to infuriate him. Chapter 1710, Immortal King Hunt. As soon as he flew out of the West Barren Sands, Emo saw 2 Great Unity Immortal. When they saw Emo fly out of here, they were a bit suspicious, but then they both showed a surprised look. Emo frowned. Before he asked, one of them said to the other, Brother Luo, I'll send Brother Lishan to meet up here, how about it? The other nodded yes, tell him to be quick, otherwise, people will get here first. Then, the Great Unity Immortal sent out a messenger flying sword. The messenger flying sword wasn't ordinary and had a sliver of black ray. Emo felt things weren't right, but he didn't know what was. But after the messenger flying sword was sent out, Emo immediately knew what was wrong. He didn't say anything and chose a direction to run. After a few hundred km, Emo stealthed and used a few instant transmissions while changing his direction. If he had the time, he would kill the 2 Great Unity Immortal without hesitation, but he didn't have time. He knew the 2 wouldn't be able to find the right direction. When the 2 showed a look of surprise when they saw him, clearly they recognized him. Then they quickly sent a message out, they must be asking for help. Even if the 2 had seen him in the Nuai Immortal City, they wouldn't be this shocked. Clearly, it meant that he was wanted and there were paintings of him at other immortal cities. As for their conversation, Emo knew it was bullshit. To Emo, it must be he Immortal King to have this special means. The messenger flying sword was special, perhaps it was given out by he Immortal King. If he knew he was in West Barren Sand, then where would he go? If he was blocked by an Immortal King in one corner of the Heaven Domain, even a Great Eternity Immortal wouldn't be able to get away. It was because of this that Emo flew without even killing the 2 Great Unity Immortal. He didn't believe he would be able to evade Immortal King in the Golden Page world. If the Immortal King found the Golden Page world, he would be over, so the only thing he could do now was quickly charge out of Immortal King's spirit sense range. Then, he would have a sliver of hope. Of course, he hoped his judgment was wrong or an Immortal King wasn't coming. He seems to have noticed. Should we chase? One Great Unity Immortal looked at where Emo disappeared and asked. The other Great Unity Immortal sneered, chase? How do you compare with Guan Feijian? We're Great Unity Immortal, but Guan Feijian can still kill us. Meanwhile, this guy can kill Guan Feijian, plus, if I'm not wrong, he's a Great Unity Immortal too. Doesn't that mean he can easily kill us? Then what you did? Yes, but we were finding friends to find a place, he has no excuse to kill us. Plus after sending that message, Chang Xin Immortal King Master will come quickly. We don't need to chase, we just need to remember the direction he disappeared. What if he changes direction? It's only a possibility, he realized, but if he really did, then he would definitely kill us. So, we just need to wait here for Immortal King Master. Wealth is earned in danger. We'd be successful as long as we provide where he is. In less than 2 hours, a black-faced man landed here. The two great Unity Immortal quickly bowed greet Shui Cheng Immortal King.
The man nodded. You sent out Chang Xin Immortal King's messenger flying sword? Did you see Moing?
Yes,
Immortal King Master. We just passed here and saw Moing come out of the West Barren Sand and then flew east.
One great Unity Immortal quickly answered and pointed at where Emo disappeared from. The black-faced Immortal King nodded and left in the direction Emo disappeared. In less than 5 minutes, the Immortal King came back to the two great Unity Immortals. Terrifying killing intent seeped out of his body. The two great Unity Immortal couldn't take that killing force and shivered. They even knelt on the ground saying shakily, Shui Cheng Immortal King Master, humph, how dare you trick me? With my speed, I didn't catch anything within 5 minutes. This meant that he didn't leave from east. The Immortal King said with dense killing intent, The Immortal King seemed to have caught a space ripple and stepped out. The two great Unity Immortals shivered. They didn't even dare to get up after the Immortal King disappeared. The two glanced at each other feeling perhaps they shouldn't have done this. Emo didn't even dare to use Blue Moon and just kept using mobility art.
Even tens of millions of km was a short while for Immortal King, but he needed to fly for half a day.
This concerned his life. He didn't dare to be careless. After another 5 minutes, the black-faced Immortal King stopped. He realized how cunning Emo was now. That space wave was just Emo's trick, a spirit sense mark. This meant that those two great Unity Immortal were probably tricked by Emo. A mere abstruse Immortal is this powerful.
No wonder Guan Feijian would lose to him. Such spirit sense mark, he might even have spirit sense cultivation method.
The black-faced Immortal King sneered and changed a direction. Emo fled very far, but he didn't feel safe at all. The same time his spirit sense mark disappeared, Emo stopped and dashed into the earth as quickly as possible and went into the Golden Page world. Emo knew that it was very dangerous to go into the Golden Page world now. It might be captured by Immortal King's spirit sense, but he had no choice. When his spirit sense mark was swept, he knew an Immortal King came. If he kept running, then he would fall into Immortal King's spirit sense after he chased the other directions.
Emo could only try to hide the Golden Page world as much as possible.
If he was still caught by Immortal King like this, then it was fate. Emo didn't hide for very long and a terrifying spirit sense swept over. It didn't even let go of underground, but it didn't find the Golden Page world. However, the Golden Page world felt that spirit sense. Even in the Golden Page world, Emo held his breath. After that spirit sense scanned over, Emo didn't come out. After another 5 minutes, Emo dashed out of the Golden Page world and released Blue Moon and flew. He was gambling. He didn't know if the Immortal King gave up on this direction, but he had no choice. This is so strange.
A mere abstruse Immortal really ran outside of my spirit sense range?
The Immortal King frowned and sent a few messenger flying swords. His flying sword was different. It could be received if someone was still in Yuanla heaven. He didn't believe that an abstruse Immortal would be able to escape the hunt of a few Immortal Kings after knowing the approximate location. Emo sped Blue Moon like crazy while recovering Immortal Essence. Once it was recovered, he would use mobility technique. Once he was tired, he would get back on Blue Moon. Emo knew that he had to escape Yuanla heaven as quickly as possible. Although it was a bit difficult to go into the void without Heaven Domain Immortal ship. He might even lose his life. He knew that if he didn't go into the void, he would have no chance at all. His tracks were exposed. He couldn't hide in Yuanla heaven no matter how big it was. Immortal King could lock down all the ways he can escape within a day or even less. If Immortal King locked the path into the Heaven Domain void, there would be nothing he could do. He burned his essence blood like crazy and used mobility technique like crazy. In less than a day, he saw the Yuanla Heaven Domain void. He rejoiced that he chose West Barren Sands to have his divine damnation. It was near the Heaven Domain void. Seeing the void, Emo flew in without hesitation. Chapter 17:11 Immortal ship parked in the void. The Heaven Domain void wasn't the most dangerous to Emo. The most dangerous was the moment that he entered the void. Even his immortal nirvana body wasn't able to take it. If anyone could go in the void casually, then there would be that much danger. Usually, other than immortal ship, there were special areas to enter the Heaven Domain void. Yet, Emo went into the void at a place that one couldn't enter. He immediately felt the terrifying tearing power of the void fissure. Emo knew clearly that this tearing force wasn't something he could take. He went into the Golden Page world without hesitation. He couldn't care, he would go wherever the Golden Page world was taken to. After Emo went into the void,
Chui Cheng Immortal King locked all the positions to enter into the Heaven Domain Void. He was just 1 hour slower than Yemo. Are the Heaven Domain Void locked? Chang Xin Immortal King asked immediately when he arrived. He knew that with Yemo's power, he could only run to the void. He knew Yemo would certainly die in the void, but he couldn't allow Yemo to die easily. Yes, I've locked down all exits.
If he dares to go into the void, he would know immediately and stop him before he does. Chui Cheng Immortal King answered. Chang Xin Immortal King nodded. Search this place. Even if we flip this place upside down, I'm going to find him.
Chang Xin Immortal King brought tens of great eternity immortal and 6 immortal king to find Yemo. Even an ant would be found, much less Yemo. Plus, he Immortal King received news and were coming over too. Chang Xin Immortal King wasn't worried about he coming over. He only wanted the replica How Heaven Drum. He didn't want anything else.
He knew Yemo probably had some secrets, but what secret could compare with How Heaven Grand Emperor's heritage? A few hours later, in the West Barren Sands, there was a huge explosion at where Yemo had solitary cultivation. Chang Xin Immortal King and them came here immediately. What happened? Chang Xin Immortal King immediately asked. The injured Great Unity Immortal said, I found a stone tablet and a few stone boards underground. When I went to take it, it activated an explosion formation.
Moing probably set this up. Chang Xin Immortal King frowned. Why did Yemo set up explosion formation underground in the desert? Did he have nothing to do, search that tablet? Chang Xin Immortal King immediately ordered.
He would take whatever move Yemo left here. Yemo meanwhile had spent 6 days in the Golden Page world. Every time he sent out a surveillance formation, it showed that he was still in void chaos flow. Thus, he could only keep staying in the Golden Page world. A month later, Yemo left the Golden Page world and stood in the void again. Last time, he was here with Xin Bingyu, but now, he was by himself. However, at least he escaped the hunt of Immortal King. He didn't know where he was, but he was sure it probably wasn't far from Yuanla Heaven. Yemo wasn't afraid, he had a way to escape in the void. He took out a void flying snow. Half a minute later, a void flying snow took Yemo and disappeared in the endless void. It flew faster and faster until it merged with the void. Even an Immortal King won't be able to capture it with spirit sense easily. Yemo didn't cultivate now. He used the 7 refined stones to refine his heaven flame 9 suns. 5 months later, Yemo came out of the Golden Page world and put away void flying snow. He knew he had completely lost sense of direction. He didn't know where this was. The Heaven Domain void was boundless, countless times bigger than the 33 heaven domains combined. Yemo didn't have enough cultivation resource here nor a sense of direction in the void, but he wasn't worried. He started collecting asteroids to refine void secret silver. After a while, he would let the void flying snow drive again while he practiced forgery in the Golden Page world. He couldn't forge top-grade immortal artifact yet. He could use this time to study immortal forgery. However, he didn't have enough materials for practice. The materials in the Golden Page world were his battle loot. They were all top-grade and he wasn't willing to use it for practice. Plus, he didn't have a lot of them. The void had the most void secret silver. If he could capture enough, he could practice. During this time, Yemo encountered void immortal spirit beast packs and void asteroid storms. 2 months later, he had collected a large pile of void secret silver. The grade wasn't very high, but Yemo didn't care. During this process, Yemo found his refining abilities grew better and better. If he released blue like morning sky, he could melt an asteroid very quickly and refine the silver out. Yemo even got tens of beautiful void diamond jade. They were prettier than ordinary jade and came in all sorts of colors. They were the best ornaments for female immortals and could also be made into defensive magic artifacts. At the 3rd month, Yemo stopped collecting void secret silver. He had enough for a while. The materials were low grade, but if he could forge low grade materials into high level immortal artifact, then that was skill. Just when Yemo wanted to go into the Golden Page world and let void flying snow drive, he found in shock that there was a Heaven Domain immortal pill in his spirit sense. It was enormous but seemed minuscule compared to the void. I finally Donthave to travel alone in the void. Yemo knew that not all immortal ships were shameless like the one he first took. This immortal ship stopped in the void clearly to collect asteroids. Yemo sped up towards the ship. He had already prepared his story. He would say he was collecting asteroids and then encountered an asteroid storm and missed the embarking of the ship, but when Yemo neared the immortal ship, he noticed things weren't right. This ship was too quiet, it didn't have a sliver of life force.
In other words, this was like a ghost ship. Emo was a great Unity immortal and slayed countless evil spirits and ghosts. He wasn't scared of these things, but in the eerie silent void, a heaven domain stopped in eerie silence too was indeed eerie. If an accident happened, this ship shouldn't be so well preserved. The decks were still open as though waiting for the immortals to come back. Emo stopped. Ghosts weren't scary, but there were too many things scarier than ghosts in the void. He didn't want to go in and die. He didn't plan to give up on the ship. He couldn't take it, but if something really happened, there would be plenty of treasure on the ship. He might even be able to find a void location disk. Emo hid his power carefully and flew onto the deck of the first level without resistance. Standing on here, Emo just felt everything was too silent. Chapter 17:12, Eerie Immortal Ship. Emo scanned his spirit sense and carefully, it was empty, but all the facilities were perfectly fine. Emo broke into a few luxury-looking places with his spirit sense blades, but there was still no one inside. Emo carefully walked forward a step. He made no sounds, but this voice rang in the bottom of his heart. Emo stopped again. If there really was nothing on this ship, it wasn't worth him taking the risk. His spirit sense went back to the first level and there was still nothing. There would at least be a mortal king protecting a heaven domain ship. Even if there's someone powerful enough to kill Immortal King, it wouldn't leave 0 marks. Even so, it wouldn't just leave an immortal ship here. Suddenly, there was this sensation from the bottom of his heart. Emo walked forward 10 more steps. There was this desperate feeling, telling him to go deeper into the ship. The deeper he went, the more intense that feeling was. When Emo scanned with his spirit sense again, he found there was just storage ring, high-level ores, magic artifact, pills, cultivation method, and so forth scattered everywhere. However, he didn't see these things before. Emo couldn't resist the excitement in his heart and sped up. If he took all of these, he would only need to focus on cultivation, but after 10 steps, Emo suddenly stopped. Emo woke up with the use of 3 birth chant. Did he need to be this excited? He had plenty of good things. These pills and cultivation method were nothing. He had seen much better things than these before and he wasn't this excited. Emo's heart shivered. He forcefully stopped himself from going forward and then released his spirit sense blades. He found that everything he had seen before had disappeared. It was just an illusion. This ship isn't not right. Emo shot out a spirit sense mark and instant transmissioned out to the deck without hesitation. Going back out, Emo even had the feeling that when he was about to leave, the ship restriction was about to close, but his instant transmission was too fast and the ship wasn't able to do so in time. Looking strangely at the silent ship, Emo's heart was skipping fast. That feeling was too strange. If he didn't have the bitter bamboo, he would have gone into the depth of the ship. Emo subconsciously retreated a few km before stopping. He really didn't want to leave a big ship like this without getting anything. Void mist came. Emo had a strange feeling that this ship was about to disappear, but when he checked with his spirit sense, the ship was still here. Emo frowned. When his spirit sense scanned in again and looked at the silo, Emo was shocked. This was the first time he had seen so much void secret silver. They were stacked up in mountains. No matter how eerie this ship was, Emo wasn't planning to let go of these void secret silver. But would they be fake? Emo used the 3 birth chant again, and when he was certain he was very awake, he hacked over with a few spirit sense blades. The spirit sense blades fell on the silver as though they were real. This wasn't an illusion. Emo retreated a few thousands meters back before opening up his spirit sense domain, ensuring there were no spirit sense scanning at him. Then, he took out a bitter bamboo leaf and set up a few restrictions on it before placing it in his mouth. Emo had decided to take those void secret silver. The bottom deck was usually for immortals with little immortal crystals. This deck was also called the refinery. The door to the bottom deck was also wide open. Emo thought for a while but eventually didn't go in to risk it. He really wanted the void secret silver, but what if he entered and the ship shut? Wouldn't he be dead? Emo wouldn't be able to open a shut heaven domain ship in a quick while. Who knows what would happen during that time? Emo eventually decided to find an escape plan first. He retreated a few hundred km and found a huge asteroid. Emo used formation to stop this asteroid. While setting up formation on the asteroid, he was going to set up a simple teleportation formation. Emo's idea was simple. If he couldn't leave the ship in time or the ship closed, he would be able to teleport out. Then, Emo used materials to forge a formation disk. This was the benefit of being an immortal formation grade master. In a shut immortal ship, runes were useless but teleportation formations were useful. After setting all this up, Emo used stealth formation to hide the asteroid before nearing in on the ghost ship. Emo would never want to go in here if he didn't see all that secret silver.
He felt there was this invisible power controlling this ship. Yemo didn't hesitate this time and dashed to the bottom deck as quickly as he could and put the mountains of void secret silver in his storage ring while retreating. This entire process only took about a few seconds, but when Yemo wanted to leave, he found the doors were really shut. Before he could use the teleportation formation disk, the place became boisterous, walking sounds, yelling sounds, talking sounds. Yemo scanned his spirit sense out but saw nothing. Were these things even souls? The spirit sense mark he left on the top deck clear saw countless people walking about and they all seemed to be coming to the bottom deck. Even Yemo felt his skin crawl. He used the teleportation formation disk without hesitation while connecting his spirit sense to the time formation disk. There was an ear-screeching sound. Yemo felt his essence spirit was about to cripple. He was about to abandon the teleportation formation disk and charge into the deck, but the clear sensation emitted by bitter bamboo made him wake up instantly and activate the teleportation formation disk like crazy. Instantly, the teleportation formation disk was completely activated and swooped Yemo away. At the same time, an invisible shadow swept past the place Yemo was at before, and the instant Yemo left, the time formation disk Yemo left there also disappeared. Yemo felt uncomfortable all over his body. There seemed to be this terrifying power dragging him back to the ship. He used mobility technique on the asteroid without hesitation. This ship was too eerie. If he knew there were all these things inside, he would rather not have the void secret silver. The instant Yemo used mobility technique, he felt a powerful pulling force as though trying to pull him back. This wasn't just a material pulling force, it was also pulling his essence, spirit and soul. Even though Yemo used his immortal essence, he couldn't break free from this force. The spirit sense mark he left felt the deck open again as though waiting for him to go back in. The strong calling acted on Yemo's soul and essence spirit. Yemo was certain that if he didn't have the bitter bamboo leaf nor the 3 birth chant, he would have charged inside already. But there was no way he was going to go in now. The constant clear sensation from the bitter bamboo kept Yemo's essence, spirit and soul awake. He tried very hard to break free from that force, but even so Yemo felt he was going back and getting closer and closer to the ship. His spirit sense couldn't even see what power was pulling him. The only thing he could do was use spirit sense blades and burn his immortal essence to break free. Chapter 17:13, Void Body Refinement. A void fissure appeared in Yemo's spirit sense. Usually, Yemo would as far from that as possible. The Heaven Domain Void Fissure was far from something the Cultivation Realm Void Fissure could compare with. Now, Yemo couldn't care. He instant transmissioned into the Void Fissure without hesitation. Yemo couldn't instant transmission very far with the terrifying pulling force of the ship, but it was barely enough to let him make it into the Void Fissure. The instant he went into the void, his spirit sense scanned the ship head and saw 3 black words, Ghost Ship. Yemo didn't have the mood to think about it. The instant he went into the void fissure, cracking sound came non-stop. In a very short breath, a few of his bones cracked, void winds tore through his skin like it was rags. This was just less than a second. If this continued longer, Yemo would have been turned to pieces. However, he was in the Golden Page world now. At the same time, the Golden Page world was swept away by the void fissure. Yemo breathed heavily in the Golden Page world. The Golden Page world saved him again. Without it, he would have died countless times. He was covered in wounds, but Yemo felt assured. The void fissure would take him to some unknown place, but in the Golden Page world he was safe. The immortal Nirvana body couldn't stop the ravaging of the void fissure, but it could allow Yemo to recover quickly. A few days later, Yemo had completely recovered and walked around the Golden Page world with after fear. He felt it was too risky what he did before. That ghost ship was this terrifying. Yemo waved out piles of void secret silver. Some of them have even reached level 7 immortal grade. Yemo threw out a few surveillance formation discs wanting to see if he was still in the void fissure, but soon, he found that he didn't need it to see outside. Before, he would need surveillance formation discs to see outside the Golden Page world. Otherwise, he would only have an obscure feeling, but now, he could see very clearly. It was a mess outside. Space tearing, dispositions were everywhere. It was still extremely dangerous void fissure. Yemo took back his spirit sense and ignored this situation. He had this many void secret silver. He had plenty of things to do. He didn't need to care where the Golden Page world was. He would just go out when the Golden Page world was in a safe place. Time passed unknowingly while Yemo studied immortal forgery. The mountains of void secret silver were forged into all sorts of immortal artifact by Yemo. However, it had only been 3 months outside. Yemo could forge level 7 immortal artifact now. When half a year had gone by outside, EMO could use level 6 Void Secret Silver to forge top-grade Immortal Artifact. EMO was certain that if he had the materials he could even forge level 8 Immortal Artifact, but he didn't have level 8 Immortal material. Half a year later, EMO put away the Time Formation Disc. It could be used to study, but when he was forging his favorite magic artifact it was best not to use it. He had too much Void Silver before. Even after non-stop forgery for decades, he still had a small mountain left. The small mountain were all level 7. EMO left it for the World Rock. The World Rock was extremely powerful, and with the Time Mountain Crush God art, he would be using it quite often. However, the World Rock had a lethal flaw, and that was people could easily recognize what it was made of. After forging so many Void Secret Silver, EMO had an idea. He would cover the World Rock in Void Secret Silver. This way, it would increase its power while not exposing it. The purple Nirvana level 3 blue like morning sky melted the Void Silver rapidly and refined it to a very high purity. As layers of silver liquid were tipped on the World Rock, it was slowly covered. A month later, the small mountain of Void Secret Silver disappeared and the World Rock had a thick layer of dark silver cloak. EMO spirit controlled his World Rock again. Half a day later, a small waiting stone the size of his palm appeared. It was done. EMO looked at this World Rock and was very satisfied. Now, he could use it without restraint even before Immortal King. EMO immediately took out his level 7 material Sky Mobility Gold and upgraded his Blue Moon. With a few pairs of Shadowless Vulture mane feathers added too, Blue Moon was upgraded to level 7 Flying Immortal Artifact. Seeing this, EMO sighed. When Lu Wuhu forged his Blue Moon for him, he would have never expected it to become a top-grade Immortal Artifact. Only a few decades had passed. He wondered where Lu Wuhu was now and if he ascended to the Immortal Realm yet. EMO also reforged that octagonal cauldron replica. It should be able to be used in crucial times. With all these things done, EMO scanned his spirit sense out again. He found that the outside environment seemed much better. At least there were much less void dispositions and weaker void storms. After leaving the Golden Page world, EMO just realized that the environment was still dangerous but no longer lethal. EMO didn't go into the Golden Page world but instead let out Void Flying Snow. It had the ability to avoid danger in the void and was countless times faster than his top-grade Flying Immortal Artifact. A month later, EMO put away Void Flying Snow. He knew that it was pointless to let it keep flying. He had left danger, but he was probably still not even out of the Void Fissure. If he didn't leave the Void Fissure and go into the Heaven Domain Void, it was pointless to let the Void Flying Snow fly for 100 years. It wasn't easy to go from Void Fissure into the Heaven Domain Void. It was either he had the power to tear open this void or he could find another Void Fissure to go out. He wasn't able to do either of those. Tear the void, probably not even Immortal Monarch could do this. The void here was very stable, not something the cultivation realm could compare with. As for leaving through Void Fissure, EMO didn't want to. He was mere Immortal Nirvana body, he would probably be torn to pieces before even getting close to it. Perhaps he could go into the Golden Page world and test his luck, but he didn't believe he would be that lucky. EMO collected his mood and studied the environment around him. In this situation, there was one more possibility of going out, that was body refinement. If his body refinement reached a level, he would be able to leave through Void Fissure. The Void Fissure was suitable for body refinement whether it was in the cultivation realm or the immortal realm. EMO started to find small void storms to refine his body. At the start, he was desperate, but slowly, he forgot he was still in the Void Fissure. From small void storms to large ones and then asteroid flows and void whirlpools. As EMO's body refinement kept improving, he also changed places. 3 years later, EMO's cultivation level didn't progress, but his body refinement reached Immortal Nirvana body peak stage. He was just one step away from Immortal Spirit body. This Void Fissure was perfectly set up for body refinement. EMO had decided to leave here first. He would find a better place to break through to Immortal Spirit body. Chapter 17:14, Endless Flame River. Just when EMO wanted to release Blue Moon, he found a very rapid figure pass in his spirit sense. EMO saw clearly that it was a person. There were people here? EMO was dazed, but then he immediately rejoiced. This meant that he would be able to know where this place was now. EMO quickly used a mobility technique to go over. That person was going fast, but he wasn't intentionally flying away. 5 minutes later, EMO saw that figure and greeted with his spirit sense. As EMO expected, that person stopped. It was a great eternity immortal. EMO saw this person's power before even going up to him. Immortal friend, hello, do you have business with me? The great eternity immortal saw Yemo was only a great unity immortal and his eyes showed a sliver of confusion, but he still greeted Yemo first. This great eternity immortal didn't have any attitude towards a great unity immortal. This made Yemo have a great impression of this person. He quickly saluted with his fists.
Immortal friend, I accidentally came into the void fissure and I still haven't been able to find a way out. Did you come in here by accident too? You came into the void fissure accidentally?
The great eternity immortal stared at Yemo in shock. Void fissure's most terrifying part was the same as a heaven domain void.
When it was first entered,
it wasn't something ordinary immortals could handle. If someone forcefully went in, he would be torn apart. Yet, Yemo said he came in awkwardly. Yemo touched his head in an awkward manner. I came with a heaven domain immortal ship to collect asteroids, but then there was a void fissure. Luckily I had a top grade protection rune and I'm a low level body refinement cultivator. That's how I survived.
So that's it.
The great eternity immortal breathed easy. Then he continued, this is a place where many people come for body refinement. I'm a body refinement cultivator too, but unlike you I was teleported in. There's a teleportation formation here.
Usually, body refinement cultivators teleport here for body refinement. I thought you were teleported in here like me too. Yemo rejoiced. There was a teleportation formation into void fissure for body refinement. This was the first time he had heard of such big means. Which powerful being did this? With a teleportation formation, didn't it mean he could go out at any time? Thinking about this, Yemo saluted with his fists and asked, Immortal friend, where is the teleportation formation?
The great eternity immortal said, it's a bit far from here, you haven't been there before so it will be hard to find it. I've only been here for a few years so I can't go out with you. The people here are very scattered.
So it's hard to find someone. Everyone has a void location disk, but I only have one so I can't lend it to you. Yemo quickly said, it's fine, may I ask when immortal friend would go?
I'm going to practice body refinement as well so I'll stay with you. I'm Yemo, of course, if it's not convenient for you then just tell me the exact location and I'll have a look myself. The great eternity immortal laughed, of course it's convenient, if you don't mind then come with me. I'm Jishu, I'm planning to go to Endless Flame River to break through.
We can go together. By the way, you're immortal nirvana body, right? If not you can't go in. Yemo nodded. Thank you brother G, I'm already immortal nirvana body. Not simple.
Jishu raised his thumb to Yemo. After chatting with Jishu for a while, Yemo felt this person was good. He was easy to talk to and didn't act condescending because he was a great eternity immortal. Both were immortal nirvana body and they spoke as they traveled. They didn't slow down at all and instead went faster and faster. Jishu was amazed that Yemo could keep up with his speed and applauded Yemo again. By the way, brother G, which heaven domain did you come from? Yemo couldn't help asking. He hoped he was further away from Yuanla heaven. I'm from Changrong heaven. What about you brother Yi? Jishu said, Changrong heaven? Yemo was shook. He didn't expect to have come to a grand heaven domain from the void fissure. What's wrong? Jishu looked at Yemo in confusion. Yemo rejoiced and said, I came from a middle heaven domain. I didn't expect walking in the void fissure for a few years brought me to a grand heaven domain. Life is really full of the unexpected. This is very normal, you're very lucky. Some people may never be able to come to a grand heaven domain from a middle heaven domain, but you can so easily. Jishu smiled and said. Yemo smiled bitterly. There were so many times he almost died. It wasn't easy at all. In these 2 days, the two chatted very nicely. Jishu found that Yemo knew many things he didn't understand about body refinement. What shook him was that Yemo's body refinement level was higher than him. He was immortal nirvana body middle stage, but Yemo was tertiary stage. Yemo didn't say he was peak stage. He knew Jishu was here to break through immortal nirvana body middle stage. Once he reached immortal nirvana body tertiary stage, Jishu would leave and he could follow. So when Jishu asked about body refinement, Yemo told him everything he knew, hoping Jishu would break through earlier. Yemo was the perfect teacher since he cultivated the 3 birth chant, and in a short 2 days, Jishu's understanding of body refinement increased a level. He was very grateful and said to Yemo, Brother Yi, if you don't know anything about cultivation just ask me, I won't hide anything from you. Jishu felt his cultivation level was higher than Yemo, so he would be able to help him. Yemo didn't make him feel bad and asked him a few slightly harder questions, making Jishu feel great. 3 days later, the three stopped. Yemo was dazed. This was the first time he saw such a terrifying flame river. It was endless and dark red. The waves rose into the sky. No wonder this place was called the Endless Flame River. Yemo could feel the scorching heat at the side. If one went in, wouldn't he turn to dust immediately? This is the Flame River. We're only immortal nirvana bodies, so we can only stay at the border of the river. You must remember not to go into the river. The temperature inside is terrifyingly high. Not even someone with an immortal spirit body can go in, Jishu said. Yemo nodded seriously. Yemo took out a communication bead and said, Brother G, we'll each go find a place to cultivate. If you finish, then tell me, I can leave at any time. Okay, we'll do that. You're a good person, Brother Yi. When we get to Changrong Heaven, I'll introduce you some friends. We can practice together, it's very useful. Jishu patted Yemo's shoulder. The two bid farewell and each chose a direction. Yemo walked along the river a few hundred km before choosing a rather calm place to enter. As soon as he entered, the terrifying heat wave came over him. His clothes were instantly turned to dust. In just 1 second, Yemo could smell burnt flesh. Yemo didn't dare to keep thinking and immediately used his body refinement cultivation method. He didn't understand how Jishu entered such place. He shouldn't be able to go in, however, this place had dense immortal spirit chi and endless flame river waves. It was indeed the best place for body refinement. As Yemo used his body refinement cultivation method, he slowly forgot he was in the flame river. The bones and blood in his body were refined once again. The burnt skin slowly turned red and then back to its original color, while Yemo felt his skin and bones rapidly growing stronger. Crack crack, after that sound, the immortal essence and blood in his bloody flowed clearly. Moments later, the sounds lowered and the temperature around him seemed to have dropped a lot. Immortal spirit body. Yemo soon knew that he indeed reached immortal spirit body. This was such a good place, Yemo couldn't help sighing. If it was some other place, it would take some time. But here, he didn't even feel it and he was immortal spirit body. Chapter 17:15, Wave Kill. When Yemo continued to devour immortal spirit chi, he felt that he needed to break through again. If he didn't break through, there was no point in cultivation. But how could he break through here? He didn't have immortal crystals or immortal ranges. He had extreme xia pills, but that wasn't enough. He needed immortal spirit chi too. Yemo knew that after his divine damnation finished, there wouldn't be a rainbow immortal spirit chi cloud. Jishu was a good person, but he was still in body refinement. Even if he wasn't, Yemo was too embarrassed to ask a person he just met for immortal crystals. Plus, he needed a few 100 million. Yemo thought for a long while and eventually decided to have his divine damnation here. His body refinement was now immortal spirit body. If he could set up a spirit gathering immortal formation here, perhaps the immortal spirit chi from the river was enough. At this moment, Yemo was some distance away from the river. He planned to use a few top-grade materials to forge formation flags, but when he saw the ores at the bottom of the river, he immediately changed his mind. He hadn't seen the ores before, but he knew they would definitely be sturdier than the materials he used for formation flag. The river was too hot, the formation flags might get melted. Yemo picked up the ore and immediately knew it wasn't ordinary. At least it was on par with Void Secret Silver. He also found the redder they were, the higher their level. In just half a day, Yemo found more than 10 of these nearby. With these materials, Yemo forged formation flags even faster. The spirit gathering immortal formation had been set up. Yemo was helpless. If he had enough immortal crystals, he definitely wouldn't have his divine damnation here. Even though he was immortal spirit body, this wasn't a good idea. Thus, Yemo had no choice but to rest his hopes on the immortal spirit chi here. He even set up 3 joined spirit gathering immortal formation. After eating the extreme xia pill, Yemo sat at the bottom of the river and started to break through to great extreme immortal. The speed at which the 3 birth chant devoured immortal spirit chi was terrifying. In a short while, the nearby immortal spirit chi rushed over to Yemo like crazy. The area almost increased to 10,000 square kilometer. The most immortal spirit chi actually came from the bottom of the river. With the spirit gathering immortal formations, the immortal spirit chi was pulled up. Yemo was very shocked. What was in this river? There was such dense immortal spirit chi. If he had such immortal spirit chi during his divine damnation, he didn't need to worry at all. after resting easy, Yemo devoured immortal spirit chi even faster. The immortal spirit chi here had a faint red color, but Yemo felt this immortal spirit chi was more useful in expanding his meridians and empowering his immortal essence. Clearly, the red-colored immortal spirit chi was of higher quality than ordinary immortal spirit chi. This time, the divine damnation came very slowly. 3 entire days passed and only then was there a deep rumbling in the sky. Before Yemo got up, 36 bucket-width lightning bolts smashed open the river. Yemo dared to charge against 9 lightning bolts when he just reached Great Unity Immortal. Now, these lightning bolts weren't much stronger than before. Yemo wasn't going to be scared. The next moment, he was out of the river and released Lightning Sword. His fist greeted the lightning bolts too. As for the World Rockin' Zisu, Yemo didn't even release them. At the West Barren Sands, he was ravaged by the bucket-sized lightning bolts. Now that he was immortal spirit body, it was his turn. Crack crack crack, the black lightning sword struck the lightning bolts. Meanwhile, Yemo punched lightning bolts, splitting them apart and causing endless rumbling sounds in the air. The waves of the Flame River were extremely loud, so this sound was immediately covered. The rest of the lightning bolts all struck Yemo. Yemo's immortal spirit body skin was burnt by the bolts of lightning, but all Yemo knew was to devour the lightning source like crazy. His body wasn't affected at all. A few years ago when he reached Great Unity Immortal, 6 bolts almost killed him, but now he took 36 bolts unaffected. Each of these bolts were stronger than those 6 bolts combined. Even Yemo felt his power and body refinement were good indeed. If he didn't reach the immortal spirit body, he would be abused again. Seeing that the lightning bolts couldn't hurt him, Yemo laughed and stood on top of the endless river like a god while waiting for the divine damnation to rain down. The dense immortal spirit chi nourished Yemo, making him feel very comfortable. Rumble rumble rumble, Yemo just devoured the 36 bolts when another wave of thunder sounded. Yemo stood on a flame wave and charged over. Another 36 bolts fell. Yemo punched 9 times consecutively. He really wanted more lightning bolts to fall, but this divine damnation wasn't good enough. The lightning spark shone again and was swept away by the terrifying flame waves. 2 waves, and a total of 72 bolts fell. Yemo's power rose drastically. Just one more wave and he would reach Great Extreme Immortal for certain. Yemo knew clearly that as long as he didn't break through, the divine damnation couldn't leave. So despite knowing that it couldn't do anything to him, it still had to keep falling. Indeed, the 3rd wave of divine damnation fell. However, this time, there were only 9 bolts. He couldn't even be bothered stopping it and just took the blow. Rumble, the immortal essence inside Yemo's body underwent qualitative change and his sea of consciousness expanded again. Feeling this powerful immortal essence power, Yemo knew he was Great Extreme Immortal now. From now on, he wouldn't fear any immortal below status immortal. This was his confidence. Just when Yemo thought there weren't going to be more divine damnation, the space above his head crackled again. Yemo looked up in shock. These bolts fell down one by one. It looked like there was a lot, but it would only benefit him. Why did it keep falling? According to his understanding of divine damnation, if he broke through, there wouldn't be any more. Today seemed a bit irrational, but soon Yemo cast these thoughts aside. The more bolts the better it was for him. Yemo focused on devouring lightning source and refining his lightning sword and lightning sand. When the last bolt disappeared, Yemo actually saw immortal spirit chi cloud fall down. What happened? Did the divine damnation change personality? It was willing to give him rainbow immortal spirit chi cloud. Regardless, the cloud was very good. It had extremely dense immortal spirit chi and a sliver of Tao Law inside. 5 days later, Yemo stopped cultivation. He benefited quite a bit this time from divine damnation. He put away the spirit gathering immortal formation. The heart of the river had such dense immortal spirit chi. Clearly there was something good, but his power was too low. He wouldn't be able to reach the center. When his body refinement power is high enough, he would come back to have a look. Yemo stood on the river's surface feeling very good. Waves of flames brushed past him, but Yemo didn't feel them at all. These waves couldn't pose a threat to him anymore. Instead, he felt this flame river was a beautiful scene and he was just enjoying this beauty. Watching the waves follow one after another, it was like he was the controller. Yemo had a sudden enlightenment. After a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes and punched. This wasn't void, this was a new punch. After this punch, the waves instantly stopped. Yemo's punch punched out flames like the flame wave, but this flame was blue. 3 consecutive waves of blue flame, each one higher than the other. These flames covered the flame river. Second fist got art, wave kill, taking back his fist, the three waves disappeared. Yemo looked at his fist, his heart was full of surprise and joy. He didn't expect to suddenly create this god art, fusing this flame wave and blue like morning sky. Chapter 1716, Changrong Heaven, reaching great extreme immortal and immortal spirit body primary stage as well as creating a new god art, wave kill. Even Yemo was satisfied with himself. His power had increased many times since he left Yuanlo Heaven. Now that he was at a grand heaven domain, he would be able to cultivate till great eternity immortal peak stage if he found how heaven grand emperor's heritage. He had seen an immortal king's power. Although he knew that even when he was great eternity immortal peak stage, he might not be a match for an ordinary immortal king, he believed that it wouldn't be easy for an immortal king to kill him once he was great eternity immortal peak stage. Yemo stopped cultivation. He practiced body refinement in the river while searching for those red ores. He felt they were good things. Soon, 1 year had passed and Yemo left further and further from the river bank. His body refinement power soon stabilized at immortal spirit body primary stage. He found more and more red ores and even a few extremely red ones. At this moment, the communication bead sounded. Yemo knew it was Jishu calling him. It had been 2 years. Jishu probably reached immortal nirvana body tertiary stage. Yemo soon left the river and saw Jishu with a joyful face. Brother Ji, congratulations on reaching immortal nirvana body tertiary stage. Yemo saluted with his fists. Jishu was clearly in a good mood, but then he looked at Yemo dazedly and asked, Brother Yi, your great extreme immortal power now? Yemo nodded. Yes, I've been at great unity immortal peak stage for many years. Now that I reached great extreme immortal, it's just all past effort. Jishu didn't know how many years was many years, he thought it was a few millenniums, so he congratulated, that's good, we both acquired something here. I reached immortal nirvana body tertiary stage and got a few good endless flame river gold. Endless flame river gold? Yemo was dazed and then took out a few ores he picked up to Jishu. You're talking about this? You have it too? Yeah. This is endless flame river gold. It's very valuable. Your ones are all level 6 immortal materials. If you can get level 7 ones, then people would be fighting over each other to buy them even in the immortal cities. Congratulations Brother Yi, you're quite lucky, Jishu said. Yemo thought that he had collected a large pile after all these years. If he sold them for immortal crystals, he should be able to get a lot right. The endless flame river gold are in the depths of the endless flame river. The brighter red they are, the higher their level. Usually, immortal nirvana body people can only get level 6 endless flame river gold. If you want to get better ones, you would have to go deeper. But then you would at least need to be immortal spirit body, Jishu said. Yemo nodded. He didn't take out his level 7 ones. Since they were useful, he would learn what their use were first. By the way, Brother Yi, something seemed to have happened a year ago at the endless flame river. Did you notice it? Jishu asked. What thing? Yemo asked in confusion. Jishu said seriously, a year ago, I suddenly felt the immortal spirit chi become volatile as though being swept away. This lasted for a few days and there were lightning sounds too. The lightning sounded more terrifying than an immortal king divine damnation. I was scared there was some powerful immortal spirit beast having its divine damnation nearby. I wanted to alert you, but I was afraid of offending that immortal spirit beast. Luckily you're fine. Seeing Yemo in a daze, Jishu quickly said, usually if you don't mess with immortal king level immortal spirit beasts, they don't attack you. Other than a rare few hot-tempered ones, most wouldn't go kill immortals casually. Yemo let out a long breath and nodded. I understand. He didn't expect Jishu to have thought of him as an immortal king immortal spirit beast, but Yemo didn't tell him the truth. Let's go, we'll fly to the teleportation formation. There are void fissures and space storms everywhere here, it's not good to use flying immortal artifacts, Jishu said and flew. Yemo had spirit sense domain, but since Jishu said it was bad he could only follow behind him. The two talked as they went, conversing body refinement experience. Soon, Jishu found that even though he was immortal nirvana body tertiary stage, Yemo still knew much more than he did about body refinement. Half a month later, the two came to an asteroid platform that was a few thousand km wide. The asteroid was frozen in place by a huge formation. There were some cultivation homes on the asteroid and a few simple merchant towers with immortals walking about. There are only body refinement cultivators here. almost all the body refinement immortals of the 11 grand heaven domains come here. Even so, some immortals still die here each year. Sometimes they die due to natural disasters, sometimes due to body refinement failure, Jishu explained inside. Yemo sighed too. If he didn't have Golden Page World, he would have been gone already. The journey of cultivation was extremely hard. One mistake and your soul and body would be gone. Jishu brought Yemo to a big palace. There was nothing else but a teleportation formation here. A great eternity immortal sat expressionlessly next to the teleportation formation. Brother Yi, it costs 20 million top-grade immortal crystals each time. Jishu saw Yemo had no intention of taking out immortal crystals and reminded, what? This much? Yemo was dazed. Even heaven domain teleportation formations didn't require that much. Jishu smiled bitterly. Brother Yi, this is a grand heaven domain. This is only the price to exit, the price to enter is even higher. If you don't have enough immortal crystals, I can lend you. Yemo felt his nose and said, I have immortal crystals, but I just didn't expect it to be this high. Then, Yemo took out his only 20 million immortal crystals. With this, he was broke again. Body refinement was indeed not for the poor. 10 million immortal crystals was countless years of savings for a great extreme immortal. These powerful beings really knew how to earn money. Just how much were they able to earn each year? Jishu clearly was no ordinary person to be able to come here. It cost this much to come in, people clearly would want to stay longer. Perhaps Jishu left early for him. Thinking about this, Yemo saluted with his fists. Brother Ji, you spent this much immortal crystals and you only stayed inside for a few years. I really feel ashamed. Jishu smiled. I didn't plan to stay inside for long anyways. Brother Yi, we get along really well. I consider you my friend, no need to mention this anymore. Perhaps you will be able to help me in the future. Jishu felt Yemo wasn't ordinary and he really did want to be friends with Yemo. He was planning to stay a few extra years, but due to Yemo he left early. Plus, he really didn't care about tens of millions of immortal crystals. Yemo nodded. Okay, I have some confidence in forgery. If Brother G needs me to forge something, you can come to me. Yemo thought he could forge level 8 immortal artifacts. He might really be able to help him. Humph, arrogant. Two immortals behind them heard this and one of them sneered. A good immortal forgery great master took countless years. Yemo didn't seem very old. Jishu pulled Yemo into the teleportation formation. Let's go. Jishu didn't mention forgery either. Clearly he felt Yemo could at most forge ordinary middle-grade immortal artifacts. This was nothing to a great eternity immortal. Plus, what immortal artifact didn't his family have? Yemo smiled. He wasn't going to do anything even if Jishu didn't pull him. Leaving the teleportation formation, they came to a planet-like place and then took the teleportation formation back to Changrong Heaven. When they got there, 1 month had passed. Brother Yi, what plans do you have? Jishu asked. He felt that Yemo knew a lot of things and his understanding of cultivation wasn't something that his other friends could compare with. I'm planning to go around Changrong Heaven and then leave, Yemo said. Jishu said hospitably, Brother Yi, if you don't mind, come with me to Faesia Immortal City. I have many friends there, I can introduce them to you. I believe you will soon get their recognition. My father is a young immortal king, city lord of Faesia City. He's great friends with Changrong Heaven's heaven lord. Your father is an immortal king? And a city lord? Yemo repeated in shock. Chapter 1717, Familiar Female Immortal. Jishu smiled. Yes, but I never rely on my father. I have what I have today purely through my own effort. Of course, other people might give me some help on my father's account. Yemo believed his words. Jishu could go into the void fissure alone for body refinement. This meant that was different than other city lord young masters. Okay, let's go to Faesia Immortal City then. Yemo agreed. Yemo had seen immortal cities of low and middle heaven domains. The first time he saw Bai Immortal City he was overwhelmed, and eventually when he saw Nuai Immortal City, he didn't think much, but coming to the Faesia Immortal City, he felt he came from the countryside. Even the immortal spirit chi outside the city was extremely dense. For someone who was used to middle and low heaven domain immortal spirit chi, he really wasn't used to this. The city gates were 300 meters wide and the city walls couldn't be touched by spirit sense.
He knew there was a city wall but didn't know how high nor what it was made from. Emo knew this must be due to a top-grade formation. After entering the city, what caught Yemo's attention the most wasn't the immortal spirit Chi but all the merchant towers. Many signs were made by top-grade immortal jade, some doors were also ornamented with all sorts of top-grade immortal materials. The streets here were at least 10 times wider than in a Middle Heaven Domain immortal city. Emo found that the immortals going in and out of the merchant towers all wore good quality immortal artifact clothes. They were pretty and defensive magic artifacts. Is everyone in Grand Heaven Domains this wealthy? Emo asked in shock. This is all just superficial. In the Grand Heaven Domain, if you don't dress well, people will look down on you. Many people wear all the fortune they have on them. Don't admire them. Jishu patted Yemo's shoulder. Emo shook his head. So the main theme of Grand Heaven Domain immortal cities was to compare wealth. This was a bit too low. For the real wealthy immortals, their clothes on the outside was nothing, the real treasure was their inner armor. Jishu. A coarse voice sounded and the two looked up at the same time. It was a square-faced immortal. He's also Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary Stage. I wanted to find you guys, but as soon as I came back I met you all. Jishu smiled and pulled Emo over. Emo saw 3 men and 2 women coming over. Emo stared at one extremely beautiful female immortal and was dazed. He felt she seemed familiar, but she didn't seem very hospitable. Nor did she have much expression. Clearly, there was something on her mind. She wore a blue-fitted immortal dress with a long flute on her back. Her looks were on par with Sunran Goddess. Emo was confused. He should know this person as he felt she was familiar. Brother Emo? Seeing Emo stare at that female immortal without blinking, Jishu felt a little awkward. He pulled Emo and wanted to laugh. Brother Yi knew a lot but probably hadn't come in contact with pretty goddesses before. He would introduce a few to him later. That thin-eyed Great Eternity Immortal already saw what Emo did and grunted to show his dissatisfaction. Emo woke up and realized his rudeness. He quickly took back his gaze and saluted with his fists. It's my first time seeing such a pretty goddess, my apologies. Brother G, your new friend is really interesting. Great, some people who know they are being rude wouldn't dare to say it. I'll make this friend. It was another Great Eternity Immortal. He was extremely handsome and had a golden fan in his hand showing his scholarly look. Let me introduce. Jishu said, Emo, this is Chi Baitsong, Pingliang Immortal City's young city lord. It's said he's a goddess killer. Any goddess he's interested in would eventually fall into his hands. Emo quickly saluted with his fists and greeted, this is Shiu, Longyu Mountain's core disciple. Longyu Immortal Mountain is one of the top sects of Changrong Heaven. It's an emperor sect. So, Brother Yi needs to get closer with Brother Shii. Shiu was the Great Eternity Immortal who grunted at Emo. He interrupted, I don't really like being friends with lustful people. Thanks for your goodwill, Brother G. Jishu didn't mind and pointed at the green-robed female immortal. Brother Yi, this is Immortal Monarch Sect Soundsword sect leader's private disciple Zhou Ruyan. Zhou Ruyan was polite and greeted Emo. Then, Jishu pointed at that square-faced Great Eternity Immortal. This is Brother Inhui. Inhui used that coarse voice and laughed. I'm a solo cultivator. I don't have their grandiose background. I'm a solo cultivator too. Emo felt that Inhui seemed to be the strongest of them. This is Li Koan, Yulong Mountain core disciple. Her master is. Emo was completely dazed. Li Koan, no wonder she seemed so familiar. If Jishu didn't say her name he wouldn't even remember who she was. She was the main female character of the Lost Soul Ruins. Her father was called Li He, her fiancé was Fengshi, Feng Chun's son. Both of them were ambushed by Feng Chun. Feng Chun wanted Li Koan's spirit root and used a spirit transfer formation to trick his son into believing it was soul-nourishing formation. His son was deeply in love with Li Koan and would rather him become a normal person and lose his lifespan to use his soul to nourish Li Koan's essence spirit. Note, the story is between chapters 1212 and 1220. It was because Li Koan had a sliver of Fengshi's soul that Emo felt she was familiar. He still had the tear bead that contained 2 blood tears from Fengshi after he died. Emo didn't expect her to have ascended to the immortal realm and in a few thousand years reach Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary Stage. Her talent was too absurd. No wonder Feng Chun wanted her spirit root. Since he met her, he should give her back the tear bead. Fengshi was a tragic person. Even Emo felt touched by their love. Brother Yi.
Jishu pulled Yemo again helplessly. He believed Yemo was no ordinary immortal, but his performance today was below standard. Ha, Yemo is a friend I met during body refinement. He has exceptional understanding of body refinement. Jishu introduced awkwardly, Shiu sneered. Brother Ji, your friend is too high caliber, I can't be friends with him. Marshal sisterly, let's go. Then he turned and said no more. Li Koan glanced at Yemo once and said nothing. Then she was about to leave, Yemo quickly called, Marshal sister Li Koan, I have some business with you. Yemo didn't speak of Fengshi, he didn't know if she liked him or not. If she didn't, then it was bad to bring it up. Chapter 17-18, Truth Divine Emperor. Seeing Yemo's failure, Jishu laughed. Let's go, we'll go to the Flying Dawn Immortal Tower and sit for a while. Inhui, Shi Baitsong, Zhou Ruyan all felt it was a good idea, so the five just went there straight away. Jishu was afraid Yemo would be dejected, so he changed the topic. Brother Yi, Flying Dawn Tower is the biggest restaurant in the city. There's the best immortal wine, drunk jade well, and there's also top-grade spirit fruit. Even the tastiest immortal spirit beast meat is here too. Yemo patted Jishu's shoulder. Brother Ji, don't worry about me. I just have some business with her, it's not what you think. You know her? Jishu smiled at Yemo. Yemo was speechless. How could he say he knew her? There were too many things involved. Don't think about that, I'll introduce a few pretty goddesses to you. Jishu laughed. Yemo didn't know her but still had business with her. It was clear what he wanted. Brother Yi, Jishu was right, it's simple to meet pretty goddesses. Our Ruyan goddess is on par with Li Kuan. Or you can go to those female sects in Changrong Heaven, I promise you'll get what you want there. Shi Baitsong laughed. Zhou Ruyan grunted. Shi Baitsong, why did you involve me? What did I do to you? Please forgive me. Shi Baitsong smiled and saluted with his fists. Yemo could tell that they were really close and thus joked around like this. At the same time, he felt very grateful. Jishu's friends were all very nice, they said these things to help him forget what happened before. Soon, some immortal fruits and drunk jade well was brought up. The drunk jade well was indeed good, the taste was lingering and the immortal spirit chi inside was extremely dense. The wine would automatically turn into immortal essence. There's actually another name for this drunk jade well called poorest wine. If you fall in love with this wine, you will spend all your immortal crystals on this and eventually become poor. Inhui laughed. Yemo forgot about Li Kuan already. If he saw her in the future he could bring it up. If not, never mind. As they drank, they started discussing cultivation methods and the conversation went very well. When the three knew Yemo was immortal nirvana body immortal, they were even more hospitable to him. Yemo didn't explain he was immortal spirit body, he didn't need to show it off. When they discussed cultivation method and cultivation with Yemo, they indeed found that Yemo had his unique perceptions. Sometimes, one sentence from him would enlighten them on a trouble that had confused them for half a day. Zhou Ruyan asked Yemo a few questions and raised her cup to Yemo. Marshal Brother Yi, your cultivation is lower than mine but your understanding of cultivation method is very succinct and clear. Sometimes you explain things better than my master, I'll cheer you on. Then, she finished the cup. Yemo quickly did the same. Seeing this, Zhou Ruyan said, Marshal Brother Yi, Marshal Sister Li Kuan is very pretty, there are many people chasing her, I suggest you not to. I heard other than Marshal Brother Shiu, small immortal King Lu Mang is also deeply in love with her. Lu Mang is Changrong Heaven's Heaven Lord, Shenzhe Immortal Emperor's personal disciple, he has very high status in Changrong Heaven. Although my father is friends with Shenzhe Immortal Emperor, his status to the Immortal Emperor is much lower than Lu Mang's, Jishu said. Yemo knew what the two meant. If he offended Lu Mang, even Jishu's father wouldn't be able to help. Lu Mang is a top-grade prodigy of Changrong Heaven. Half a year later, there will be an extreme-grade Great Immortal Dao discussion social in Yuandong Heaven. Almost all the prodigious great immortals of the Grand Heaven domains will go. Little immortal King Lu Mang will definitely go too, we can go as well. Jishu wanted to take Yemo to see Lu Mang, perhaps Yemo would give up his thoughts after he saw how talented Lu Mang was. Yes, it's all the best prodigies below status immortal going, some of them are halfway to status immortal. It will benefit us to go listen. Zhou Ruyan nodded. Yemo asked in confusion, Lu Mang is already an immortal king, why is he still going? Shi Baitsong laughed.
Lu Mang is a small immortal king, not an immortal king.
Although he's great eternity immortal peak stage, he's no weaker than an ordinary immortal king, thus the title small immortal king. Lu Mang and Li Kuan are both the top grade prodigy of Chang Rong heaven, both of them are great immortal power, they are invited to go.
We can't participate but we can listen in. There will also be large auctions there. I came out after reaching immortal nirvana body tertiary stage partly due to this Tao discussion social, Jishu explained. Okay, thank you, I want to go see too. Yi Mo agreed without hesitation. Brother Yi, we're quite similar. It's definitely worth a go.
Chi Beirong laughed. Yi Mo was speechless, he wasn't similar to this guy. Seeing Yi Mo's awkwardness, Inhui laughed. Even if you're not similar you can still go. I heard there will be a god artifact, outer realm flying spear. It can cross heaven domains and even realms, but it seems to be incomplete.
Cross heaven domains and even realms?
Yi Mo asked in shock. He knew that it was usually top-grade immortal ships that could cross heaven domains and realms, but they were too big and spent a lot of time in the void. They were very sturdy and small void fissures couldn't affect them at all, but large ones would still destroy the ship.
However, they usually had specific routes that avoided most of them, but god artifacts were different.
They were beyond extreme-grade immortal artifacts. The immortal realm was large, but there were very few people who could forge god artifacts. Those who could were called divine masters. Due to very few people possessing this skill, there were no divisions amongst divine masters. God artifacts weren't the best magic artifacts in the immortal realm, the best magic artifact weren't forged, they were naturally born. Beyond God artifact was primordial artifact, above that was chaos artifact. I heard of that outer realm flying spear. It's incomplete but only a few ordinary restrictions are broken, it doesn't affect its flying capabilities. I heard a divine master made it according to void flying snow's properties.
It's even faster than void flying snow and can accurately avoid void storms and asteroids.
Jishu said. Yi Mo suddenly thought of that ghost ship he had encountered. Immortal friends, I want to ask, have you heard of a ghost ship?
Yi Mo asked. The room fell eerily silent. Seeing this, Yi Mo coughed. What's wrong, everyone?
Jishu breathed. Those who often go in the void all know about the ghost ships. Those who encounter ghost ships would die for sure. If it's a high-level ghost ship, not even immortal emperors can escape. There's different levels of ghost ships?
Are there many?
Yi Mo asked in shock. Judging by your tone, don't tell me you've encountered one? Shi Baitsung coughed and said, my bad. Jishu explained to Yi Mo. He thought that if Yi Mo encountered ghost ship he wouldn't be sitting here.
Jishu nodded and said seriously, do you know truth divine emperors?
Yi Mo shook his head. He actually didn't know. Remembering Yi Mo came from a middle heaven domain, Jishu didn't think much and explained. Truth Divine Emperor is the strongest of the 9 Tao Vindication Divine Emperors. Yi Mo was confused. From How Heaven Emperor, he was told that there wouldn't be more than 4 or 5 Tao Vindication Divine Emperors.
How come there were 9 now?
Jishu's story sounded like what Peng Gandang said. Jishu continued, Truth Divine Emperor is not only immensely powerful, he's the one with the most treasures. It's said that he not only has a time formation disc, but he also got the bitter bamboo and even the world mountain. Hearing this, Yi Mo's back went cold. Why did Jishu speak of the things he had? Chapter 17:19. Yi Mo's sense of danger. I've heard of the bitter bamboo. It's one of the 10 great spirit plants. Cultivating under it can prevent you from being attacked by heart demon and also increase your learning abilities. Zhou Ruyan said, that's right. Jishu nodded and continued. It's because that all these things were so unique that people were jealous. It's said that Truth Divine Emperor was very cocky and never reasoned with people. He would kill whoever offended him. In the gathering of 9 divine emperors, he was interested in the daughter of another divine emperor and just pointed at her saying, you will be with me from now on. One could see how dominant he is. Finally, his actions caused the other 8 divine emperors to attack him together. Shi Baitsung said in contempt, of course they needed an excuse to gain up on him. Who knows why they really did it? I heard that the reason Truth Divine Emperor was gained up on was because he got the bitter bamboo. However, the bitter bamboo wasn't willing to recognize him as the master, so other divine emperors told him to bring it out and see who could become its master. Truth Divine Emperor disagreed and so they fought. Inhui quickly said, Baitsong, don't discuss the other divine emperors. Shi Baitsong nodded. Although Truth Divine Emperor was ambushed, that battle was tremendous. The heavens and earth changed, the stars shifted. It's said in the ancient times the immortal realm only had one heaven domain. Due to that battle, the immortal realm was split into the 33 heavens. As time went on, void severed and the immortal spirit chi of the 33 heavens were different, forming the now grand, middle and low heaven domain. Jishu's words shocked Yemo. He had never thought the 33 heavens came to be in this way. Just how many people died, then wouldn't the people during that time be? Yemo asked. Jishu nodded. That's right, it said less than 10% of the people lived. And the law of the immortal realm was broken, making it harder for immortals to grasp laws. So after that battle, no divine emperor ever came into existence. After that battle, only 4 to 5 of the divine emperors remain. No wonder how Heaven Emperor said 4 to 5 divine emperor. Yemo finally understood. Thinking about what he had, he asked worriedly, Brother G, what about that Truth Divine Emperor? Truth Divine Emperor lost his body and essence spirit under their attack, but I heard that Truth Divine Emperor didn't truly die. A sliver of his essence spirit escaped into the void. In order to avoid being annihilated, that sliver of essence spirit turned into countless spirit cultivators. These spirit cultivators would keep growing stronger and devour souls in the void. Many heaven domain immortal ships would be devoured clean if they encountered such spirit cultivator. Now, Jishu looked at Yemo. Now do you know what ghost ship is? The ghost ship is a sliver of divine emperor's essence spirit turning into spirit cultivator. It's invisible. Any immortal who see it isn't far from dying. There are also different levels of spirit cultivator. The higher they were, the more chances of dying. Of course, this is only a legend. I'm not really certain if the ghost ships are made from divine emperor soul. Then isn't it like the 9-headed void-devouring bug? Yemo asked. The 9-headed void-devouring bug split out souls that grew stronger individually before fusing back together. It seems similar but is actually very different. The 9-headed void-devouring bug divided souls need to be controlled by people, while Truth Divine Emperor's essence spirit would seek other souls to merge together once it grew to a certain level. Jishu explained. Yemo was more and more shocked. This was too scary. If this was true, then he was too lucky to be able to Asakbi that ghost ship. Regardless, Yemo rejoiced in putting on stealth restriction on the bitter bamboo leaf. But even so, he wasn't certain if it was exposed. Why doesn't the other divine emperors care about the ghost ship? Yemo asked. Jishu shook his head. I heard that after the battle, the other divine emperors rarely came out. They were unseen. They were probably heavily injured. As for the ghost ships, as long as they didn't enter the heaven domain, no one would care. What about the top-grade magic artifacts of Truth Divine Emperor? Yemo asked. Shi Baitsong said I heard about this. It said his top-grade magic artifact flew into the corners of the 33 heavens, some even in the world. Some low-grade magic artifact went into the cultivation realm. Hearing this, Yemo was shocked. Luoyu Continent's Truth Fall Palace was Truth Divine Emperor's magic artifact. The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was right. There was spirit cultivators at level 7 of the Truth Fall Palace. They were controlled by Truth Divine Emperor's sliver of soul. If this was so, then the opening of Truth Fall Palace was a shenanigan. Every 30 years, countless elite cultivators would go into the Truth Fall Palace to give their souls to the spirit cultivators. Only those talented and with a strong soul could reach level 7. At the same time, Yemo thought of the bitter bamboo and world rock he got at the Truth Fall Palace forbidden grounds. They all belonged to Truth Divine Emperor. Now that he had it, the first thing Truth Divine Emperor would do after he recovered was to annihilate him. If he could still defend a little against He Immortal King and Lu Jingquan, then against a Divine Emperor, he could only await death. Although Jishu said these were just legends, but Yemo was very clear that at least more than half was real. Seeing Yemo's face was bad, Jishu said, let the gathering today end here. Brother Yi, are you going to my cultivation home or? Yemo quickly said, I'll go rent a cultivation home in the city. No problem, I'll handle it. Jishu answered. This was the third day after the gathering, but Yemo was still in his cultivation home in contemplation. Jishu helped rent this cultivation home. The immortal spirit chi was very dense and the environment was great too. However, Yemo was still full of thoughts in his head. He really didn't take Lu Jingquan seriously, nor He Immortal King. It would only be a matter of time before he surpassed them. But what about Truth Divine Emperor? If Truth Divine Emperor recovered, Where could he live? Yemo no longer had the mood to stay here. He planned to go to Yuandong Heaven and get Hao Heaven Grand Emperor's heritage first. With this, Yemo immediately went to find Jishu to say goodbye. He didn't find him, however. He left with his friends as though he had something important. Walking on the streets alone, it was evident he was poor. Everyone had pretty magic artifact clothes and luxurious armor while he only had a normal shirt. His armor was very ordinary too. Yemo had been in divine damnation and body refinement frequently and used up all his defense magic artifact, much less armor. His magic artifacts on him now were all made from void secret silver. It was good for forging defensive immortal artifact and attack immortal artifact, but not good for armor. Yemo didn't worry about this. He was thinking about how to get to Yuandong Heaven. The Heaven Domain teleportation formation costed a few million. Yemo needed immortal crystals, so he decided to go sell something at a merchant tower. A beautiful instrumental music sounded and Yemo was immediately captivated. He then saw 12 goddesses coming over on clouds. They were playing music as they went. The rainbow clouds moved in an aesthetic rhythm that seemed very pleasing. There was a huge lotus cloud in the center that was empty. The people on the road moved aside. Yemo also moved aside, giving the spacious street over to these goddesses, who was ethereal immortal pond greeting this time. Such big scene, this is nothing, look, it's the ethereal immortal pond 12 sounds. Yemo was shocked. Ethereal Immortal Pond was a 8-star sect in South Peace State. He didn't expect that Ethereal Immortal Pond had such huge status in the immortal realm. They were even in the Grand Heaven Domain. Chapter 1720, Likuan's Sorrow. A blue-dressed female immortal walked out of a luxurious immortal rest tower with the company of a thin-eyed great eternity immortal. Yemo immediately recognized the two. It was Longyu Emperor Sex Sii Shiyu and Likuan. Yemo thought she had left here, but instead she was still here. The ethereal immortal pond 12 sounds were ordered by the saint to come greet Shiyu goddess. The 12 goddesses standing on the clouds had very crisp voices and spoke in unison. Seeing them each hold a different music instrument, Yemo realized why they were called the 12 sounds. Even though Likuan came from an emperor sect, this greeting was too serious for her. Likuan's name was called Shiyu goddess. She probably still didn't forget Fengshi, so she used this name? However, that martial brother of hers stuck to her non-stop, making Yemo unable to talk to her. Now, he couldn't go up as well. Yemo shook his head. When his power was high enough, he would go to Longyu Emperor sect. If this Likuan was already married, then never mind. If not, then he would give the bead back to her. Yemo, come over. A crisp voice sounded by Yemo's ear. Yemo looked back in shock, seeing that Likuan was staring at her. Her tone was very cold and prideful, as though he would be running over as soon as he heard this. Because Likuan used sound transmission, no one noticed. Yemo thought and ignored her. Who knew what she was thinking? If she set him up to offend her or the ethereal immortal pond 12 sounds, he wouldn't be able to take it. Yemo, who had experienced all too much, not only didn't go over but instead used mobility technique to disappear from this street. Yemo sped up to fly out of Fei Xia Immortal City. He didn't want to offend anyone nor any power now. He approved of Fengshi, but there was no way he was going to risk his life to offend the Emperor's sect or ethereal immortal pond. He already had enough troubles. He didn't offend any power in the Grand Heaven Domain yet, and it was perfect for him to cultivate. Even that little immortal king was quite enough for him. She thought Yemo, like everyone else, was coming for her due to her beauty, but now, Yemo ran away instead. She told Yemo to come over indeed because he wanted to teach him a lesson. She detested people who stared at her non-stop the first time they met her, and even told her to stay. If it wasn't on the other people's account, she would have taught him a lesson. But now, Yemo ran away instead. Did he know what she was going to do, or did she really misunderstand him? Did he really know her? Likuan didn't believe Yemo knew her. She had ascended to the immortal realm for nearly 10,000 years. Yemo didn't seem that old, so there was no way she knew him from the cultivation realm. In the immortal realm, she rarely made friends other than people from her own sect. As Yemo left, Likuan suddenly felt she lost something. She had this feeling 3 days ago, but it wasn't intense. Now, it was more and more intense. After a long while, this feeling disappeared. Likuan breathed and greeted the 12 goddesses. Shiyu thanked 12 sisters for coming to greet me. I still have some business. 12 sisters, please return. Shiyu will definitely come visit Sister Ningyi Yu at Ethereal Immortal Pond afterwards. Martial Sister Li, where are you going? Sii Shiyu asked. Li Koan disappeared from the spot, but her voice sounded martial. Brother Sii, I have some private matters. After this I will be going to ethereal immortal pond straight away. Martial brother Sii can go back to the sect first. Sii Shiyu's face was very bad. Yemo was in one corner of the street and left quickly. He didn't expect a mere great extreme immortal was enough for his martial sister to chase out. If he met this guy alone outside, he might even kill him. He thought that ethereal immortal pond people would invite him to the sect too, but instead this happened. Now he didn't even have an excuse to go. Just when the 12 sounds didn't know what to do, a voice sounded in this case, you guys go back first. I will go with Shiyu goddess later. Yes. The 12 sounds left the city. Yemo breathed easy after leaving the city. He didn't exchange immortal crystals, but it was fine. The teleportation formation to Yuan Dong Heaven wasn't at Flying Dawn City anyways. He would get to Ping Liang Immortal City first. The young city lord was Qi Baitsong. This Qi Baitsong seemed like a fancy pants, but he was a genuine person. Just when Yemo was about to release his blue moon, a space ripple came. Yemo was shook, and just when he wanted to use mobility technique, he heard Elikuan's voice. Do you really have business with me? Yemo didn't answer her. He scanned his spirit sense out and ensured there was no other people before breathing easy. That's right. Then tell me. Li Kuan's tone eased up a bit. She felt that sense of calling grow stronger when she neared Yemo. Yemo frowned. This was too close to Flying Dawn City. If people saw him with Li Kuan, it wasn't good. No one would reason with a mere great extreme immortal. Even if they knew there was nothing between them, some people would still kill him without hesitation. I can't say it here. If you want to know, then follow me. Yemo released Blue Moon and dashed away. Li Kuan frowned but said nothing. She released a flying magic artifact and followed over too. It was also a top-grade flying immortal artifact and seemed to be higher level than Yemo's. In less than 5 minutes after they left, another figure landed where they were. It was Sii Shiyu. He wanted to confirm if Li Kuan was here with Yemo, but he found a spirit sense mark here. It was left behind by Li Kuan. Her tone was very uncomfortable and even warned Sii Shiyu to stop following. Sii Shiyu sneered and left. 4 hours later, Yemo finally stopped. This was an extremely distant valley with ordinary immortal spirit chi. No immortal would come here. Even so, Yemo still set up a few restrictions covering up their chi. Seeing Yemo's fluent means, Li Kuan was surprised. Even the top immortal formation sects wouldn't have such prodigies. She just waited for Yemo on the side. She wasn't afraid of Yemo suddenly attacking. Yemo was only great extreme immortal primary stage, while she was great eternity immortal tertiary stage. After finishing this, Yemo looked at Li Kuan and said, before I say it, I want to ask you one thing. Just tell me clearly. Okay. Li Kuan said, your martial brother Sii Shiyu seems to love you, and I heard that little immortal King Lu Mang feels the same way too and wants to engage with you. Is this real? What do you think? However, Li Kuan didn't reproach Yemo for asking this. She said calmly, yes, you're right, but I already love someone. I won't engage with anyone. No one can force me, not even Heaven Lord disciple. You love Fengxi? You didn't forget him? Yemo suddenly realized why Fengxi loved her this much. You know Fengxi, where is he, where is he? Li Kuan's tone became very shaky. Seeing this, Yemo thought to himself, this woman was indeed worth Fengxi loving her. From her actions, Yemo knew she never forgot him. Fengxi's spirit transfer formation, he was tricked by his father. He wanted to set up soul nourishing formation, using his own soul to nourish yours. Yemo started explaining, I know all this, I know. Li Kuan murmured. When Yemo said that Fengxi was injured by Li Kuan's father and then used by Miao Huizhen as a soul jar, and even when he lost his soul, he murmured non-stop, where is my Kuan? Li Kuan's face was covered in tears. When I saved him, his soul was gone. He turned his will into a tear bead. I've brought this here, you can have it. Yemo took out the bead and gave it to Li Kuan. Li Kuan grabbed the bead shakily. A familiar chi came. The 2 red tears on the bead made Li Kuan unable to control the sadness in her heart. She knelt of the ground and in a heart-tearing cry, Fengxi, 2 blood tears flowed out and fell onto the bead. Chapter 1721, Become brother and sister. Feeling Li Kuan's chaotic chi, there was nothing he could do. He suddenly thought, if one day he lost a loved one, what would he do? Yemo shivered upon this thought. He would never allow this to happen. He needed to get stronger. After a long while, Li Kuan suddenly got up. Her face was extremely pale.
two blood tears still hung on her face, but at least her chi was more stable. Emo, thank you, pity we can't repay you. Li Kuan bowed deeply to Emo. After I die, please bury me with Fengshi. Emo immediately knew things weren't good. Li Kuan was about to suicide. Without hesitation, he sent tens of spirit sense blades over and hit waves of immortal essence on her, locking her immortal essence. Li Kuan looked at Emo in shock. She didn't expect Emo to be able to stop her suicide. His power was on par with her. She was a prodigy, and for Emo to be able to do this, he was far beyond it. What disrupted her sea of consciousness before seemed to be spirit sense cultivation method. Even if she was defenseless, it wasn't easy for a great extreme immortal to do this. In his disruption, this was all Emo could think of. No matter from which perspective, he didn't want Li Kuan to die. If she really died, he was gone. Even that little immortal king would find an excuse to kill him, much less Long Yu Emperor's sect. Why did you stop me? Li Kuan's shock was gone instantly. She was thinking, why did Emo stop her from being with Fengshi? Emo sighed. First thing, if you die here, the first person you harm is me. Even if not so, I don't think you should suicide. Li Kuan just missed Fengshi too much before, and now that Emo mentioned this, she immediately understood and apologized. Emo, sorry, I didn't think of that. Emo nodded and then opened Li Kuan's immortal essence restriction. Li Kuan bowed to Emo again. Even though Emo sealed her immortal essence restriction and it was very easy for her to break free, she didn't do this. You goddess, let me finish. If you still want a suicide after that, I won't stop you. Emo looked at her and said, okay. Li Kuan nodded. The real culprit for the death of Fengshi is his father Fengchun. You should at least teach him a lesson, right? That man has lost his humanity. Emo looked down on Fengchun very much. Li Kuan said nothing. Emo knew what she thought. Fengchun was still her father-in-law. Okay, ignoring him, your father is still alive, right? When your father took you away, did he not immortal ascend? Emo said. Li Kuan agreed, yes. My father probably ascended and he might be in lower heaven domain. I was planning to go find him after I reached Immortal King. Now, I won't speak of the dangers of the immortal realm. Even if you're from Emperor's sect, you should know about it. If you die, your father might be living an even harder life. Of course, this isn't what I want to speak of the most. Have you heard about Truth Divine Emperor? Emo knew that she had given up on suicidal thoughts. He just needed to give her a reason to live. Li Kuan nodded. Yes, I have. Emo said heavily. Truth Divine Emperor's sliver of soul can relive after countless years, and now your tear bead has a sliver of Fengshi's soul. Once you reach Immortal Emperor, who knows if you can bring him back to life? Emo was bullshitting. He knew Fengshi's situation was different to Truth Divine Emperor, but he knew that Fengshi wouldn't want Li Kuan to die. Li Kuan's hands shook, her eyes were full of life force, and then she said shakily, how come I didn't think of it? I'm too selfish, I should have thought of it. Li Kuan bowed to Emo again. Martial brother Yi, thank you, thanks, you saved me and Fengshi again. You goddess, I'm just saying what I should, it's nothing. Emo waved his hand. Emo, I'm a bit older than you, if you don't mind then we can be sister and brother. You can call me Sister Shiyu. There was a genuine look in Li Kuan's eyes. Sister Shiyu, in that case, I won't be too polite. Emo quickly said, brother. Li Kuan called happily. Then she gave herself a cleansing spell. She walked up to Emo and grabbed his hand, pulling him to a huge stone on the side. You must think that those words are just to comfort me, and Fengshi can't be saved, right? Emo was very awkward and said nothing. Fengshi smiled. When Fengshi was nourishing my soul, a part of his soul is in my body. It's hidden in the deepest part of my sea of consciousness. In my agitation, I didn't think that the bead you brought contains his essence blood. Perhaps not long after I would be able to fuse his soul and essence blood and rebuild his body. So, I need to thank you. Without you, I almost did something very stupid. Emo dazed. He was overjoyed too. He didn't expect that bead Fengshi gave him would be able to revive him. This chance of revival was much greater than Truth Divine Emperor. Hold this is my communication bead. If anyone dares to be disrespectful in the Grand Heaven domain, tell me. Li Kuan gave a bead to Emo. Only her master and her two extremely good friends had this, no one else did. Your power should be far greater than ordinary great extreme immortal. I believe ordinary great eternity immortal wouldn't even be able to keep you. Li Kuan added. Emo took the bead and didn't explain. Would he need to run against ordinary great eternity immortal? Where do you plan to go? Li Kuan really treated Yimo as her brother. I'm planning to go to Yuandong Heaven. I heard these a Dao discussion social there. I want to see. Yimo didn't believe Li Kuan would spill his things, but he didn't tell her about how heaven heritage. Li Kuan came from Emperor's sect and had plenty of resources. She didn't need it. Li Kuan fell silent and said, ethereal immortal Pon Saint Ning Yu goddess invited me over. How about you come with me? Yimo wasn't going to go. He was going to reject without hesitation. But before he could, Li Kuan stopped him. The most famous thing of ethereal immortal pond is ethereal immortal well. I'm rather good friends with Ning Yu goddess. As a solo cultivator, you must be lacking on resources. The ethereal immortal well is the best cultivation ground and a great body refinement place. Li Kuan looked at Yimo seriously. You don't body refinement, but the well can improve your body and will benefit your future cultivation. The ethereal immortal well is very precious, but I believe Ning Yu goddess would agree if I ask. Yimo's heart was throbbing. His body refinement was immortal spirit body, but his body refinement had always been harsh, such as space wind blades, flame river. This was the most common body refinement method, but if it wasn't done well, it would affect the body. There was another way of body refinement, and that was special immortal liquid. This could balance immortal bodies and remove hidden injuries. Okay then, but Sister Shiyu, if she doesn't agree, then don't force it. Yimo said, don't worry. Li Kuan smiled, you can have these pills, I have a lot of these. Li Kuan took out a storage ring and gave it to Yimo. Yimo scanned the pills. They were all great extreme immortal to great eternity immortal pills. He smiled and gave it back. Sister Shiyu, I'm actually a top grade level 6 immortal pill grade master. What? Li Kuan was dazed. Level 6 immortal pill grade master. Chapter 1722. Enter Truthfall Palace again. You're saying you're level 6 immortal pill grade master? Li Kuan repeated excitedly. Okay. This is great. I didn't expect you had such talent. Li Kuan calmed down for a while before pulling Yimo and saying, I was thinking about how to get you to become a core disciple, but now you definitely came. After we come back, I'll take you to Longyu Emperor sect. If you join them, all you need to do is cultivate. I can get you the resources for pill concoction. Yimo looked at the genuinely joyful Li Kuan and was grateful too. Li Kuan really treated him as a kin. It was very safe to go to Longyu Emperor sect, but it wasn't good for Yimo. The people looking for trouble with him was too scary. Even Longyu Emperor sect couldn't protect him. Second, he had too many secrets. Yimo fell silent for a moment and said, Sister Shiyu, thank you, but I don't want to join a sect. I'm used to being free. Li Kuan dazed but said, you're already level 6 immortal pill grade master, you don't need to join a sect. Indeed. Even an emperor sect would be fighting over you. Let's go to ethereal immortal pond first. After that we'll go to Yuandong Heaven and we can discuss on the way. Luoyu Continent, Truth Fall Palace. At the stairways to level 7, 3 women stood here. They were all from South Peace State Mou City. It was Su Jingwen, Jingli, and Yimo. Ingli, did you stop it here with Yimo? Su Jingwen asked. She was the strongest amongst them. Truth Realization State Level 1. Jingli shook her head. No, we went to level 7. We didn't go in. We were almost killed after just getting in. Those spirit cultivators are very powerful. Yimo smilingly, sister, with our power, we should be able to be fine at level 7, right? Jingli nodded. I don't know if there had been cauldron filling state cultivators coming in the Truth Fall Palace ever since the ancient battle, but I'm certain there has been no Truth Realization State cultivators coming in. Sister Jingwen is Truth Realization State, so she should be fine. It's said that when the Truth Fall Palace first opened, there was an ancient battle at level 7, many Truth Realization State cultivators died here, we need to be careful. Yes, I cultivated every day very hard, but how come I'm still cauldron filling state? Auntie Wen's talent is too good. Yimo pretended to be unhappy. Su Jingwen smiled. Her talent was indeed the top grade, but it was also to do with her dedication. She missed Yimo, so she wanted to fly to the immortal realm quickly and see him. Not just her, who else in Mou City wasn't working hard? How could Jingli not know what Su Jingwen thought? She sighed. There definitely were people with similar talent to Sister Jingwen in the past. There would be more people similar to our talent. But never has there been a place with dense spirit chi like Mou Lake and have immortal crystals for cultivation as well as the best pills. Even without those pills, only Mou City uses immortal crystals for cultivation.
Su Jingwen agreeingly is right. The reason we can cultivate so fast other than owing to our talent is the immortal crystals and spirit pond.
Pausing for a moment, Su Jingwen said again, after we get to level 7, Yimo, don't run around.
We need to stay together. If we can't stop them, defend till the palace opens again. Yimo attacked ferociously, but Su Jingwen was afraid of something happening to her. If something did, then she would be unable to forgive herself. There were 777 stairs to level 7. When Yimo came with Jingli, she wouldn't even have been able to take the Presu if Yimo didn't help. Now, they felt some pressure, but they easily went up to level 7. Jingli felt the improvement. Nascent soul state and cauldron filling state weren't on the same level.
She was very grateful to Yimo. If Yimo didn't give her immortal crystals, how could she reach cauldron filling state? It'd be very good if she was hollow spirit state now. Yimo found it hard too, but we don't feel it's hard. This means things are possible. Jingli smiled. Why is the spirit chi here so messy? It's worse than level 5.
Emo asked. Jingli said there's spirit cultivators at this level, we need to be careful.
They like these places.
A bleakness struck. It seemed the nearby space was collapsing. Spirit cultivators are ambushing. This isn't space collapse. Be careful, use rare flames.
Jingli said, I'll do it.
Emo waved her hand and 12 lightning orbs flew up. Countless lightning arcs flashed, the gray space disappeared and there was a sizzling sound with some screams. The nearby space seemed to have brightened up again. Su Jingwen smiled. I finally believe what other people say now.
No wonder so many people are dobbying at MOU City. EMO, you probably did a lot of bad things outside, right? EMO said I would never do bad things. I taught those bad guys a lesson. Otherwise, I wouldn't have that much spare time.
I want to fly to the immortal realm quickly like Auntie One.
South Peace State is really no fun anymore.
After leaving here, I want to go to the Heartless Sea for a spin.
By the way, Auntie One, sisteringly, do you guys want to come with me?
Su Jingwen's face sunk. This time Heartless Sea isn't the South Peace State. MOU City has extraordinary status in South Peace State. It has become the leader of South Peace State. Other people would give some face. The Heartless Sea is different. Spirit beasts ravage there. There's also all sorts of power. Before you reach truth realization state tertiary stage, you must never go into the Heartless Sea. I was originally living at the Heartless Sea. My master took me to the Heartless Sea to kill spirit beasts. EMO was still murmuring, but Su Jingwen interrupted without hesitation. No matter what, you're not allowed to go Heartless Sea now. Rumble, a lined-up team came over, each with familiar faces. This.
EMO immediately realized this was an illusion. Attack, this is spirit cultivators confusing your minds.
Su Jingwen said heavily and raised her hand, slicing out an ice blade. These ice blades were each 10 meters long and cut the team from the waist in half. Jingli also released a flute spewing out fire. Yimo was the strongest. She released the 36 lightning orbs. It brought 3 levels of lightning, and when those gray figures in the mist were struck, they instantly disappeared. Immediately the mist emptied up and the illusion disappeared. How come I can't find a clear spirit pearl? Sigh.
EMO sighed. The 36 lightning orbs are too high level. The spirit cultivators here are too low level. They die straight up, and so they can't leave clear spirit pearls behind. Brother Yi only got 1 before due to luck.
Jingli answered. EMO said dejectedly, the other 24 lightning orbs Grandpa Lu Wuhu made for me isn't the original. There's some difference. Sigh. Su Jingwen was lost for words. Be satisfied. How many people could let Earth Forgery God forge for them? Lu Chenbei made 24 extreme grade cultivation artifact lightning orbs for you and you're still not happy. Yimo meant to say if Earth Forgery God came to MOU City earlier, he would be able to see Brother Yi.
Jingli smiled. Start fighting.
Another wave of bleak chi attacked. Yimo released the 36 orbs. Jingli and Su Jingwen didn't even need to move, they just needed to watch on the side a little. The strongest spirit cultivator here was only body condensation state, while there was 2 cauldron filling state and 1 truth realization state cultivator here. They were torn to pieces by the 36 lightning orbs. Jingli and Su Jingwen just went on the side and started collecting spirit herbs. Eventually, the further they went, the more cultivator corpses they found. When Yimo removed a large area of mist again, a tower suddenly appeared before them. There were the words, Truth God Tower. We're at Truth God Tower already?
Yimo asked.
Then she thought of something and said, I heard there's lots of extreme grade cultivation method in magic artifacts at Truth God Spirit. Scissoringly, what happened? Yimo just saw Jingingli crying on a corpse. There was a storage ring in her hands. Su Jingwen went over and pulled Jingingli up. You were able to find your grandma, she must be very happy. Before Jingingli spoke, that tower suddenly disappeared and a bleak terrifying chi swept over. Their essence spirit was uncontrollably flying away. Even Su Jingwen wouldn't be able to stop this terrifying power. This bleak chi was the controller of the spirit cultivators in level 7, chapter 1723, Yimo's killing blow. Su Jingwen was shocked. Her power was the strongest and she felt the greatest pressure. She released Ice Blade immediately, and when she did, Jingingli and Yimo were completely dazed. Jingingli knew that her sea of consciousness was restricted and she couldn't resist. Yimo's power was stronger than Jingingli, but even so, her lightning orbs could only hang in the air and couldn't help Su Jingwen attacked. A piercing white light flashed, the nearby temperature lowered immediately. This frost was Su Jingwen's extreme grade cultivation artifact, Dual Moon Ice Blades. Crack! The heaven-covering frost released by Su Jingwen's blades were torn apart by this dark bleak chi, but the nearby space still brightened up a little. In a moment, Yimo recovered. Yimo was prepared, and before the restriction could come the second time, she spat multiple mouthful of blood and released half a dull gray sword tip. This sword tip was gray, but it shot out white rays that illuminated the entire level 7. Everything was clearly seen and ferocious killing force spewed out. A hollow figure was completely dazed under this white light as though bound by this terrifying sword tip. Su Jingwen and Jingingli were dazed. They had never expected Yimo to have such killing blow. A sharp scream sounded and the sword tip tore through the hollow figure like paper. The hollow figure couldn't resist at all and exploded. Now! Yimo released the 36 lightning orbs and smashed over. The figure was ravaged even more by the spilling lightning. At the same time, Su Jingwen and Jingingli reacted and attacked too. Moments later, the grayness disappeared and so did the tower. The bleak chi was also crippled and disappeared. Su Jingwen quickly held Yimo, who was about to fall down, and sent a pill into her mouth before asking worriedly, Yimo, are you okay? I'm fine, so powerful. Yimo answered feebly. Jingingli also noticed Yimo was just a little exhausted. She should be fine. She picked up the gray sword tip. Touching it, Jingingli felt the terrifying killing intent contained in it, so powerful. Jingingli exclaimed. This definitely was an ordinary immortal artifact fragment. Where did this come from? Jingingli gave the sword tip back to Yimo and asked. Yimo took the sword tip and joked, your brother Yi gave it to me. Jingingli was used to joking around with Yimo and didn't mind. Su Jingwen said, if it wasn't for this sword tip we might have all died today. Yimo nodded. My dad said this sword tip almost killed him before. He had to recover for a few months. Eventually, he attached a sliver of his spirit sense on this sword tip, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to release it at all. Jingingli and Su Jingwen realized Yimo's power was the strongest on Luoyu continent, and even he couldn't stop this sword tip. One could see its power. 15 minutes later, Yimo recovered and the three found there was a stairway that seemed to lead to level 8. Are we going to level 8? Jingingli asked. Yimo hasn't recovered yet, how about we wait here? Su Jingwen looked worriedly at Yimo. I'm fine, let's go up. Perhaps the spirit cultivator we killed at level 7 is the strongest in the entire Truth Fall Palace. Yimo said. She had a natural adventurous spirit. Su Jingwen and Jingingli nodded. Since they're already here, they were unwilling to go without going up more. The three climbed the 888 stairs. The pressure was still very high, but it couldn't stop them. At the 8th level, the three found that this level was very empty and spacious. There was nothing here. Go to level 9. The three thought of this at the same time. There were 999 stairs to level 9. This time only Su Jingwen still felt easy, but Jingingli and Yimo had some trouble. Yimo had spirit sense cultivation method. Although it was the simplest spirit sense spike, it could barely let her get into level 9. Jingingli was able to reach level 9 with the help of Su Jingwen. What is this? The three glanced at each other. Level 9 was much smaller than before, but it was a mess. The cultivation homes here were crashed. Jade slips, jade cards were everywhere. They were all broken. On top of that, there were magic artifact remnants. Su Jingwen picked up a small piece of magic artifact fragment and looked at it for a while. This isn't cultivation realm magic artifact fragment. It seems higher level than immortal artifact. Su Jingwen had seen immortal artifact before. There were more than one at MOU City. They were all low-grade immortal artifact, but they were still immortal artifact. It seems so. There are immortal Tao laws in these fragments, you can't scan with spirit sense. Jingingli paused and picked up a bracelet. This isn't storage bracelet, this is small world. Jingingli looked at this storage bracelet in shock. Su Jingwen took the bracelet and looked at it before saying, this isn't a small world, it quite possibly is a truth spirit world. Su Jingwen and Jingingli glanced at each other with disbelief. At Truth Fall Palace level 9. There were truth spirit worlds and it was left here like trash. Auntie One, sisteringly, come have a look. Yimo stood in the rubble and held a stone. Su Jingwen gave the bracelet to Ingli and quickly charged up to Yimo. What happened? I scanned this tablet with my spirit sense. From it I learned that the Truth Fall Palace is only a magic artifact and it can be spirit controlled. The way to control it is through this tablet. Yimo quickly said. Su Jingwen suddenly asked, how long till the palace shuts? Jingingli quickly said, we were very fast, there should be 4 months left. Su Jingwen nodded. Yimo, hurry up and spirit control the tablet. Regardless, this is a huge fortune. Ingli, spirit control that bracelet world. I'll protect you guys. Yimo, use your essence blood, that would be faster. The two agreed and immediately began. When Yimo started the spirit controlling process, she realized that the tablet had a spirit but it was dead. Otherwise, she might not be able to control 10% even after 100 years. 3 months later, Yimo got up. What's going on? Su Jingwen quickly asked. Auntie One, the Truth Fall Palace isn't really called Truth Fall Palace. Yimo said in shock. What is this? Su Jingwen immediately asked. It was a primordial spirit treasure in the ancient times, not a fake one that the cultivation realm forges. Yimo's tone was shaky. In the cultivation realm, when cultivation artifact forgery failed but the end result was still higher than spirit artifact, it was called spirit treasure so it can be sold. Jingingli also came over and said, I only controlled a little bit of that bracelet, it's a very small truth spirit world, there's no life inside. I need many years to completely spirit control it. Su Jingwen nodded and looked at Yimo. Continue. Yimo said shakily, primordial spirit treasure is higher level than God artifact and God artifact is higher level than immortal artifact. What? Su Jingwen and Jingingli called out in shock at the same time. Yimo calmed down and said, this magic artifact isn't called Truth Fall Palace. It's called Immortal Carnage Tower. It's a bit broken and the tower spirit is gone. It can self-repair. The three glanced at each other. Just the name was terrifying enough, much less it was primordial spirit treasure. Chapter 1724, Glamour of the Emperor Sect. Can you control the Immortal Carnage Tower? After a long while, Su Jingwen asked. Yimo nodded. I don't know how many levels of restrictions there are, but I only controlled the first level. I can't make it attack, but I can put away the tower. Then, Yimo frowned. What happened? Su Jingwen quickly asked. At level 4, a guy from Tianyan sect ambushed his martial brother for a mere immortal spirit herb. I'm going to kick him out immediately. Yimo said angrily, not yet, everything in here is yours, later you can transport all the cultivators out and take the tower with you back to Mou City. Su Jingwen said quickly. Jingingli also put the bracelet on the ground. I haven't spirit controlled this bracelet too, it's dangerous to take it with me. I'll put it inside here first and spirit control it after I get back to Mou City. What's going on? There seems to be half a month time left, why did we get sent out? What's going on? Wait, this time there seems to be more people coming out than going in. Yeah, some of them don't seem to be from South Peace State. At the flat peak of a mountain, the cultivators were teleported here. Soon, people noticed things weren't right and started discussing. Soon, they realized that the cultivators from the other 3 states were teleported here too. Yimo's power was limited and only controlled one restriction, so she could only move everyone here. Everyone calm down, something must have happened to the tower, but everyone is safe. Calm down, we'll discuss things first. A thick voice sounded. It was Godwind Valley Truth Realization State Elder Mo Ming. Then, Clear Dream Mosque Shan Bingfeng, as well as Abstruse Sound Sect Jingfengji also came over to Su Jingwen. Ever since EMO stopped the disaster for South Peace State, Mou City became the leader of South Peace State. Compared to before, South Peace State was much more cooperative, all because of Mou City. There was level 9 Pill King at Mou City and there were level 8 Pill Kings. Uchicha was only one step away from level 9, there were more and more Truth Realization State cultivators going to Mou City. Meanwhile, Pill City was declining. This time Su Jingwen came to Truth Fall Palace. She also brought 2 Truth Realization State cultivators. One could see Mo city's power. Su Jingwen was Yimo's wife and one of the city lords. Yimo was Yimo's daughter, so immediately, everyone gathered around her. Jing Fingji knew his daughter was next to Su Jingwen, but he acted as though he didn't see it. Jingingli was far higher than Jinging Meng in terms of power. Goddess Jingwen, how should we deal with the Truth Fall Palace? Mo Ming saluted with his fists and asked. He was Truth Realization State Level 4 but still very polite to her. The other Truth Realization State elders all looked at Su Jingwen. Su Jingwen nodded. The incident occurred at Truth Fall Palace, but luckily everyone is fine. We should go back and discuss about it. As for the cultivators from the other 3 states, you can stay at South Peace State. If you want to go back, you can use South Peace State teleportation formation to leave for free. The Truth Fall Palace was gone and Su Jingwen just said what everyone wanted to say. All sorts of flying magic artifact and ships flew away, some sect elders left alone. Meanwhile, Su Jingwen used extreme grade flying cultivation artifact to leave with Yimo and Jingingli. Changrong Heaven Ethereal Immortal Pond, it was also an emperor sect. It had an immortal emperor who was always in solitary cultivation. Emperor sects were the highest grade sect in any heaven domain. Even heaven lords didn't dare to disrespect emperor sections. Ethereal Immortal Pond was different to other sections. Other than the immortal emperor, the person with the highest status wasn't the sect leader but the saint. Every saint must be an extreme prodigy and a virgin. Each saint would stay in power for about 100,000 years. Then, they would find an equally talented female immortal to succeed her position. After leaving her position, the saint is free to travel the immortal realm or be sect leader. The saint can also go find a Tao partner, but rarely do they do so. Ningyu goddess was the saint. She was thinking about when Li Kuan would be coming over, but she just received the report that Yu goddess was here, but she brought a man too. Ethereal Immortal Pond had the rule that unless it was a special circumstance, men weren't allowed inside. This time, Li Kuan brought a man here to visit. This made it hard for her. It was hard, but Li Kuan was her friend and she had something important she needed help with, so she could only go greet them personally. Yimo was amazed just standing outside the ethereal immortal pond that was shrouded in immortal spirit chi. A 10 km long waterfall hung. One couldn't see the bottom of the pond. There were flying immortal birds and animals. This ethereal immortal pond was like heaven. The scene was this beautiful before even going in. Just what would it be like inside? Seeing Yimo's face, Li Kuan smiled. In fact, all emperor sects are extremely beautiful. The immortal spirit chi is very dense too. Long Yu emperor sect is like this too. After Yuan Dong Heaven, I'll take you there for a while. It's no any lesser than ethereal immortal pond. Sister Shiyu, I was wondering why you weren't here yet and now you came. A crisp voice sounded, then a yellow-dressed female immortal stood on the rainbow as she landed not far from Li Kuan and Yimo. 2 female immortal followed behind the woman. Her beauty was extraordinary, on par with Xin Bingyu. Yimo guessed this person is probably Ning Yu goddess, the ethereal immortal pond saint. Sister Ning Yu, 11 you greet you. Li Kuan quickly went up and greeted, then, she pulled Yimo to this female immortal. Sister Ning Yu, this is my brother Yimo. I brought him over suddenly to visit ethereal immortal pond. Would it affect you? Yimo greet goddess Ning Yu. Yimo saluted with his fists but wanted to laugh. Sister Shiyu really knew how to talk. If she didn't say it that way, Ning Yu would find someone random to take him around. But now, it was hard for Ning Yu to reject. Hearing this, Ning Yu quickly said, it's fine, let's go in first. She sighed. She knew Li Kuan very well. She wouldn't have a brother. Now, she suddenly had one and she grabbed his hand. Clearly they weren't just brother and sister. This way, it was hard for Li Kuan to help her. Following them in, Yimo realized how grand the emperor's sect was. Any random immortal spirit herb garden was filled with level 5 and level 6 immortal spirit herb. The immortal spirit chi was many times denser than outside. If he sat in time formation disc and cultivated, Yimo believed his cultivation speed would increase greatly. The mountain peaks were all in a mist. Yimo knew this was a special immortal spirit chi. It seemed like clouds, but walking in it would make you feel joyful while cleansing your body. It's probably got to do with that ethereal immortal well. The two spoke as they went while Yimo was searching around with his spirit sense. He was curious. Perhaps one day he would be able to set up a big sect and what he saw now would be beneficial. 5 minutes later, Ning Yu took Li Kuan and Yimo to a floating small balcony. The scene nearby were mesmerizing. Some light breath came with faint aroma. there was a jade table in the center of the balcony with a few cups and jade kettle and a few female immortals standing there.
Sister Shiyu, let's sit down and have a talk. Ning Yiyu's voice was always soft and ethereal. Chapter 1725, Not Saint at all. Actually, I have some private matters to talk to Sister Shiyu, but. Ning Yiyu poured a cup of immortal tea for the two and then glanced at Yimo. She clearly meant that it was private girls' matters. It wasn't good suitable for Yimo to stay here. Li Kuan smiled, as though she knew that Ning Yiyu wanted to send away Yimo. She immediately said, Sister Ning Yiyu, Shiyu actually came to ask you for help. Hearing this, Ning Yiyu brightened up. It was good that Li Kuan asked her for help. She quickly said, just tell me, Sister Shiyu, I will help as long as I can. Thank you, Ning Yiyu, sister, you can definitely help with this. Ning Yiyu felt things didn't seem to be too right. Li Kuan continued, my brother heard that the ethereal immortal pond has an ethereal immortal well that is very beneficial for cultivation. I made the claim that I can help him cultivate there for 3 months. Yimo wanted to laugh now. Ning Yiyu's face looked bad. She fell into a long silence before saying, it's all our core disciples and those who contributed greatly to the sect who goes into the ethereal immortal well. It's all female immortals who go in to cultivate and you need to strip naked. Your brother, it's okay, my brother won't mind, he just needs a good place to cultivate. He won't disturb the other martial sisters. Li Kuan immediately said. Ning Yiyu was lost for words. She knew Li Kuan's brother wouldn't mind, but she and the other ethereal immortal pond sect members would. It's really impossible, then never mind. I'll take my brother and leave later, I can't make things hard for you. Li Kuan said dejectedly, no. Ning Yiyu quickly said, if Li Kuan left, what was she going to do? Seeing Li Kuan look at her in confusion, Ning Yiyu suddenly thought and said, Sister Shiyu, of course I'm willing to let your brother go into the ethereal immortal well to cultivate. But there's 3 regions of the ethereal immortal well. Ordinary region is where the female immortals are at, it's inconvenient for your brother to go. There's also high-level region, it's where the body refinement cultivators of the sect go. Usually, it's only immortal nirvana body or above who can go. But even in this place there are sect members, so it's still inconvenient for your brother to go. Seeing Li Kuan's face grow worse, Ning Yiyu quickly said, of course there's a top-grade region, but it's a place only immortal spirit body or above can go. Sigh, it's not that I don't want to help you. I'm the saint, but I can't stop the sect members from cultivating and let your brother go in. Yimo wanted to laugh. Ning Yiyu brought this on herself. Before Li Kuan spoke, he said to Ning Yiyu, Goddess, thank you, Sister Ning Yiyu, my cultivation method is special so I can really compare with a mortal spirit body. I should be fine. Ning Yiyu's face changed. This isn't a joke, if you can't withstand the place you will lose your life. Li Kuan hesitated too. She took Yimo here to purify his body and increase his potential. She didn't want Yimo to risk his life. Seeing Li Kuan's hesitation, Yimo quickly sound transmission to Li Kuan's sister Shiyu, I'm immortal spirit body refinement immortal. Ha! Li Kuan looked dazedly at Yimo. She had never thought that Yimo had this much time to body refinement at great extreme immortal and was even immortal spirit body. He was level 6 immortal pill great master too. How did he have so much time? Even in the grand heaven domain, only a few immortal would increase their body refinement, but not many could reach immortal spirit body. Those who could reach immortal spirit body were all big sect members. Body refinement cultivation used up even more resources than ordinary cultivation. How did GMO and solo cultivator have this much resource for body refinement? Sister Shiyu, you need to trust me, I'm telling the truth. Yimo saw that Li Kuan was in a daze and quickly said. After coming into the sect, Yimo felt that the ethereal immortal well would truly benefit him. Li Kuan sighed. She trusted Yimo's words a little, but she wasn't happy at all. Immortal spirit body was good, but how many hidden injuries would Yimo have in his body? Perhaps the next moment, his body would cripple. Realizing this, Li Kuan wanted Yimo to go in the well even more. The liquid could allow body refinement immortal's body to be perfectly repaired. Sister Ning Yiyu, it's fine, my brother's body refinement cultivation method is special, going in there would only benefit him. Li Kuan said affirmatively. This. Ning Yiyu got us dazed. Was this Yimo really an immortal spirit body? Was this possible? The scene fell silent. Ning Yiyu sighed. She knew she had to let Yimo try. She took out a rune and said, then go in and have a try. If there's danger, crush the rune and come out immediately.
Seeing this, Li Kuan breathed easy. This was the best outcome. Wulwan, take Emo to the top grade region of ethereal immortal well.
Ning Yu said to one female immortal and then smiled at Emo with a strange look.
Brother, just focus on cultivation. If there's danger, crush the rune immediately. I'll wait for you here. Li Kuan said. Seeing Emo leave with Wulwan, Ning Yu smiled bitterly. Sister Shiyu, seeing your assured face, I know you're not certain if Emo can cultivate there.
This rune of mine isn't cheap.
Sister Ning Yu, you're the ethereal immortal pond saint. One rune is nothing to you.
Li Kuan smiled. I'm about to not be saint. Ning Yu sighed. What? Li Kuan asked. She was very grateful to Ning Yu. Ning Yu looked seriously at Li Kuan and asked Sister Shiyu, if I ask you to be ethereal immortal pond saint, would you agree?
Ha! Li Kuan dazed, but then she reacted. How is this possible?
I'm Long Yu Emperor sect members, how can I be ethereal immortal pond saint? I have a way, but I just want to ask if you're willing? Ning Yu said seriously. Emo stood on the rainbow cloud and asked a few questions, but no matter what question he asked, she just nodded.
She didn't intend to talk to him at all. Martial brother Yi, we're here.
Wulwan landed the rainbow cloud. Emo studied the scene ahead. He stood on the peak of a mountain. There was no well. Wulwan took out a jade card and patted down. A ripple appeared in space and a void door appeared.
The door was at the cliff. Martial brother Yi, you just need to enter in from here and it would be the high-level region of the well. Inside, there would be a place to get changed. You can go in the well right after you change. If there's any problem, you can crush the rune the saint gave you to teleport here immediately. Then, Wulwan's face blushed. She had to stay here because the saint told her to, but she was unhappy with Emo that she had to wait for a naked man to come out. Seeing her uneasy face, Emo immediately realized why. Emo sneered, wanting him to mess up. This Ning Yu saint wasn't saint at all. Chapter 1726, Ethereal Immortal Well, thanks. Emo saluted with his fists and went into the void door. Wulwan saw Emo go in like that and grew nervous. She knew that if she left, she wouldn't be able to see Emo mess up. She was annoyed at Emo's ignorance but also keen on seeing him mess up. She had been in cultivation ever since she was small. Because of the ample resources, she didn't need to search for resources everywhere. Ever since she came to Ethereal Immortal Pond, all she did was cultivate. Now, she was at a bottleneck, so she came out to do some minuscule things. She had never seen what a naked man was like. Later on, when Emo got teleported out, she would be able to see, but she was destined to be disappointed. She waited for nearly 15 minutes but didn't see Emo come out. She felt things wasn't too right. She would never believe Emo was able to stay at the top grade cultivation region. After entering that ripple door, Emo landed in a wooden room surrounded by crisp green immortal spirit herb. Faint aromas came. Emo felt this place was a female cultivation ground. In the wooden house ahead, there was a misty pond.
Emo scanned his spirit sense in and found that his spirit sense couldn't penetrate this mist. There were 3 words hanging in the air: ethereal immortal well. Emo scanned his spirit sense out from here and found this place was like the void. His spirit sense couldn't scan any material thing other than the immortal spirit herb or the well in this wooden house. There were some hooks for hanging clothes. Emo shook his head. He knew there was no one watching around here, but he still didn't feel secure. Emo waved his hand and set up a few restrictions.
This was his habit. Then, Emo quickly took off his clothes. He didn't leave his clothes here and just dumped it into his storage ring. When he wanted to walk into the pond, he found the wood didn't seem ordinary. He subconsciously felt it and found in shock that these were level 8 immortal wood xiangpang. There was this many here. The wealth of the Emperor's sect was indeed terrifying. Xiangpang was the top grade material for forging adornments. It could push away evil and prevent heart demon during cultivation. At the same time, it can also filter some of the impurities in the immortal spirit qi. Realizing this was Xiangpang, Emo almost was about to move this entire wooden house away. Luckily, he knew this wasn't his and resisted the urge. Emo breathed and walked next to the pond. There was mist everywhere and the pond water was calm. He didn't feel there was anything wrong with here. Only immortal spirit body can go in. After hesitating for a moment, Emo jumped into the well. The warm water made Emo feel comfortable to the extreme. He also moaned. The warm water surrounded him, making Emo almost forget he came here for cultivation and not for spa. He shook his head. Ning Yu was too shameless. This was a place only a mortal spirit body could come in. Then, Yemo cast these thoughts aside and closed his eyes. He used the three birth chant instead of choosing to body refinement. He felt this place was better for cultivation. Sizzle, as Yemo used the three birth chant, countless water pierced into his body like needles. Yemo was certain that if he wasn't a mortal spirit body he wouldn't have time to crush the rune. If he didn't, then he would be torn to pieces by the well. Yemo didn't dare to think much. He quickly used his body refinement cultivation method and the needles seemed to ease up. It started to ravage his muscles and bones slowly, not even letting go of his meridians and dantian, but Yemo could control them now. Ning Yu wanted his life. Yemo shivered, thinking about that terrifying danger. If he was an immortal spirit body then even Great Eternity Immortal Peak stage wouldn't be able to last. As he used the body refinement cultivation method, Yemo immediately felt the benefit of the well. After the needles pierced into him, he could clearly feel his body changing. There seemed to be impurities taken away by the water. At the same time, he felt the water wash his meridians, taking away some useless things. Soon, Yemo forgot the terror of the water. He felt a lazy feeling. He slowly subconsciously moved to the center of the well. 5 minutes later, Yemo was completely immersed in this. Li Kuan didn't know what way Ning Yu could allow her to be saint. If it was before she got news of Foam 11, she might ask her master, but now, she definitely didn't want to do this. It was only a matter of time before Fengshi was revived. How could she be a saint? Seeing Ning Yu stare at her, Li Kuan shook her head apologetically. Sorry, Sister Ning Yu, you told me too late. Ning Yu guessed that Li Kuan and Yemo's relationship wasn't ordinary, but hearing this, there was this inexplicable feeling of disappointment. There weren't many who could replace her. Beauty wasn't enough, one had to be extremely talented. Such people were rare even in the Grand Heaven domain. Even if there were, they would have been taken by the big sects already. Li Kuan satisfied her requirements, but now Li Kuan said it was too late. She subconsciously asked, is it because you have someone you love? You can't be saint? Li Kuan nodded. Yes, I found the person I love, I won't be a saint. Ning Yu was full of bitterness. A month ago, she got news that Li Kuan didn't like anyone, even little immortal king. She was certain that if Li Kuan joined the ethereal immortal pond, even little immortal king wouldn't dare to pester her. Of course, with her current identity, little immortal king can only use the sect to propose. In less than a month, this many things happened. Ning Yu didn't dare to believe this. She knew that Li Kuan didn't lie to her. Happiness was all over her face. She hadn't seen Li Kuan many times, but she had known her for a long time. She always had this sadness on her face, but now it was gone. What's going on? Ning Yu suddenly got up and looked at Wu Wan, who came in a worry. Li Kuan got up too. Her face was nervous. Yemo left with Wu Lan, but now only she came back. Li Kuan didn't dare to keep thinking. If something happened to Yemo, she wouldn't be able to forgive herself even if she died. Martial Sister Saint, Yemo never came back out after entering the ethereal immortal well. Wu Lan bowed and said, she wasn't to blame, but she brought Yemo there. I'll go have a look. Ning Yu was a little nervous too. She gave a rune to Yemo. She thought he would crush it if there was danger. But now he went in and didn't come out? If something happened, it would be bad. Regardless, Yemo must be harmed. She was good with Li Kuan, but if Yemo was harmed, their relationship would definitely drop to ice level. Li Kuan couldn't even speak. She could only follow Ning Yu worriedly. This is the ethereal immortal well? There's no danger here. Why is my brother gone? Li Kuan said unreasonably in her anxiety. Young master, you really came in here. I saw it with my own eyes. Wu Lan said desperately. Ning Yu calmed down and comforted Sister Shiyu. Don't worry, I'll go in and see. I've actually never been inside myself. Chapter 1727. Wait. A crisp voice sounded and interrupted Ning Yu. Li Kuan just realized a person suddenly appeared. She looked even younger than her. But then she found in shock she couldn't see through her power. Ning Yu bowed. Ning Yu greet Martial Uncle Yin Dang. The saint had high status, but seeing the sect's ancestor, she still needed to be respectful. This female immortal looked younger than her but was actually the ancestor level of ethereal immortal pond. Her power was at immortal monarch primary stage. She looked seriously at Ning Yu. Ning Yu, as the saint of ethereal immortal pond you have the greatest freedom. But some things, you should think before doing them. Recently, you've, many times, Yin Dang sighed, using a reproaching tone to the saint was already against the rules.
Although she knew that Ning Yu was no longer suitable to be saint, yes, Ning Yu knows.
Ning Yu had higher status than Yin Dang, but she still responded respectfully. Long Yu Emperor Sek Li Kuan greet Yin Dang Immortal Monarch. Li Kuan greeted, Wu Wan greet Martial Ancestor Yin Dang. Wu Wan also bowed. Yin Dang's face eased up and nodded to Li Kuan and Wu Wan before saying to Ning Yu, it's okay to let a man in the ethereal immortal pond since you're the saint, but letting a man go into ethereal immortal pond for cultivation is against the sect rules.
Ning Yu knows my wrongs.
Ning Yu looked down and said respectfully. Li Kuan really wanted to say that she asked Ning Yu to do this, but she didn't have the mood as she was worried about Jimo's life. Yin Dang sighed, if it's not an immortal spirit body cultivator, if you don't have body refinement cultivation method, then even I wouldn't be able to last long inside. You're a mere halfway immortal king and you dare to go into ethereal immortal pond's top grade area.
As the saint of ethereal immortal pond, are you insolent or fearless? Plus, do you not know one needs to strip naked to go in?
Yin Dang said again, perhaps you're saying he can crush the rune instantly, but I can tell you, if your power isn't immortal king or if you're not immortal spirit body, then you wouldn't even have the opportunity to crush the rune. So, if I didn't come here, then you going in the pond would only result in your death. Ning Yu's face was pale. She didn't expect things were like this. There's only 4 jade cards to hear. You have one, I have one too. If I didn't make it in time, you would have been dead.
Ha!
Ning Yu was sweating, but then she thought of Li Kuan. Her face was paler than hers and even shaking. One could see how much Emo meant to her. Ning Yu felt very guilty. She shouldn't have agreed to her request. Ning Yu also realized why the sect gave her the jade card but didn't tell her of the dangers. Saint was the symbol of the sect. She needed to be mature and reasonable. The sect was testing her character too. If she couldn't resist going in the well, then she would die. If that happened, it meant she wasn't suitable to be saint. The sect wouldn't pity her death. Ning Yu felt a little cold from this. She was deeply attached to ethereal immortal pond, but she didn't expect that saint could be sacrificed at any time. She felt much less guilt to the sect now. Seeing Ning Yu's face, Yin Dang knew Ning Yu realized what the sect did. She sighed. Ning Yu, you've been making many mistakes recently. You probably can't stay a saint now. You need to choose the next saint. What are you going to do? Ning Yu subconsciously looked at Li Kuan, who had an extremely pale face, and said nothing. Yin Dang saw her glance and immediately realized what Ning Yu meant. She had heard of Li Kuan. Her talent and beauty was enough to let her be saint. With their relationship, she could convince Li Kuan to transfer to ethereal immortal pond. Sister Shiyu, sorry, I was too careless, this is my fault. Ning Yu sighed. Li Kuan shook her head with a pale face. Sister Ning Yu, you're not to blame for this. My brother and I thought too lightly of things. As for what you mentioned before, I hope you won't bring it up again. I just hope you will let me wait here for 3 months. Even though the immortal monarch said Emo was gone, she still had a sliver of hope because Emo told her he was immortal spirit body. In the depth of her heart she felt Emo wouldn't lie to her. Before Ning Yu spoke, Yin Dang shook her head. Impossible. Even though Ning Yu is saint, she went against sect rules to let your brother go in there. She will be punished. If I let you stay here for another 3 months, I will be punished too. Your brother probably isn't immortal king yet, right? Li Kuan subconsciously shook her head. No, he's great extreme immortal primary stage. Great extreme immortal primary stage. If he isn't immortal spirit body, there's no way he can live in there. I guess your brother can't be immortal spirit body. So, seeing that Li Kuan wasn't able to take it, Ning Yu quickly said, Sister Shiyu, why don't you come stay at my place for 3 months? If your brother is fine, he will come find you 3 months later. Li Kuan fell into a moment of silence and could only agree. Emo had entered the deepest part of the ethereal immortal pond now. That needle feeling was gone. He could feel his body being strengthened and purified. He didn't cultivate yet, but he knew this purified body would be much suited for cultivation and body refinement. He immersed into this process of purification and forgot the flow of time. Emo suddenly woke up after an unknown amount of time. He flew up from the bottom of the well and stood above the water surface. His bones were cracking and immortal essence flowed in his body smoothly. Emo was still immortal spirit body power and great extreme immortal, but he was much stronger than before. Emo knew clearly that what he got here was the increase in his potential. The ethereal immortal well was good indeed.
He wondered if there was something this good in the Long Yu Emperor's sect too. Looking at his perfect and sturdy body, Emo said happily, "This is good, Susu and them will be happy with this." Luckily there was no one here, or Emo would be embarrassed. He murmured, "What way should I use to bring some of the water here away?" "It's useless even if you take it away, young man, you need to know satisfaction. And, I hate people admiring themselves in front of me." A sudden voice sounded. Emo was shocked and yelled out, "Who is it?" There was a sound by his ear, but he couldn't find where the sound came from. This power was too terrifying. "Who I am isn't important, what's important is that I'll give you a huge fortune if since you came to me." The voice sounded again, "Where are you?" Emo calmed down and took out his clothes to put on while carefully scanning with his spirit sense. Spirit sense was limited here, but he could still scan a 10-meter radius around him. Of course, he found nothing. Chapter 1728, Immortal Emperor is nothing. If you put your clothes on and enter the ethereal immortal pond, then you'll really have little chances of survival. Once you cultivate in here, you must not have anything blocking your hair glands and meridians. Otherwise, you will disintegrate. The voice sounded again. Emo stopped his actions. He knew this guy was telling the truth. Thinking about this, Emo stopped putting on his clothes and went back into the water again, but he didn't go find that voice, nor would he go over. He headed outside faster and faster. For such unknown danger he tried to keep his distance. The skeleton at the bottom of the pond in the Chaos Star realm still scared him. "There's no use in leaving here. I'm certain that if the ethereal immortal pond elders know you're not dead and you cultivated in here for 2 months, you will still die. You wouldn't even be able to see your sister. If you don't believe me, go out and see. Only that idiot saint of ethereal immortal pond would let you in here." The voice sounded again. Emo suddenly paused. He felt that voice didn't lie to him. He had experienced how good the well was. It was indeed too over the line to let an outsider come here. Plus, if you don't go through the ethereal immortal pond, people, you still wouldn't be able to go out. At most, you can wait inside in that wooden house for someone to come kill you. The voice continued. Emo felt he was being manipulated, but he felt that the voice was right. "You're not from ethereal immortal pond?" Emo asked. "If I was from ethereal immortal pond, I would have annihilated you already. I hate the ethereal immortal pond the most. The women here love themselves like you." The voice sneered, then it added, "You think the women here are good in their hearts like their looks? Never try to sleep a woman from here. No one here is good. In my eyes, these women are rose then demon joy sect women." "You're Immortal Emperor?" Emo asked. "Immortal Emperor is nothing." The voice said in contempt, "Are you Divine Emperor?" Emo was even more shocked. He didn't even have the mood to try run. After a long while, the voice replied, "If I wasn't ambushed by that wretched woman, it's not impossible for me to reach Divine Emperor." Emo realized, this guy was a half-Divine Emperor. No wonder he was this hateful. "Don't worry, if I wanted to kill you it would be easy, like crushing an insect. Come over, let's go a deal." The voice sighed this time, letting Emo know where it was. Emo thought for a long while. If he didn't go over, he would fall into the hands of the ethereal immortal pond and then everything would be exposed. If he went over now, this guy might not be able to see he had the golden page world. He failed his Tao vindication. There must be problems with him. Perhaps he was worse than an immortal monarch. Thinking about this, it seemed his only sliver of chance was there. Emo gritted his teeth and walked towards the voice. After 5 minutes, Emo felt he couldn't go forward anymore. If he did, his immortal spirit body wouldn't be able to take it. This pond water was too powerful. At the same time, Emo wished that if he had such a pond, he would be able to repair his body every time he finished body refinement. Emo just paused and the voice said again, "Okay, now you can come over." Emo immediately saw that the tearing well water became soft and even slightly cool. But there was only half a meter wide path in front of him. "If I walk halfway and you suddenly make the water like before, then would I die?" Emo asked again. The voice laughed. "You're right, if I pull away the restriction halfway, you'd be over." Emo cursed, hearing that the voice didn't even promise he wouldn't do it. Despite so, Emo continued after pausing a moment. If that voice was really powerful as he said, he would have long attacked. Even if this guy suddenly pulled the restriction away, his immortal spirit body would be able to last a second, and this time was enough for him to escape. His 5-element mobility was in great completion. This included water mobility. Not bad, you have some balls.
The voice praised. Emo didn't split his attention at all, he was ready for water mobility at any time. Then he walked forward carefully. After another 5 minutes, he saw a flat rocky ground. Emo immediately flew to the rock and put on his clothes. Emo saw this person now. He thought this person was locked up, but instead this person was sitting on a stone stool in front of a stone table. There was a wine kettle on the table. It was a middle-aged, scholarly-looking man. He wore a blue shirt and didn't seem desperate at all. He smiled at Emo. This middle-aged man was an extremely handsome-looking man. Come have a chat with me. The middle-aged man smiled. Emo didn't go over. This was his believed safe distance. What do you want me to come over for? Don't be so nervous, come over first and we'll discuss. If we get along, I can help you out. The middle-aged man smiled. It was as though he had been alone here for too long and just wanted to talk to someone. Emo didn't go over and instead said calmly, you said you can help me, let's hear it. No need to chat. If you can't help me, I'll go immediately. If you want me to help you with something, be straightforward. Okay, little guy, you're decisive. I've decided to be friends with you. The middle-aged man slammed the table in excitement. Then he said mysteriously, are you interested in hearing my story? No. Emo rejected without hesitation. Great, I like people like you. The middle-aged man patted the man in extreme excitement. Emo looked at this man speechlessly. There was no way he was going up to him no matter what. This middle-aged man seemed very chatty, Emo thought. He sent out a few spirit sense blades. This middle-aged man seemed free, but he gave Emo a strange feeling. Thud thud. Emo was immediately backlashed and he flew back spitting blood in mid-air. Emo quickly flipped in the air and landed back on the stone. His sea of consciousness was a mess. He quickly ate a few dual spirit pills before barely bringing it under control. Little guy, not bad. You have dual spirit pill and spirit sense cultivation method. The middle-aged man praised Emo again. Emo didn't reply. He was shocked. Who had the power to trap a guy who was beyond immortal emperor with spirit sense? Emo felt it was his spirit sense blades. It's not that the middle-aged man didn't want to go, but he couldn't. He was locked up by dense spirit sense nets around him. Some even pierced his body. Emo could use spirit sense net too, but it would only last a few seconds. How long had this middle-aged man been trapped here, and the spirit sense nets were still fine, and with his power he couldn't break free? Just how scary was this? This was definitely beyond the means of an immortal emperor. Perhaps it was really a divine emperor who trapped this man. Seeing that Emo found he was trapped, the middle-aged man didn't waste time and waved his hand, opening a void door. He pointed inside. Little guy, you probably know what this is, right? Chapter 1729, Yellow Middle Plum Branch, Yellow Middle Plum? Emo called out in shock. This was the first time he saw another one of the great 10 spirit plants. Yellow middle plum was also one of the 10 great spirit plants. It was ranked second most tasty fruit. If one consumed yellow middle plum, he would be able to learn Tao laws and all sorts of heaven Tao laws. So, yellow middle plum has another name called Tao law fruit. However, it was too hard for it to bear fruit and was a unique existence in the world. If it's really yellow middle plum, I wouldn't be willing to show you. But you're right, this is indeed a branch hacked down from yellow middle plum tree. See, after many years of cultivation, it has borne 3 fruits. It can't compare with the original tree, but it can still help people learn a sliver of Tao law. The middle-aged man said pridefully. Emo breathed easy. If he really saw the yellow middle plum, this middle-aged man would never let him go. Even though this guy was trapped, Emo didn't believe this man wouldn't be able to kill him. Come over. The middle-aged man said again. Emo shook his head. Seeing this, the middle-aged man smiled. Before, my spirit sense can't break the spirit sense net, but now it can. Even though not much spirit sense can break free, but if I say it's easily enough to kill you, do you believe it? Emo nodded. I believe, but believing is one thing and going over is another. If you kill me, then there's no deal. I'm going to be killed by those women if I go out anyways. Okay. The middle-aged man didn't ask Emo to come over again and said, you have missed Lotus Heartfire, right? It's purple Nirvana level 2. That's right. It seemed that keeping blue like morning sky in the golden page world was good, as this man didn't notice it. His golden page world was in the depth of his sea of consciousness. Let's do a deal. once your Mist Lotus Heartfire reaches Immortal Flame Peak, come find me. I'll help your Mist Lotus Heartfire reach Godflame and you can use it to burn away the spirit sense net trapping me. The middle-aged man smiled. Yemo answered calmly, first, my Mist Lotus Heartfire is only just purple Nirvana level 2, much less Immortal Flame Peak. Second, even if it reaches Immortal Flame, why should I help you? The middle-aged man took out an or once your Mist Lotus Heartfire reaches purple Nirvana level 3. This or can upgrade it to Immortal Flame. Level 9 Immortal Material, Star Core Flame. Yemo said in shock. The Immortal Flames were rare because the materials to upgrade them was too rare. The Star Core Flame was rare amongst rare. This Star Core Flame came from the core of a small planet and has a sliver of fire source. If you want to get one, you must destroy a small planet. That's right, this is Star Core Flame. If your Mist Lotus Heartfire is purple Nirvana level 3, this is enough to make it level 5 Immortal Flame. After that, it's not hard to upgrade it to Immortal Flame Peak, right? The middle-aged man seemed certain Emo would be interested, then he pointed at the yellow middle plum. There's 3 fruits here. I can give you one later. Of course, other than these, I can help you leave here. Emo knew things weren't going to be simple. After giving these things to him, what if he didn't come back in the future? But, I will leave a sliver of spirit sense mark on you. Otherwise, if you don't come back, I would be losing big. The middle-aged man seemed to know what Emo thought. Emo felt this was normal, but when my Mist Lotus Heartfire reached Immortal Flame Peak and I come back to save you, wouldn't I be giving my flame and life to you? Emo frowned and asked. The middle-aged man laughed. Would I want your flame? Even if you give it to me for free, I wouldn't want to look at such trash flame. I have plenty of heaven flame, a mere Mist Lotus Heartfire is nothing. As for your life, it's like an insect, I can crush it now. Yemo's face was very bad, but he knew this guy was speaking the truth. Seeing this, he finally couldn't take it. If you have this many heaven flames, then give me a few. Why use my trash Mist Lotus Heartfire? Plus, I believe not even Godflame would be able to burn this spirit sense restriction, right? The middle-aged man nodded. You have some knowledge. Godflame can't burn it indeed, but by the time you come, I would have erased enough of the restriction. Godflame would barely be enough. Even if you want to help me now, it's useless. You need to be at least Immortal King. Of course, if you don't trust me, you can come when you're Immortal Monarch. I'm at most equivalent to an Immortal Monarch now. Reach Immortal King? What if I never reach Immortal King in my entire life? Then I wouldn't need to come help. Emo scorned. He wouldn't believe this guy was just equivalent to an Immortal Monarch regardless if it's real or false. The middle-aged man shook his head. Even I can't tell what cultivation method you use, it's definitely the best amongst the best. You can reach great extreme immortal and immortal spirit body at such a young age, and now you use the ethereal immortal pond to cleanse your body. You can definitely reach Immortal Monarch within 10,000 years. 10,000 years is just a cup of wine for me, I'm in no rush. Emo was shocked. Did this old guy realize he was using a chaos cultivation method? Perhaps he was pretending he didn't know. After a long while, Emo said, okay, but I don't want your yellow middle plum, I want a branch. Ah, very well, have it. The middle-aged man broke a branch and gave it in the Star Core Flame to Emo without hesitation. Emo took the 2 and frowned. How come I feel like I'm losing? Not necessarily. The middle-aged man waved his hand and the void gates closed again. He then looked at Emo in satisfaction. You don't know how long it took for these 3 yellow middle plum to grow. I feel it's too much of a pity to give it to you. But good thing you know your boundaries. But if you have the Chaos World, taking the branch is the right choice. Emo was overwhelmed with shock. Did this guy know he had Chaos World? If so, how can he let him go easily? Of course that's impossible. Other than those 2 old guys, who would have Chaos World? Yellow middle plum can only live in the Chaos World. In other places, it would turn into ordinary immortal spirit herb. Of course, it's still a fake Chaos Immortal Spirit herb, don't be too disappointed. Emo looked at the branch not knowing if he should laugh out loud or so you really know me, but Emo said nothing and just dazedly stared at the branch. He knew that in front of such old monster, an extra word meant an extra danger. Emo threw the branch into his storage ring and instead looked at the Star Core Flame for a long while. The middle-aged man took out another rune and threw it at Emo. This is an escape rune. As long as you don't encounter Immortal Emperor, you can get away. This was a good thing. Yemo quickly took it and his face looked better. You said you're going to mark my body.
Hurry up and do it, I need to go. Yemo said. The middle-aged man smiled. Mark, I've already done it, you just haven't realized yet. Hearing this, Yemo quickly scanned his entire body with his spirit sense. It was completely fine.
You don't need to scan anymore. If my mark is so easily found, I might as well go kill myself.
Plus, even if you find it, you wouldn't be able to destroy it,
the middle-aged man said in contempt. Chapter 1730, Encounter Little Immortal King. Then, the middle-aged man threw 2 more jade cards at Yemo. These are 2 transmission runes. Crush the white one and you can go out.
You will be sent outside the ethereal immortal pond. Once you can come back in, crush the red one and you will come back here.
Yemo felt a little uneasy in his heart holding the 2 jade cards, but he knew he had no choice. He threw the red one in his storage ring and said to the middle-aged man, next time I come, I wouldn't be caught by that person who locked you up, right? Don't worry, it's uncertain if that wretched woman even lived, just come. Before the middle-aged man finished, Yemo crushed the jade card and said, then I'll meet you again. Seeing Yemo disappear in white light, the middle-aged man frowned and said to himself, how come I feel something isn't quite right? Yemo stopped steady and found he was outside Ethereal Immortal Pond indeed, but not very far from it. He knew the Ethereal Immortal Pond wasn't going to let him go, so Yemo didn't dare to stay here. He sent a message to Lee Cohen and immediately fled. Ethereal Immortal Pond was having a big meeting. Ning Yu didn't have time to stay with Lee Cohen. Li Cohen could only daze by herself as though the beautiful scene around her was nothing. She was thinking if something would happen to Yemo, and why can't things be perfect in the world? Just when Feng she has hopes of rebirth. Something happened to her brother. At this moment, her communication beads jumped. She looked at it immediately. A row of messages appeared there. Sister Shiyu, the Ethereal Immortal Pond people might kill me. I've already fled. I'm waiting for you at the old place.
Yemo sent this news. Lee Cohen almost crushed the bead in excitement.
But then she also felt Yemo's worry. If the Ethereal Immortal Pond really wanted to kill him, even she wouldn't be able to protect him.
But no matter how difficult it was, she was going to protect Yemo and give him an identity that won't be wanted.
She knew just how powerful an emperor sect was. Hiding was completely useless. Soon, she pressed down her excitement and was immediately about to leave.
Ning Yu couldn't come out now. Wulwan knew what Ning Yu wanted and quickly sent Lee Cohen away. Yemo didn't wait for long and a dashing light came. Soon Lee Cohen's excited face showed, brother, it's great. I thought something happened to you. Yemo didn't know what happened, but he knew Lee Cohen was probably worried about him. He quickly said, Sister Shiyu, sorry, I made you worry.
No, it's fine as long as you're okay.
I was so worried.
Lee Cohen said, Sister Shiyu, let's leave here first. Yemo released Blue Moon and said. Lee Cohen nodded and didn't release her flying magic artifact. She got on Yemo's Blue Moon. On the Blue Moon, Yemo heard what Lee Cohen told him and realized that the middle-aged man was right. Being in the Ethereal Immortal Pond was indeed not know if the sect knew. Yemo didn't tell her about the middle-aged man so that Lee Cohen wouldn't worry. He just said that he felt things might not be good after feeling how useful the pond was, so he ran away with a transmission rune. Lee Cohen was very happy hearing that Yemo benefited greatly from the pond. Sister Shiyu, I'm afraid I won't be able to go to that Dao discussion social.
If Ethereal Immortal Pond finds me there, they might hunt me.
Not necessarily. If you were stopped inside the Ethereal Immortal Pond it wouldn't be good, but now I believe it shouldn't be a big problem. No matter how powerful Ethereal Immortal Pond is, they wouldn't dare to come out and capture people.
Plus you were let in by the saint. Even if there was a fault, they would blame it on Ning Yu.
Don't worry about Ning Yu, at most you would be punished to not be saint.
She doesn't seem to want to stay in that position anyways.
Lee Cohen comforted. It was all the top prodigies who went to the Dao discussion social.
Everyone had their own understanding of Dao. Of course Lee Cohen wanted Yemo to go.
Worst comes to worst, she would ask her master to help. Sister Shiyu, do you know what the Ethereal Immortal Pond usually does?
Would they treat stealing resources seriously? Yemo asked worriedly.
If Ethereal Immortal Pond was a generous sect, then they might not take things seriously. Yemo thought of the middle-aged man's Demon Joy sect. He said that the women from Ethereal Immortal Pond were worse than them. Yemo didn't know what Demon Joy sect was, but from the middle-aged man's tone it didn't seem to be a good sect. I don't know, but Ethereal Immortal Pond is an emperor sect.
they shouldn't be stingy enough to hunt people for using their pond? Plus, we were invited by the saint, how is this stealing resources? Lee Cohen said, do you know Demon Joy sect? How does that sect behave?
Yemo asked again. Lee Cohen's face blushed and spat. Brother, don't mention that sect again. You can't get close to the women from that sect, none of them are good. Don't loosen your guard just because they are pretty, they're shameless and will eat you dry.
If you want dual cultivation partner, sister will help you find one. Yemo waved his hand awkwardly. Sister Shiyu, you've mistaken, I already have a wife. I don't want dual cultivation partner.
I heard someone say ethereal immortal pond is worse than demon joy sect, so I'm just asking. Lee Cohen slapped Yemo's hand. What are you on about? If the ethereal immortal pond goddesses heard this would be worse than you using their pond.
How can you compare the two sects? But clearly, Lee Cohen was more interested in Yemo's wife and asked, brother, where is your wife? Is she pretty? Does she deserve my brother?
Yemo rubbed his head. Sister Shiyu, my wife is still in the cultivation realm.
Look, I forgot about the important business.
Lee Cohen smiled. Don't worry, I will tell my master that you're my brother.
The ethereal immortal pond wouldn't not give face to my master.
Don't worry about this, we'll go to Pingliang Immortal City first and then take teleportation formation to Yuandong Heaven.
My master will go as well. With this, Yemo felt a little assured.
The middle-aged man had conflict with the ethereal immortal pond, of course he would curse the ethereal immortal pond.
He couldn't trust him too much. Yemo gave the controls of Blue Moon to Lee Cohen while he went inside to Serac for that spirit sense mark. Even if he couldn't remove it, he would find it first.
Just when Yemo was about to search another time, Blue Moon shook and slowed down.
Yemo immediately came to the front. What happened? Sister Shiyu?
Yemo asked. At the same time he saw a golden boat before Blue Moon. Sister Shiyu, who is this person? There were two people on there, one Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary Stage and another Great Eternity Immortal Peak Stage. It was the halfway Immortal King Great Eternity Immortal asking the question. He had a smile on his face, but seeing Yemo come out his face sunk.
Even Yemo could feel his killing intent. Lu Mang, do I need to report to you who he is? Who are you to me? Please be respectful with your tone. Sister Shiyu is not for you to say.
Lee Cohen said with a bleak face. Yemo realized, it was the little immortal king. His dad was a heaven domain lord. Lu Mang realized his tone was wrong and immediately smiled. Sorry, Goddess Shiyu, I was thinking about things before, my tone wasn't good, don't take it seriously.
Then he saluted with his fists to Yemo. I'm Lu Mang, I like making friends so everyone calls me Little Immortal King, may I ask who you are? I'm Yemo because I don't like making friends, people call me Lonely Fake Emperor.
Yemo said. Yemo was certain that if he left alone, this guy would chase after him and interrogate what his relationship with Shiyu is. Regardless, they were enemies now, so Yemo wasn't going to show him a good face. Calling himself Fake Emperor was a scorn at him for not being an immortal king, but still calling himself Little Immortal King. Lee Cohen almost laughed out hearing this, but Lu Mang's face sunk again. Chapter 1731, Yemo's God Art. How could Lu Mang not hear the scorn in Yemo's words? He had been prideful to be called Little Immortal King, but now he was scorned. Lu Mang, if you have no business, then we'll be going.
Lee Cohen was very unhappy that Lu Mang suddenly stopped Blue Moon and interrupted Yemo's cultivation.
Then, he asked who Yemo was rudely. Now her tone had a sliver of disgust. Lu Mang's fury flashed and immediately knew that if he continued down like this, it would only make Lee Cohen hate him more.
Lee Cohen wasn't a goddess that he could do anything to.
He couldn't casually abuse even an ordinary sect members of Long Yu Emperor sect, much less a core disciple. Thinking about this, Lu Mang suppressed his fury and smiled. Since 11 Yu goddess is busy, Lu Mang won't interrupt.
Next time I will come visit you at Long Yu Emperor sect, goodbye.
Then, Lu Mang disappeared. He really left. Having a Heaven Lord dad makes all the difference. Yemo looked at Lu Mang and sighed. Lu Mang was halfway Immortal King. His immortal essence was very dense and stable. Lee Cohen smiled. Xianzhe Immortal Emperor isn't his dad but his master. However, Xianzhe Immortal Emperor is very nice to him and his talent is top grade in Changrong Heaven.
He has the right to be arrogant.
Seeing him go past here, he seems to be going to the Pingliang Immortal City to take the teleportation formation.
He's probably going to the Yuandong Heaven Dao discussion social.
Yemo didn't have the mood to find that spirit sense mark anymore after this.
he sat in Blue Moon chatting with Li Kuan instead. Blue Moon flew only for half a day and another issue happened. Two great Eternity Immortals were fighting ahead and even blocked Blue Moon's road. Emo wanted to control Blue Moon to move aside, but one of the great Eternity Immortal threw out a rune and soon disappeared. Seeing this, the other great Eternity Immortal vented his fury on Emo and Li Kuan. He blocked Blue Moon with his magic artifact. Before he attacked, another flying magic artifact came over quickly. There were two great Eternity Immortal on there as well. These two were Great Eternity Immortal Middle Stage, but the first one was Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary Stage. Martial brother Pang Tai, where is the person? One Great Eternity Immortal Middle Stage asked. Pang Tai sneered, he got away because these two stopped me. You're asking to die. The two Great Eternity Immortal Middle Stage immediately surrounded. Pang Tai said to the two Ming Kai, kill that small Great Extreme Immortal, Guang Hui, and I will take on this woman. Ming Kai's killing intent immediately rose and so did his power. Clearly he really wanted to kill Emo. Li Kuan released her magic artifact without hesitation. She had never seen such unreasonable people. Emo sneered, Lu Mang only sent you guys? Li Kuan instantly realized that these three guys were sent over by Lu Mang. He couldn't attack himself, so he sent these three. If two of them stop her, the other one could kill Emo. Li Kuan just wanted to grab Emo, but Pang Tai attacked. With this, Guang Hui also seemed awfully Kuan. Now, Ming Kai released a fire-red stone sword. To him, Emo was dead. The fire sword raised a 3 kilometers long red rainbow and hacked down. Space and sound turned to nothing with this strike, as though evaporated by fire. Rumble, the sword seemed to have melted all the space nearby and all that was left was black void. The pressure that landed with this strike in the heaven gave people a feeling of despair. Even Li Kuan felt the despair from this sword and called out in shock, if Lu Mang dares to kill my brother, I'm going to fight him with my life. She was really shivering. This strike was clearly going to kill Emo. How could a great extreme immortal primary stage stop this? Ming Kai indeed wanted to kill Emo with this strike. The order they received was to kill Emo as quickly as possible. Then they can run. In that moment, the heavens were covered by the red color and Emo was traceless inside. Li Kuan in her desperation was full of openings, but her opponents didn't deal killing blows. They seemed to be fighting with her at full power but only really blocked her off. It was someone who played with fire. Emo felt the endless fire and special pressure. This immortal had a special flame. This wasn't bad for a great Eternity Immortal Middle Stage. When the huge sword fell down with the flame, Zissou hacked out. Emo's first god art, Rainbow. This wasn't even a god art yet, it only had a sliver of god art. It was between magic artifact and god art. Emo wanted to test how strong the god art he learned at the Dao Seeking Tower was. This was only his weakest move. A purple color lit up amongst the red. The purple color instantly filled the red flaming sky. The purple color soon turned to countless colors and the black void was turned colorful. The void seemed to be filled with life now. Rumble, the rainbow and red clashed together. Red color splashed everywhere and the rainbow color expanded rapidly. Crack. A terrifying explosion sounded in the air. Their fights even paused for a moment while scanning their spirit sense over. Zissou and the stone sword clashed. The stone sword made a cracking sound as though it was about to break. When the rainbow-colored sword rays came at him, Ming Kai just realized in shock that his lethal blow was gone. At this moment, he felt the threat of death. How could there be such a powerful great extreme immortal? He was only a great extreme immortal primary stage. Ming Kai didn't dare to think about it and released a hemisphere barrier immediately. He was scared. Never had there been a person a few levels lower than him make him feel this scared. Thud thud thud. The endless rainbow sword ray smashed on his barrier and the barrier immediately dimmed down. He was definitely no match for this guy. Ming Kai immediately realized, run. Just a few seconds Ming Kai knew that if he didn't run he would die here. The young master's order was important but his life was more important. He immediately activated mobility technique, Void. Kill. Emo didn't even care. He didn't even take back Zissou and just punched, Void. This was a true god art, his first real god art. It fused how heaven finger and space law. He had tried Rainbow and this half-god art gave him results far beyond his expectation. He wanted to try what his real god art was like. The space nearby seemed to have compressed over and the endless killing intent was closed together by space into this fist. This fist had terrifying and unrelentless killing force that dazed Li Kuan in them. They looked at this fist in terror. This wasn't something a great immortal could release. Not even Immortal King might be able to release such a terrifying punch.
Immortal King would have more damage, but they wouldn't have this killing in grand force. What fist was this? Whirlpool swirled in the void. No, this wasn't whirlpool, this was killing chi and killing force forming into a destructive chi. Thud, blood sprayed in the air. Ming Kai wasn't even able to walk one step away and was turned to nothing by this punch. The killing force of this punch still hadn't completely dissipated, and it swept Ming Kai's terrified essence spirit into the whirlpool. Chapter 1732, Search for Will Mountain. The two great eternity immortals fighting. Li Kuan looked at Yimo in pure shock. What power was this? It was only less than 10 seconds and a great extreme immortal killed a great eternity immortal. If Yimo was great eternity immortal peak stage and Ming Kai was great eternity immortal, and then after an intense battle, Yimo killed Ming Kai, that would be more logical, but Yimo was only great extreme immortal primary stage, but Ming Kai was great eternity immortal middle stage. The difference in power was huge. How could this happen? The two woke up instantly. Yimo was this terrifying. If he came to stop them, they wouldn't even be able to get away. Run! The two great eternity immortal immediately used mobility technique and disappeared tracelessly. Yimo looked at his fist dazedly. That rainbow half god art already gave him great confidence, but this void made him realize what was real god art. Thinking about the how heaven finger that almost annihilated him, Yimo was more and more satisfied with his void. He didn't know the two great eternity immortal ran away, but even if he did, he didn't care. He had a few god arts now, and he only used one strike and punch to kill that great eternity immortal middle stage. This meant that he could fight great eternity immortal peak stage or even kill them. Brother! Li Kuan flew over in joy. She didn't expect Yimo was stronger than her. We're all immortal spirit body immortals. This terrifying. Yimo breathed and took Ming Kai's storage ring before calling Sister Shiyu. I was so scared, I didn't expect you were this strong. Was that punch god art? Li Kuan couldn't hide the joy and surprise on her face. Yimo nodded. Yes, it's a god art I created. I'll mark a jade slip for you. But that punch requires a sliver of space law. Just when Li Kuan wanted to say she didn't need it, she heard space law and spoke in shock again. You actually know a sliver of space law? Yimo nodded. In this occasion, I touch a sliver of space law. So I combined it with an attack from my opponent to create this punch. Let's go first. Li Kuan pulled Yimo on Blue Moon and then said, brother, you must not tell people you know space law. If people know you can master law as a great extreme immortal, they might think you have some secret. I understand. Yimo replied seriously. More talented people find it easier to control a sliver of law, but this wasn't definite. It's mainly about learning capabilities and fortune. No matter how great your talent was, if you had bad learning capabilities or fortune, you wouldn't be able to master such thing. Now that your tracks are exposed, the ethereal immortal pond would know you're fine even if you hide. When we're at Yuandong Heaven, come see my master with me. I'll ask my master to help explain things. Li Kuan said. Yimo fell silent for a moment and said, Sister Shiyu, at Yuandong Heaven I want to find a solitary place to cultivate and wait for things to calm down before coming back. Li Kuan thought about it and agreed. She nodded. Okay, after I settle your things you come and find me. However, you killed Lu Mang's men. He wouldn't dare to attack you overtly, but he would attack from the dark. Be careful of that person. I know, I think even if he's fake immortal king I won't be afraid of him. Yimo had a direct sense of his god art. As long as Lu Mang didn't reach immortal king, he really wasn't afraid of him. Li Kuan also felt proud. Who was Lu Mang? He didn't have a match below immortal king, but Yimo said he wasn't afraid of him. She knew Yimo wasn't bullshitting. The two chatted on the way and took another teleportation formation. It was only 2 days and they arrived at Pingliang Immortal City. The two didn't walk around the city and headed straight to the teleportation formation. The two had decided that at Yuandong Heaven, Yimo would leave alone. Staying with Li Kuan was too eye-catching. Brother Yi. As soon as they arrived at the teleportation formation, there was the greeting from Ji Shu. Ji Shu was overjoyed to see Yimo, but then he dazed. He saw Li Kuan next to him. Ji Shu, Ji Baitsong, Zhou Ruyan, Yin Hui and them all looked at Yimo in shock, as well as Li Kuan next to her. Brother Yi, I bluffed in front of you before, you're the real master. Amazing, amazing. Ji Baitsong raised his thumb, believing Yimo was with Li Kuan now. Yimo smiled. Brother Qi, you got it wrong, Li Kuan is my sister. Yes, I know, sister and brother, of course I know. Ji Baitsong's face was covered in understanding.
Brother G, you guys are going to Yuandong Heaven Dao Discussion Social, right? We can go together. Yemo said. Ji Baitsong quickly signaled to Jishu, but Jishu already knew. He quickly said, Brother Yi, we still have some business, we'll go later. You can go with Goddess Shiyu first, we'll talk at the Dao Discussion Social. Then, they quickly left the teleportation formation as though they were just here to have a look. Yemo shook his head and could only go on the teleportation formation with Li Kuan first. He would explain this misunderstanding later. I think you all guess wrong. Zhou Ruyan said, seeing the four look at her in confusion. She said, I feel Marshal Brother Yi was serious. He really became brother and sister with Li Kuan. Ha! They immediately stopped talking and looked at Zhou Ruyan. If this was real, it would be too strange. Sigh, let's chase over quickly. I have a few questions I need to ask Brother Yi. Jishu quickly said. They all agreed and hurried back to the teleportation formation. They moved away before to give the two personal time. Yemo didn't know they came back wanting to go Yuandong Heaven with him. He had separated with Li Kuan now. 10 days later, Yemo appeared at the extreme south where the Hao Heaven heritage was. He came to find Wu Mountain. Yemo thought Wu Mountain would be very famous, but he had been asking around for a few days and still didn't get an exact location. He was wasting time. At the same time, he looked down on Hao Heaven Grand Emperor for only leaving a bead in mountain name for heritage. Yemo came to an immortal town. He came to ask about the Wu Mountain. This town was very distant. The main reason for the establishment of this town was to convenience trade for those cultivators finding cultivation resources. Thus, the biggest place in the town was a marketplace. Yemo walked into a spirit rest tower, and just when he wanted to ask about the Wu Mountain, he heard people talk about Fengkong Grand Emperor. Yemo listened in. This Fengkong Grand Emperor seemed to be related to him. The immortal wine at this town wasn't on the same level as the drunk Jade Well, but it had enough immortal spirit chi. It was 4 immortals, 2 abstruse immortal tertiary stage and 2 great unity immortal primary stage talking about Fengkong Grand Emperor. It said that other than Fengkong Grand Emperor, Dragong River Grand Emperor would also be going to this Dao Discussion Social. I heard there's 3 Grand Emperors going this time. Wei Feng Grand Emperor would also be going. Although he hadn't become a Grand Emperor for long, he might be one of the new 4 great Grand Emperors. Yes, I believe this. Wei Feng Grand Emperor is very powerful and is on par with the other 3 Grand Emperor. However, it has never happened that this Dao Discussion Social was taken so seriously. You don't know. I just got news that this Dao Discussion Social will be held at Fallen Emperor Mountain. There are plenty of rewards, even Emperor Dao Heritage. Isn't it held at Lingji Immortal City? Why is it Fallen Emperor Mountain now? Chapter 1733, Emperor Fall Mountain. After hearing their discussion for a while, Yemo finally understood something. For some reason, all the Grand Emperors came to Yuandong Heaven. Because of this Dao Discussion Social became important. They didn't talk about Fengkong Grand Emperor anymore, nor did Yemo dare to go up and ask. One can discuss a Grand Emperor with respectful tone, but if people investigated Grand Emperor, people might report you. Yemo was very careful about this. Do you know why they would suddenly change the location to Emperor Fall Mountain? Someone joined the discussion. No, do you know Immortal Friend? I know, that's why I'm planning to go. Immortal Friend, please explain it. The others asked. This immortal was straightforward. It said that some strange things have been happening lately at Emperor Fall Mountain. There's frequent Emperor rays shining. It said an ancient ruin is about to appear. Thus, this Dao discussion is chosen to be at Emperor Fall Mountain so some prodigies can go in to find the ancient ruin. I've heard about the Emperor rays in the mountain these few years. It said that Emperor Light is Emperor Dao Crystal. Many people went to find the ruin, but all of them who went in died. Someone else said, Yemo heard and thought, Emperor Dao Crystal? Was that Emperor Fall Mountain Wu Mountain? He didn't plan to take the Emperor Dao Crystal, but with it was a few immortal ranges. Just when Yemo wanted to ask about Emperor Fall Mountain, someone said, can people go in the Emperor Fall Mountain? Going in is certain death. If we let those prodigies enter that mountain and something happens, it would be a loss for the Grand Heaven Domain. I don't know, but there's a reason it's set there. I heard a few immortal emperors would be using heavenly means to set up formation and restriction at the mountain, allowing the prodigies to go in safely. One immortal said, Yemo really wanted to know if the Wu Mountain was the Emperor Fall Mountain. If it was, why didn't the immortal emperors go in themselves?
But he didn't want to arouse suspicion, so he didn't ask. Yeah, before people just couldn't go in the mountain, but there was no emperor light. Recent years, there's not only frequent emperor light but also dense immortal spirit chi. It might really be an ancient ruin.
Yemo heard this and suddenly realized something. A few years ago was when How Heaven's essence spirit completely died. It was when the last sliver of essence spirit turned into a wool bead. How Heaven Emperor said this bead could find his heritage. Was it due to his death that something happened to the Emperor Dao crystal? Perhaps even How Heaven Grand Emperor didn't know this would happen. Regardless, Yemo had decided to go to Emperor Fall Mountain. This Emperor Fall Mountain is a strange name. It doesn't seem very auspicious. Yemo carefully added, hearing this, they were contemptuous, but seeing Yemo was great extreme immortal, those expressions quickly disappeared. One abstruse immortal sucked up Qianbei must be from some other place. The reason it's called Emperor Fall Mountain is that the willpower and pressure of the mountain is too great. The higher the power, the more likely you are to die inside. If a mortal emperor went in, it's 99% chance they will die. Willpower? Yemo asked. The abstruse immortal immediately explained, yes, willpower. There's not only that but also endless void pressure. It's like the entire universe is on your shoulders. Once you go in, you can't retreat. If you reach your limit, you would be crushed by the pressure. The higher the power, the greater the pressure. Yes, willpower not only contains the pressure of the void but pressure of time. There's time distortions inside. Sometimes you're very young when you go in, but if you encounter this power of time, your life might soon reach an end. Or you might return to an infant and disappear from this world. Someone else explained, thank you, I didn't expect this Emperor Fall Mountain to be this powerful. Yemo thanked. Yemo was 90% certain that Emperor Fall Mountain was Wool Mountain. He didn't understand why How Heaven Grand Emperor didn't call it Emperor Fall Mountain. Now, Yemo realized why the Grand Emperors located the Tao discussion social at the mountain. They were using them to go inside and find How Heaven Grand Emperor's heritage for them. As for them joining up to reduce the pressure, Yemo was dubious about this. Perhaps they had such capability, but the reduction was definitely very limited. Otherwise, they wouldn't need other people to find the heritage for them. Yemo quietly left the Immortal Rest Tower and released Blue Moon, heading towards Emperor Fall Mountain. He had to go see it regardless. The immortal ranges mattered to Yemo too much. With all those immortal range and his immortal pill and fruits, Yemo was confident in reaching Great Eternity Immortal Peak stage in one solitary cultivation. Then, he would have chanced to reach Immortal King. Yemo also decided to go to Gonghua Heaven as soon as he reaches Immortal King. He had ascended for a long while. Who knows if there are MOU city people ascending to Immortal Realm? The Immortal Realm isn't that perfect. Yemo was worried about them, especially Su Jingwen. Her talent was the best. She would be the first to ascend. The mountain wasn't very far from the town Yemo was at. Yemo only used a day or so and came to the outskirts of the mountain. A temporary huge marketplace was formed here. More and more immortals were coming. Yemo easily found out that this was indeed the place of the Tao discussion social, and there really were emperor lights shining. It's been frequent a few years ago, but less in these 2 years. Yemo scanned his spirit sense out and he couldn't see the whole outlook of the mountain. It was obscure in his spirit sense. Yemo left the crowded area and head towards the Emperor Fall Mountain secretly. When he was still very far from the foot of the mountain, he felt a terrifying pressure. He couldn't handle it. Yemo wasn't able to ensure he would last till the foot of the mountain. He took out that wool bead, and as soon as he did, an arrow inside the bead pointed towards the mountain. Such a sneaky How Heaven Grand Emperor. It really is the Emperor Fall Mountain. Why didn't this guy explain it, or was there some story behind it? Regardless, Yemo wasn't going to die for those few immortal ranges. Just when he wanted to put away the bead shot out a faint barrier that enveloped him. Instantly, Yemo felt the pressure disappear, or reduced by 90% specifically. What was going on? Yemo put away the wool bead and that terrifying wool pressure came again. He picked up the wool bead and the barrier formed again to protect him. Yemo put away the wool bead. This wool bead was morphed from a Grand Emperor. He was certain How Heaven's essence spirit had dissipated, but relying on others' protection to go in and get his heritage, Yemo didn't believe things were so good. Although he agreed to give the Emperor Tao Crystal and other heritage to Tsang Jia, he didn't believe How Heaven Grand Emperor would believe him. How Heaven had no choice to give the heritage to him, but if he did something such as the protection suddenly disappearing when he found the heritage, then he would die. How Heaven Grand. Emperor knew he had very precious items. What if he schemed something? Yemo wouldn't be able to see it. Yemo didn't think he was smarter than a grand emperor who had lived for countless years. The only thing he could do was be very careful. Chapter 1734, The Middle-Aged Man's Mark. If he couldn't find a way to stop the pressure without using the will be, Yemo would rather not go in the mountain. His memories of the void ghost ship were still clear. If he didn't have the power, he would rather not be greedy. Yemo didn't use the will be to stop the pressure this time. He tried using the spirit sense net he saw at the ethereal immortal pond. If he could change his spirit sense net towards that spirit sense net, perhaps it would be able to stop this will pressure. The Tao discussion social hadn't begun yet. It was time for him to slowly try. Yemo slowly reached out his spirit sense domain. When it reached to a certain range, Yemo immediately felt that th pressure really dropped a little, but it wasn't obvious. Feeling this way would work, Yemo started to reminisce the spirit sense net he saw in the pond and the direction it was set up as he modified his own spirit sense net. Time passed as Yemo tried. 10 days later, a vibrant light suddenly thought of from the depth of the Emperor Fall Mountain into the clouds. A chi of great Tao artifact shot out from the white light. Those immortals outside immediately knelt or sat and focused on feeling this Tao chi. Yemo was shook by that light and instantly realized how to set up spirit sense net to block the will power. When he saw that vibrant Emperor light, he had the feeling to worship it. He wanted to fuse that Emperor Tao crystal into his soul and completely forgot he was setting up spirit sense net. Yemo closed his eyes and forced that thought away. That wasn't his Tao. He didn't need Emperor Tao crystal. After 5 minutes, Yemo's sea of consciousness and essence spirit cleared up. He immediately set up his newly learned spirit sense net. As soon as it formed, all the will power and pressure nearby disappeared. Yemo didn't rejoice, there was just serenity in his heart. He knew that his mind state went one level higher. His spirit will 9 transformations went from the obscure level 2 soul shatter to level 3 domain birth. When Yemo opened his eyes again, that Emperor light had disappeared. Yemo breathed easy. He relied on spirit will 9 transformations and that spirit sense net from the ethereal immortal pond to find a way to stop the will power pressure. But even so, Yemo didn't go into the Emperor Fall Mountain immediately. He was able to stay alive on the ghost ship because he was careful. Yemo retreated and left on Blue Moon instead. 100,000 km later, Yemo stopped. He could set up long-distance teleportation formation, but that would take a long time. In a short while, 100,000 kilometers was the maximum distance he could set up. This was enough for him to escape from the mountain and leave casually. After setting up the teleportation formation, Yemo didn't go into the Emperor Fall Mountain immediately. Instead, he left to another far location and went into the Golden Page world. The first thing he did was to take out the star core flame. It was meant to be used to upgrade Mist Lotus Heartfire, but Yemo wasn't really going to use it on the Mist Lotus Heartfire. Blue like Morning Sky was purple Nirvana level 3, of course he would use it to upgrade Blue like Morning Sky. He would prepare himself as well as he could. If he upgraded Blue like Morning Sky to Immortal Flame, he would have an extra chance of survival, even though Yemo knew the middle-aged man probably wouldn't do anything to the star core flame. Yemo still checked it carefully before letting out Blue like Morning Sky. Yemo then threw the star core flame into Blue like Morning Sky. Rumble, the terrifying blue flame charged into the sky. Yemo quickly moved to the side. Luckily he was prepared this time and tested in the corner of the Golden Page world. Otherwise, this blue smoke can dry up his immortal spirit herb garden. The vibrant blue immediately illuminated the entire Golden Page world. Even though Blue like Morning Sky was his own, Yemo felt the intense scorch. The blue flame rolled in the air, but Yemo felt waves of chaos chi charge into the Blue like Morning Sky and was quickly devoured. Suddenly, Yemo felt there was something extra in the Golden Page world. That thing seemed to be circulating around Blue like Morning Sky. Yemo was certain that if the Golden Page world wasn't his, he wouldn't be able to feel it. This was because that thing only existed in will, it had no physical body. The Blue like Morning Sky was his and so was the Golden Page world. The star core flame had been devoured by Blue like Morning Sky and the chaos chi was devoured by Blue like Morning Sky too. He could feel all of this. If there was something he couldn't control in here, it wasn't his. What would it be then? No color, no body. Even the upgraded Blue like Morning Sky couldn't burn it. Yemo sweated cold immediately. He finally understood what this was. It was definitely the spirit sense mark of that middle-aged man. He just thought that there was no way he would leave it in the star core flame, but immediately he found it now. If he really upgraded Mist Lotus Heartfire with the star core flame, he might not be able to detect it even with the Golden Page world.
After all, Mist Lotus Heartfire was too low grade.
Once the Heaven Flame upgrade, he would take it back.
That invisible thing would immediately fuse into his body. This old thing was too scary. EMO finally realized how cocky he was before. If he really thought he would be able to find it, it would be a joke. Even if he was at Immortal King, he might not be able to find it if it was on his body. But the old guy miscalculated. He had blue like morning sky in Golden Page World.
Now, the mark was forced out by blue like morning sky. Blue like morning sky couldn't burn it, but the mark couldn't go in the blue like morning sky anymore.
It could only circulate blue like morning sky. If EMO took blue like morning sky back now, the thing would still go into his body. EMO wasn't going to let that happen, of course. Blue like morning sky had finished the upgrade. It was a true blue flame now with 4 golden lines around it. EMO kept setting up restriction and formation flags. He was going to trap this spirit sense mark in the Golden Page World. This world was his. He could do anything he wanted here. Even though he couldn't see the spirit sense mark, EMO used 3 days and completely trapped it. Then he took back blue like morning sky and left the Golden Page World. As for the yellow middle plum, EMO decided to study it later. That old monster's things weren't to be easily taken. EMO felt great after upgrading blue like morning sky and finding that spirit sense mark. He came back to the Emperor Fall Mountain. This time he didn't use his spirit sense net and instead used the wool bead to protect him. It could allow him to preserve his spirit sense. The barrier formed completely covering EMO. EMO sped up forward. The bead couldn't stop all the willpower and pressure, but it could save EMO's life. He just needed to walk slower. Half a day later, EMO was near the foot of the mountain. EMO instantly put away wool bead. The terrifying pressure and willpower came. Before they could act on his body, EMO used Spirit Sense Net. EMO found in joy that his Spirit Sense Net had better effect than the wool bead, but nearer the mountain, it would just be more taxing. Realizing this, EMO took out the wool bead again and released the Spirit Sense Net. His spirit sense already scanned in this brief moment the longevity of time. EMO believed that if he didn't use wool bead nor Spirit Sense Net, he would be able to learn time law here. Time law is very terrifying, countless times more terrifying than space law, but EMO didn't do this. He felt his power was too weak. He decided to come back and learn time law once he reached Immortal King. Chapter 1735, Will River and Tao Discussion Social. He was introduced to time law at the Tao Seeking Tower. If he came back here to learn the time law, he would achieve a lot. At the bottom of the mountain, EMO slowed down. He could only walk towards the mountain step by step. The Emperor Fall Mountain seemed to be just before his eyes, but all he could see was just a fuzz. The wool bead still had a clear arrow leading EMO in the direction. 1 day, 2 days, another 10 days later, EMO found that the Emperor Fall Mountain was still blurry. EMO stopped and even frowned. If he didn't get in the Emperor Fall Mountain before the start of the Tao Discussion Social and the few Grand Emperors came, would he be found? EMO immediately cast these thoughts aside. When the Grand Emperors came, they would definitely see him. EMO decided to use another 3 days. If in 3 days he still didn't find how Heaven Grand Emperor's heritage, he would leave the Emperor Fall Mountain. After making up this decision, EMO didn't hesitate and kept following the Emperor Fall Mountain. Another day later, an ethereal river stopped in front of EMO. There was a misty narrow bridge above the river. The faint misty bridge stretched across the river. There was a stone tablet. 2 words Wool River was on it. The arrow in the wool bead pointed towards this bridge. It seemed he found the right place. There was Wool River and Wool Mountain. This bridge is Wool River. He couldn't see the other side of the river and his spirit sense was obscured. EMO stood here for a long time thinking about things. Just those few immortal ranges was worth for EMO to take this risk. If there was really danger, he would go into the Golden Page World. After making his decision, EMO stepped onto the Wool River. A terrifying feeling came. It was as though EMO entered a time-space tunnel. The tunnel kept crushing the wool bead, and just as he heard before, it was indeed as though the entire universe was crushing down on the wool bead. The wool bead barrier was shaky, as though it would crack at any time. Even so, the bead wasn't able to stop the full power. The wool power changed the shape of the wool bead. EMO took another step forward and the pressure and wool power seemed even greater. EMO realized now that how Heaven Grand Emperor left other means. Regardless if he truly wanted to give the heritage to him or not, EMO felt this guy wasn't genuinely giving the heritage to him because he didn't speak of the dangers here, because here, he wouldn't even have a chance to return. If the wool bead cracked, he would die. Meanwhile, Hao Heaven Grand Emperor said nothing about this. He just said it was dangerous. Yemo also had the feeling that the wool bead wouldn't be able to last him on the way back. If that was really so, then Hao Heaven calculated that he would die in the Wool Mountain. The wool bead was barely able to stop the danger, but with it, Yemo could use his immortal spirit body to barely take it. The body refinement cultivation method in 3 birth chant was used at the same time. With Yemo's immortal spirit body in the wool bead, Yemo walked further and further until disappearing from the Wool River. Outside the Emperor Fall Mountain was completely different to when Yemo came a month ago. There were countless immortals sitting in an orderly fashion around a high altar. The altar was around 10 meters tall but 10 kilometers wide. There were cups of wine and plates of immortal fruits floating around in the air everywhere. Anyone could take it and consume it. A man walked up the main altar slowly. He glanced at the immortals below him before saying loudly, "I'm the Heaven Lord of Yuandong Heaven Zhangrun. Thank you, immortal friends from the different heaven domains who have come to participate in the Tao Discussion Social." A heavy round of applause sounded, mixed with countless screams of Zhangrun Immortal Emperor. The voices of admiration immediately affected all the immortals here. Zhangrun Immortal Emperor smiled and lifted his hand. The reason this Tao Discussion Social is set at Emperor Fall Mountain is because there is Emperor Tao crystal light in the mountain. This light might be the heritage left behind by Hao Heaven Grand Emperor. So, before Zhangrun Immortal Emperor finished, his voice was taken over by boisterous discussion. Emperor Tao crystal, everyone had fire in their eyes. There weren't many immortal emperors even in the boundless Grand Heaven domain. But Emperor Tao crystal could allow immortals to become immortal emperor. Zhangrun Immortal Emperor raised his hand again. Everyone calmed down. The light appeared a few years ago. This time, we're having the Tao Discussion Social here so the elite immortals of the Grand Heaven domain can go inside and seek the Emperor Tao heritage. The Emperor Fall Mountain is full of danger. Even Immortal Emperor would most likely die going inside. So, in order to get the Emperor Tao crystal heritage, the 2 Grand Emperors Feng Kong Grand Emperor and Dragon River Grand Emperor would be coming. At the same time, Chengwei Heaven Lord, Wei Feng Grand Emperor would also be coming. Then, 3 Emperor-crested men stepped down from the air and landed on the altar. Countless immortals went silent and all of them looked at the 4 with respect. "I'm Feng Kong Grand Emperor." One middle-aged man walked up to where Zhangrun Immortal Emperor stood and smiled. Then, there was a fervent wave of applause and respectful cheers of his name. Feng Kong Grand Emperor smiled, and after the immortals calmed down, he said slowly, "Everyone knows that the 33 heaven domains has 4 Grand Emperor. I was lucky enough to become one. We 4 Grand Emperors are close like brothers. We discuss Tao together, wander the heaven domains together, protect the 33 heavens together." Unfortunately, Hao Heaven Grand Emperor was suddenly ambushed and gained up on. This has always been a pity. The Tao Discuss Square fell silent. Feng Kong Grand Emperor's voice sounded light, but it clearly transmitted to everyone's ear. "Dragon River Grand Emperor, Blood Cauldron Grand Emperor and I have been investigating for countless years, but we still have no clue. Now that there's Emperor Light at the Emperor Fall Mountain, we speculate that it might be Hao Heaven Grand Emperor's Emperor Tao crystal here. So, we came to hold this social. We also want to select a few elite immortals to go into the Emperor Fall Mountain and find Hao Heaven's heritage. No matter who or what power level, as long as you find Hao Heaven Grand Emperor's heritage, the Emperor Tao crystal will be your reward. Of course, everything in the heritage belongs to the person who obtains it. At the same time, that person will become Dragon River and mine personal disciple. If his talent is exceptional, he would replace the last Grand Emperor." Hearing this, everyone was excited. This was equivalent to being taught by 3 Grand Emperor together. Who would be able to resist such glory? Of course, the Emperor Fall Mountain is full of danger. In order to preserve elite immortals and reduce lethality rate, me, Dragon River Grand Emperor, Wei Feng Grand Emperor and 5 other immortal emperors will be setting up a huge restriction together to suppress the will power of the Emperor Fall Mountain. Suddenly, Feng Kong Grand Emperor's tone changed to a little heavier one. "Although this is so, the will power will still exist. We can't suppress it completely. There will still be chances of death, so it's up to everyone if they want to go in or not. If you don't want to, you will still be rewarded if you show excellence in the social." Before he finished, the immortals were already cheering to go in the Emperor Fall Mountain. Who didn't want the Hao Heaven Grand Emperor's heritage? The Tao Discussion Social will now officially begin. Those prodigy immortals who are invited get on the altar. Those immortals who want to challenge them get ready. The top prodigies of the heaven domains all walked up to the altar.
Li Koan was amongst them, but her spirit sense kept scanning outside trying to find Yemo. Yemo watched the surrounding scene on the bridge. He felt that after walking 3 steps the road behind him was gone. However, he felt assured instead and kept walking forward. It had been nearly 10 days and even Yemo was a bit confused. However, he suddenly saw that the bridge seemed to have reached an end. Chapter 1736, Peak of the Wool Mountain. After crossing the Wool Bridge, Yemo just saw clearly that an ethereal mountain appeared. There was also a huge tablet in front of it with the words Wool Mountain. This was the Wool Mountain, Yemo just realized. The Emperor Fall Mountain wasn't the Wool Mountain. Yemo picked up the wool bead in his hand and wanted to see the direction on it. However, he found in shock that arrow had disappeared already. Before Yemo could return to his senses, that barrier that had been protecting him emitted even more mesmerizing light. Not good. Before Yemo could react, that light swept Yemo from the bottom of the Wool Mountain and disappeared. Just when Yemo wanted to forcefully expand his spirit sense, he realized that he landed on solid ground. He stood up again and scanned his spirit sense out. He found that he was at the top of the Wool Mountain. A terrifying time will power came and that bead kept changing shape as though it was about to be crushed at any time. Yemo looked at the wool bead. He was certain the essence spirit inside had disappeared. Yet such a bead could still teleport him here. Immortal Emperor was too unpredictable. Yemo found that all that was around him was ethereal mist. A baby fist-sized broken orb seemed very obvious in this mist. Yemo was an immortal forgery grandmaster. He could immediately tell that this orb was a small world. Just when Yemo wanted to use Spirit Sense Net to block the surrounding wool power, he suddenly felt the wool power around him disappear. This terrifying wool mountain suddenly became ordinary. Yemo frowned and walked forward a few steps. There was still no wool power. Did he mistaken how Heaven Grand Emperor? Did he really want to give his heritage to him? Suddenly, the small world exploded and a golden ray charged into the sky. Endless doubt she instantly surged at Yemo. Yemo had seen the power of Emperor Dao Crystal and so he put a leaf of bitter bamboo in his mouth without hesitation. Nad used the 3 birth chant at full power. That terrifying Emperor Dao information wasn't able to affect Yemo anymore. Yemo breathed easy but found his wool beads suddenly fly out. Suddenly, the peak of the Wool Mountain had a hexagonal crystal. The Emperor Dao Crystal had disappeared. Yemo knew this hexagonal crystal was the Emperor Dao Crystal. The wool bead flew into the Emperor Dao Crystal. Yemo was very smart and experienced a lot. He instantly realized what had happened here. No matter how careful he was still tricked. The final result would depend on their battle. There was indeed no essence spirit in the wool bead, but Yemo brought it to How Heaven Grand Emperor's Emperor Dao Crystal. The Emperor Dao Crystal had no essence spirit, but the wool bead came from How Heaven Grand Emperor's sliver of essence spirit. Now that the Emperor Dao Crystal devoured it, it could revive that sliver of essence spirit. No wonder How Heaven Grand Emperor turned into a wool bead before he finished asking the questions. The earlier he became the wool bead, the stronger his essence spirit would be. Realizing this, Yemo ignored the Emperor Dao Crystal. His main purpose here wasn't the Emperor Dao Crystal. He grabbed at the small world immediately and scanned his spirit sense in. How Heaven said there were a few top-grade immortal range and one extreme-grade immortal range. But now that Yemo looked at it, there was only half an extreme-grade immortal range. Yemo was furious. How Heaven lied so much. A dark drum was in the small world. Yemo believed this was the real How Heaven drum. Yemo knew its power, but he didn't dare to use it. There were also some jade slips in the small world, magic artifact fragments. Yemo was speechless. I know your essence spirit has recovered. Yemo waved his hand and took the small world before saying coldly to that Emperor Dao Crystal. As soon as Yemo said this, an essence spirit floated in the Emperor Dao Crystal. No wonder you can get so many good things. You are very calm and still not surprised at all now. You're indeed significant. How Heaven's essence spirit said calmly. Affiant pressure came. He used a completely different tone to the good old man while in Yemo's golden page world. Even though it was just a sliver of essence spirit, Yemo could feel the force of the immortal emperor, the pride of an emperor. Yemo sneered, whether I'm significant has nothing to do with you. I came in goodwill to help you take the heritage to your grandson, but you used my goodwill against me. You're indeed bleak. How Heaven smiled. You're wrong. I didn't use your goodwill to ambush you. You're just insolent. Plus I didn't trick you. I'm still going to give you the heritage, but the arrangement before was unfair. Now, I just want a fair arrangement. Sorry, I'm not planning to deal with someone like you. How Heaven interrupted. Do you think you have my heritage because you took the small world?
Or do you think you would be fine going in your chaos world? I'm certain you can't go in your chaos world now. You can try it if you don't believe me. Yemo frowned and tried to go in the golden page world, but he found he really couldn't. Space nearby was locked. Seeing Yemo's face change, how Heaven's essence spirit said slowly, my sliver of essence spirit won't be able to revive, I'm still certainly dead. Our deal is still effective. As for the words before, I didn't trick you. I indeed have a few immortal range, but I used it to set up formation when I just got here. Otherwise, you would have been crushed by willpower already. Pity, even though I set up formation, my essence spirit was wasted away after countless years. Seeing Yemo sneer. How Heaven didn't explain, and his tone also became cold and harsh. Agree to my request and you can leave here whenever you want and take that half-immortal range to cultivate. Otherwise, if I take away the formation, you will be crushed into nothing by the willpower. Yemo sneered. Is the other requirement for me to give the chaos world to you? How Heaven replied, no need for that. Give your bitter bamboo to Tsang Jia and help me do one thing. Anything else? Yemo's killing intent rose. This was a Grand Emperor with only a sliver of essence spirit, and he dared to be this cocky. How Heaven Grand Emperor clearly felt Yemo's killing intent and sneered, let's not talk about if you can kill me, but even if I use up my essence spirit power, you wouldn't be able to stop the willpower here. I'm a Grand Emperor essence spirit. Unless you have immortal flame, you can't kill me with that purple nirvana mist lotus heartfire. My request is simple. You have this many treasures, it's okay to leave one to Tsang Jia. This request is simple indeed. Yemo said, the second one is even easier. Put my Emperor Dao crystal in your chaos world and help me find a chaos blue reed. How Heaven said, as though it was easy like breathing, but I'm not going to agree to a single one. Yemo sneered and released blue like morning sky. He looked at How Heaven's essence spirit mist lotus heartfire isn't enough, but what about immortal flame blue like morning sky? You actually have immortal flame blue like morning sky. How Heaven's essence spirit didn't even finish and instantly took away the willpower formation. Yemo was ready. As soon as the formation was gone, his spirit sense net expanded out. Even though Yemo was fast, the terrifying time power made his hair instantly white, so powerful. Yemo was shook. If he wasn't prepared, he would turn into a pile of bones in a moment. After using the spirit sense net, he felt he could go back in the golden page world again. No wonder you're not scared of willpower, spirit will 9 transformations as well. How Heaven stared at Yemo in shock. Yemo said calmly, I helped you out of goodwill. You don't show any gratitude and instead try to ambush me. I've seen too many people like you. You hide quite a lot. You finally got my heritage. If you see Tsang Jia, please give the jade slip to him. How Heaven said, he knew he couldn't threaten Yemo anymore. That's my business. I'm not planning to use Heaven Flame against you. Don't worry. Yemo put away blue like morning sky and waved out a black shadow. He really didn't care about that heritage. If he saw Tsang Jia, he can give it to him. Shadowless, look, Emperor Dao crystal, if you like it then eat it, if not go back to sleeping. Shadowless worm? How Heaven was completely speechless. He really didn't see Shadowless sleeping in the bitter bamboo, but now he did. Seeing this, How Heaven didn't even have the mood to talk to Yemo. He turned into light orbs and disappeared into the Emperor Dao crystal, making it light up more. Shadowless looked at the Emperor Dao crystal with intense desire but didn't dare to go devour it. Yemo knew Shadowless's level was too low and threw him back into the golden page world. Chapter 1737, Return to Ethereal Immortal Pond. Yemo looked at the Emperor Dao crystal and breathed easy. This time, it was really an Emperor Dao crystal without a doubt. Yemo put the Emperor Dao crystal in a jade box and then put restrictions over it before sending it into his golden page world. Yemo estimated that the Dao discussion social had begun. He knew that if he used the teleportation formation disk, he must leave immediately or he would be caught by the immortal emperors. Those immortal emperors wouldn't be able to stop the willpower of the Emperor Fall Mountain, but they can definitely feel any space ripples here. Even Immortal King and Immortal Monarch would be able to notice it. Realizing this, Yemo wasn't in a rush to leave and went into the golden page world first. In there, his spirit sense carefully scanned the spirit sense mark left by the middle-aged man. He wanted to leave the spirit sense mark at the Will Mountain, but he didn't know what was the point in doing that. As soon as Yemo's spirit sense went into the mark, It caused some ripples. Yemo was certain that if he didn't bind the spirit sense mark, he wouldn't be able to use spirit sense to check it. When Yemo felt the spirit sense wave, he rejoiced. He was a formation grade master, although he couldn't get out the spirit sense restriction inside the mark. It didn't mean he didn't know what it was. This spirit sense mark was a teleportation formation disk. If someone touched it, it would teleport away the person with the spirit sense mark. This meant that if the spirit sense mark was on him, that middle-aged man would be able to teleport him to the ethereal immortal pond no matter where he was. Yemo took in a cold breath. This guy had calculations upon calculations. If he wasn't lucky, he would have no freedom at all with this spirit sense mark on him unless he stayed in the golden page world. It seems that red jade card was a fake. He didn't know what that red card was for, but it definitely didn't lead to the ethereal immortal pond. Yemo decided to use it first. Yemo picked up the red jade card and neared the spirit sense mark. He had decided to force the spirit sense mark into the red card. However, before he did anything, the middle-aged man's spirit sense mark hid in the red card already. Seeing this, Yemo didn't hesitate and went out of the golden page world immediately. He threw out the teleportation formation disk. The teleportation formation disk brought out a veil and swept Yemo away from the peak of the Wool Mountain. The time will power here was terrifying, but it couldn't stop the teleportation of teleportation formation disk. As soon as Yemo came out, he threw out an explosion rune and left behind the red jade card with the middle-aged man's spirit sense mark before teleporting away. Immediately, Yemo took out that rune the middle-aged man gave him for escape. It was very precious. The middle-aged man said that as long as it wasn't an immortal emperor here personally, he would be able to get away. It was too much of a pity to use it, but he didn't dare not to. If he dared to be stingy under the eyes of a few immortal emperor, it was asking for death. Thus, he only used instant transmission once. It was to let the immortal emperor's spirit sense scan that the space ripple he caused was very ordinary. Now, he rested all his hope on that escape transmission rune. He just hoped it wasn't too bad. At the outskirts of the Emperor Fall Mountain on the Tao discussion stage, an extremely young Great Eternity Immortal was speaking confidently. A few immortal emperors sat in the clouds above the stage and listened. Every word the Great Eternity Immortal spoke was enveloped by special restriction on the stage and turned into Tao sounds falling around people's ears. Focus Cheetah soft, Noah like infant, cleanse and observe the abstruse, material nourishment is aging, this isn't Tao. Early end if not Tao, many immortals listened carefully to this Great Eternity Immortal's Tao meaning. Even the immortal emperors nodded from time to time, feeling this Great Eternity Immortal had an unique understanding of Tao. At this moment, the immortal emperors looked at the space above Emperor Fall Mountain at the same time. Yemo guessed right, his teleportation formation disk only created very minor space ripple, and these immortal emperors noticed. Even some immortal king and immortal monarch noticed this too. Almost instantly, all the immortal emperors and immortal monarchs scanned their spirit sense out, but after that space ripple, Yemo completely disappeared. The few immortal emperors smiled. They knew this ordinary wave wasn't made by a powerful being. Such clear space ripple meant that this person was at most an ordinary immortal king or even below. Ping Yi immortal monarch and Ruo Ming immortal monarch, go have a look. Zhang Ren immortal emperor smiled. He was the person in charge of this social, so he couldn't go over. That way he can't let other immortal emperors go. Feng Kong Grand Emperor and Dragon River Grand Emperor didn't feel this was wrong. They all felt the person who caused that space ripple wouldn't be strong. Even if he hid there, 2 immortal monarchs were enough. Yemo felt a whirlpool wrap him away. When he woke up, he didn't find any space ripple wave behind him. This meant that their spirit sense wouldn't be able to scan here. He was safe, such a powerful rune. Yemo sighed, even a careless immortal emperor might not be able to catch him, but this was a pity. Perhaps what he earned wasn't worth as much as this rune. Just when Yemo wanted to check where this was, he saw 2 dashing lights come at him. Yemo didn't move. It's you? You dare to come here? A very enjoyable voice sounded. Yemo saw who it was and rested easy. He scanned his spirit sense out, and when he realized where he was, he cursed. That old bastard teleported him to ethereal immortal pond. What? Weren't you with your sister? That voice scorned Yemo again. Yemo quickly saluted with his fists. Yemo greet Ning Yu Saint. Yemo felt strange. Theoretically, Ning Yu should have the right to go to the Tao discussion social. Why was she at the sect? Thanks to you I'm being punished by the sect. I'm no longer a saint. Are you happy? Ning Yu looked at Yemo with colder eyes, but she was also bewildered why Yemo's hair turned white. Yemo looked at the immortal next to Ning Yu. he was near Great Eternity Immortal peak stage and was extremely handsome. His hair formed a butterfly-shaped crest behind his back, making him seem very ethereal. Looking at these two, Emo thought of something. There were no male disciples in the ethereal immortal pond. This Great Eternity Immortal definitely wasn't from ethereal immortal pond. Yet he still appeared here alone with Ning Yu. The only explanation was that he was who she liked. Perhaps she was kicked off Saint because she didn't follow the rules. Thinking about this, Emo smiled. You agreed to let me go in. I'm very grateful for that. If there's anything I can help you with, I will try my best. Of course, I apologize for leaving here secretly. But you being impeached from Saint position has nothing to do with me, right? Even if it is, it's not the main reason. Ning Yu's face blushed. Of course she knew this. Why did you come back here? Ning Yu didn't GMO to be taken away by ethereal immortal pond immortal king. If something happened to Emo, she would Li Cohen. I came to find my sister. Emo said, didn't Sister Shiyu go to Emperor Fall Mountain Dao discussion? How come you didn't go with her? Ning Yu looked at Emo in confusion. Seeing her not ask about the ethereal immortal pond, Emo breathed easy. This meant that the issue wasn't as serious as the middle-aged man said it was. Emo immediately said in shock, Dao discussion social is at Emperor Fall Mountain? Let me ask her. Emo immediately took out his communication bead. He was going out to tell Li Cohen to not go in the Emperor Fall Mountain. Chapter 1738, Li Cohen leaving. If it isn't for Shiyu, you would be hunted by the ethereal immortal pond right now. Shiyu's master helped. Now you just have to come with me and apologize to ethereal immortal pond, otherwise. Ning Yu said. The handsome Great Eternity Immortal suddenly said. Ning Yu, he's the great extreme immortal that made sect leader Chan furious? It's him. Ning Yu stared at Emo. I still need to go ethereal immortal pond. Emo sent the news and looked at Ning Yu with a troubled face. Of course. Ning Yu said without hesitation, okay then, you two take me there. By the way, who are you, immortal friend? Emo looked at the handsome Great Eternity Immortal. Ning Yu blushed. It has nothing to do with him. I will take you there. That's fine. Emo nodded and said to himself, this immortal friend is so handsome. I'll AKS the ethereal immortal Pan Shin Bice later. What's he got to do with you? Ning Yu got annoyed. Emo said seriously, I see this immortal friend being so handsome. I have a good impression of him. Of course I need to ask around. Brother Chen, let's go. Ning Yu glared at Emo and turned to leave. The handsome Great Eternity Immortal glanced at Emo with an intriguing look. You have a great future, but we don't seem to know each other. Then he left with Ning Yu goddess. Emo breathed easy. He knew that the two appeared here because no one knew. If he told this to ethereal immortal pond, there was no benefit to her. Indeed, as soon as he mentioned that Great Eternity Immortal, Ning Yu really ran off. Emo knew he offended another person. It was that Great Eternity Immortal. His words meant that Emo didn't know him but used him to threaten Ning Yu. Nevertheless, Emo didn't care. His life mattered more. Making him go to ethereal immortal pond to apologize was just an excuse. If ethereal immortal pond couldn't find him, they might let him go, but if he really went to ethereal immortal pond, he would be over. Plus, that middle-aged man's power was terrifying. He was teleported here for no reason. Now that Ning Yu left, Emo immediately used mobility technique and left the range of the sect. Outside the Dao discussion stage, two immortal monarchs landed silently. One of them held a red jade card. Peng Yi, Ruo Ming, what's going on? Zheng Ren asked with a frown. The two bowed to the immortal emperors on the side before reporting. Immortal Emperor Master, we didn't find a trace of anyone there. There seemed to be a teleportation formation blown up by an explosion rune. Other than this, there's also this jade card. There's a spirit sense mark inside and we sealed it. Oh, show me. Feng Kong Grand Emperor immediately said. The two immortal monarchs handed the jade card to Feng Kong Grand Emperor. As soon as Feng Kong took the cards, his face changed. What's wrong? Dragon River Grand Emperor immediately asked. Have a look. Feng Kong Grand Emperor gave the card to Dragon River Grand Emperor. Dragon River Grand Emperor had a look and his face also turned bad. He glanced at Feng Kong Grand Emperor before saying the spirit sense mark is left by at least an immortal emperor peak or even half divine. That's right, but this person is quite heavily injured. If it's such person, then the thing inside Emperor Fall Mountain is probably gone.
Feng Kong Grand Emperor said with a bleak face, then what about the Dao discussion social?
Zhang Ren Immortal Emperor thought and asked, it will continue, after all, this is just a guess.
But I'm confused, why did this master casually throw away his spirit sense mark? Feng Kong Grand Emperor said, it was another great eternity immortal on the stage now. He kept explaining his Dao. Many low-level immortals were immersed in this while Li Kuan seemed to be out of it.
She had already asked her master to help intervene, so she really wanted to see Emo now and tell him what happened. At this moment, she suddenly received Emo's news.
Emo asked her to go back to Changrong Heaven Flying Dawn Immortal City immediately.
Emo didn't say she couldn't go into the mountain, he was scared the Immortal Emperors might see his message. Li Kuan didn't know how Emo went to Changrong Heaven again, but she didn't want to stay here anymore. Li Kuan messaged her master saying her brother is looking for her and she couldn't stay here. Her master was only immortal monarch power, but she had the right to be on the panel of judges since she was from Longyu Emperor sect.
Li Kuan's master saw the space ripple at the mountain too.
She didn't mind that her disciple couldn't stay here. She never planned to let her disciple go in. Li Kuan was talented but not the number one. There were many immortals much more talented than her and things seemed to have happened at Emperor Fall Mountain. Although Li Kuan could leave, her master still asked to leave with Zhang Ren Immortal Emperor to pay her respects. Of course Zhang Ren Immortal Emperor wouldn't mind.
Li Kuan easily left and headed towards Flying Dawn Immortal City.
A few days later, Emo saw Li Kuan again the room inside Flying Dawn Tower. Li Kuan was very happy to see Emo and didn't seem to care about the Dao discussion social at all.
Why did you come back to Changrong Heaven again? My master already intervened, I wanted you to go hear the Dao discussion social. Hearing their debates will benefit our cultivation.
Li Kuan said excitedly. Emo smiled and poured a drunken jade well for Li Kuan before setting up a few restrictions and saying, Sister Shiyu, trust me, that Dao discussion social is indeed good, but having it at Emperor Fall Mountain is a mistake.
What's going on? Li Kuan asked, seeing Emo was so careful. Emo said heavily, Sister Shiyu, the willpower and pressure of the mountain is immense. Even with 8 immortal emperors setting up restriction together, it's not enough.
Perhaps everyone can pass the Emperor Fall Mountain and reach the foot of the Will Mountain, but they definitely can't get up the Will Mountain.
If I didn't have enough fortune, I wouldn't be able to get up there. You went to Emperor Fall Mountain? What's going on? Li Kuan asked in shock, how did Emo get in without the suppression of the Immortal Emperor formation?
There's Will River, Will Bridge and Will Mountain in the Emperor Fall Mountain. How Heaven Grand Emperor's heritage is at the peak of the Will Mountain. In the blink of an eye, my hair turned all white. Seeing Li Kuan looked at him, Emo added, after a few days of cultivation, I cultivated it back. I'm saying this because it's very dangerous there. How can you go to Emperor Fall Mountain alone? It's said that no one can come out from there, you're too bold. Li Kuan's face was bad. Emo felt a little awkward and Li Kuan said helplessly, are you worried about me going to Emperor Fall Mountain and climbing the Will Mountain? Emo immediately nodded yes, don't trust those immortal emperors, they definitely can't suppress the mountain completely. Li Kuan smiled, you underestimate those emperor sects, although many prodigies came and many may go into the mountain, I'm certain there won't be many prodigies going in. Those sects aren't dumb, they let their core disciple come just to participate in the Dao discussion, not to go in the Emperor Fall Mountain. Hearing this, Emo finally breathed easy, there's actually not much to How Heaven Grand Emperor's heritage. It's only a How Heaven drum and an Emperor Dao crystal, what? You got the Emperor Dao crystal? Li Kuan asked Emo shakily. Emo nodded yes, and some old jade slips too. Li Kuan shakily stopped Emo, how can you say that? Stop talking. An Emperor Dao crystal was enough to flip the 33 heavens, and Emo said it wasn't much. I know, Sister Shiyu, don't worry, I have spirit sense domain here, no one can hear us. Even if a mortal Emperor's spirit sense scans over, I can feel it. Emo quickly explained. Li Kuan said carefully, no matter how confident you are, you can't casually expose that you got the Emperor Dao crystal. Do you know how many people would go crazy for it? Chapter 1739, Immortal Graveyard Range. I know, but I'm not interested in this. Emo said. He smiled at Li Kuan, so, I came to you for one thing, and that is to give the Emperor Dao crystal to you. You're going to give the Emperor DOA crystal to me? Li Kuan stared at Emo in a daze, her eyes were red.
She truly considered GMO a brother. She didn't know how GMO thought before, but now, she realized that GMO truly treated her as a sister too. If it wasn't so, he wouldn't tell her about the How Heaven heritage nor give the Emperor Tao crystal to her. GMO nodded. Yes, sister, 11 you. I'm ONT interested in this. Thank you, brother. Li Kuan suddenly felt she wasn't alone in the immortal realm. At least she had a brother. Li Kuan then stopped GMO from continuing to give it to her brother. Tell me why you don't want it? Do you know that with this you can reach the peak of the immortal realm, reach the status everyone wants? There's not many immortal emperor in the 33 heavens, all because of how hard it is to become one. Then she looked at Yemo without blinking. If she didn't get a certain answer, she wouldn't let Yemo waste it. Yemo smiled with extreme confidence. I will vindicate my own Tao. I definitely won't walk the Tao someone else walked. How Heaven Grand Emperor was just an immortal emperor. His Emperor Tao crystal would at most let immortal monarch reach immortal monarch. Meanwhile, his opponents were Tao Vindication Divine Emperors. If he can't even become an immortal emperor, how would he take on Divine Emperor? He might as well go into samsara. Okay. Li Kuan got up in excitement. Brother, you have your own god art. I knew you would vindicate your own Tao. Your mind state is much higher than mine. When I was thinking about how to get the Emperor Tao crystal to become immortal emperor, you already set your goals to Tao Vindication Divine Emperor. Yemo smiled. Sister Shi, you don't compliment me. I'm only a great extreme immortal primary stage now. I'm still far from immortal king, much less Tao Vindication. But that Emperor Tao crystal is indeed useless to me. Brother, I'm going to use you as my role model. I will walk my own Tao too. If I use the Emperor Tao crystal, I would be ending my own Tao. Maybe I will use it when I can't break through to immortal emperor. I might as well go samsara like you. I need to have the courage to seek my own Tao at least. Then Li Kuan looked at Yemo seriously. You keep it, don't give it anyone casually nor tell anyone. Even if you don't use it, it might be useful in the future. Okay. Since Li Kuan was going to vindicate her own Tao, Yemo didn't force anything. Li Kuan's talent was very good. With some fortune, she can reach immortal emperor. I also want to talk to you about something. Li Kuan said. Continue. Yemo planned to go find a place for solitary cultivation in Jinshang Heaven. With his current resources, he would be able to reach Great Eternity Immortal. You said you're level 7 Immortal Pill Great Master Peak. How long would it take for you to reach level 7 Immortal Pill Grandmaster? Li Kuan asked. Yemo thought and said, if I have level 7 Immortal Spirit Herb, I would only need a decade, but my pill concoction heritage is different to others. 1 or 2 years is possible. Yemo said conservatively, if he had Immortal Spirit Herb, he would be able to reach level 7 Immortal Pill Grandmaster in a year. But who knows what might happen with pill concoction. He found that using Time Formation Disc was good, but if he didn't use Time Formation Disc, it was better for the learning of pill concoction and forgery. Li Kuan looked at Yemo in a daze again. She thought that if Yemo could reach level 7 Immortal Pill Grandmaster in a century, she could enact her plan. No matter how much she trusted Yemo, she started to not believe Yemo could reach level 7 Immortal Pill Grandmaster this quickly. Yemo saw her look and knew she didn't believe him. Yemo just released the Shinnon cauldron. Seeing this, Li Kuan's eyes narrowed. She couldn't tell what the grade of this cauldron was. Corner soul weed? Li Kuan saw it and felt her brother was very extraordinary. He always had things other people didn't have. In less than 5 minutes, a cauldron of spirit range dual spirit pill was before her. Only then did she realize Yemo wasn't bluffing. Now do you believe me? Yemo smiled. Li Kuan took a deep breath and said after a while, then I really earned big to be able to find a brother like you. Where did your corner soul weed come from? You must not spill, you have such things. Sigh, there's too many secrets you can't tell. Li Kuan shook her head. Yemo didn't mind. He took out a few bottles of dual spirit pill and some dark weed and gave it to her. You can keep these. You have dark weed too? Li Kuan took them and nodded. She was a little immune to how insane Yemo was. Li Kuan also took out a storage ring and gave it to Yemo. It's some level 7 Immortal Spirit Herb inside. I asked for them from my master. Take it. Yemo rejoiced. He lacked high-level Immortal Spirit Herb the most. Li Kuan definitely asked for these just for him. With these he can reach level 7 Immortal Pill Grandmaster in a short time. Are you going to find a place for solitary cultivation? Li Koan could tell what Guillermo thought. Guillermo didn't hide it. Yes, indeed I will leave Changrong heaven, I might go Jin Shang heaven. Then we'll meet here 5 years later. I'm planning to go find Peng Yu immortal fruit 5 years later. If you reach level 7 immortal pill grandmaster, then come with me. You will need it anyways. Otherwise, even if I get Peng Yu immortal fruit, I might not be able to get a E-King pill. Li Koan smiled. Sister Shiyu, you can find Peng Yu immortal fruit? Guillermo asked in surprise and joy.
He had no pressure reaching Great Eternity Immortal, but it wasn't easy to go from Great Eternity Immortal to Immortal King. The main reason was the lack of Peng Yu Immortal Fruit. Peng Yu Immortal Fruit is level 7 Immortal Spirit Fruit and a very rare one. It could be used to concoct E-King pill. It's a pill necessary for the breakthrough to Immortal King. Should be fine, but we need to go together. Li Koan nodded. Okay, 5 years later I will definitely be level 7 Immortal Pill Grandmaster.
Don't worry.
Guillermo got up and said, if he could get E-King pill then he could break through to Immortal King. Then, he would immediately go back to Gonghua heaven.
He needed to take care of Lu Jingchuan. Otherwise, all those who ascend from Luoyu continent won't have it easy. Do you still have immortal crystals? Li Koan was about to give Guillermo another storage ring. Guillermo waved his hand. No need, I killed that Great Eternity Immortal. I got more than 100 million immortal crystals. Then Guillermo took out a new jade slip for Li Koan's sister Shiyu. You can use this for cultivation, I'm going. Seeing Guillermo leave from the tower and then the city, Li Koan felt her heart empty. She wanted to take him back to her sect to cultivate, but she realized he had too many secrets. Taking him back wasn't a good thing, so she could only watch him leave. She hoped she would be able to reach Immortal King 5 years later and protect him. When Guillermo had disappeared, she looked at the jade slip. Ancient Spirit Sense Cultivation Method. Spirit will 9 transformations? Li Koan almost called out in shock. She didn't expect Guillermo gave her such precious thing.
She had guessed Guillermo had Spirit Sense Cultivation Method but didn't expect it was Spirit will 9 transformations. Her brother was too generous, he was willing to give anything. However, there only seemed to be the first 4 transformations, but that was completely enough for her. With this, she would have much greater chance of survival. Immortal Graveyard Range. The range spanned for a few 100 million kilometers. It was said that tens of millions of years ago, there was a heaven domain battle here. The armies of a few heaven domains attacked Jin Shang heaven together. The final battle was at this immortal graveyard range. After that battle, the sky was dark red and tens of billions of immortals died here. The bodies were piled up to mountains. Later on, although the immortal spirit chi here was good and there were many immortal spirit herb, very little immortals came. The Yin chi here was too dense, even immortals couldn't take it. Guillermo stood outside the range and felt the bleak wind strike him. The reason he came here was because the fragmented map Kai Feng Immortal King gave him was here. Chapter 1740, Shadowless caught. Ordinary immortals wouldn't be able to withstand the Yin Chi here at all. Guillermo cultivated the 3 birth chant and was immortal spirit body, but even so, he felt the power of the bleak wind. Perhaps no powerful being died here, but there were too many dead ordinary immortals. But this was the perfect place for Guillermo to go into solitary cultivation. He cultivated in the Golden Page world. Kai Feng Immortal King said there was very precious forgery materials here. If that material could upgrade Zisu again, it would be magnificent. The rainbow half-god art required a lot on Zisu itself. The higher level of Zisu, the higher the power. Guillermo flew towards the depth of the range. The deeper, the lesser people and the safer he was. 4 hours later, that bleak wind was making Guillermo shiver and thus Guillermo stopped going forward. This wasn't the deepest part, but it was enough for his cultivation. If he really wanted to go deeper, he would just have to release Spirit Sense Domain and the bleak chi would affect him minimally. Just when he wanted to go underground and enter the Golden Page world, he noticed Shadowless sent him a message. He wanted to come out. Guillermo didn't care. Shadowless could devour essence spirit. It was normal that he wanted to come out and devour souls. But many spirits here have formed intelligence. He warned Shadowless to be careful and threw him out. It was hard for Shadowless to evolve. It would benefit him if he devoured many spirits here. Shadowless told Guillermo to rest assured and soon disappeared into the depth of the range. Guillermo entered the earth and set up a few stealth restrictions as well as a few void activation restrictions before going into the Golden Page world. He was going into a long solitary cultivation here. Then, Guillermo took out the time formation disc inside the Golden Page world. He killed a Great Eternity Immortal middle stage and got nearly 100 million immortal crystals. That great eternity immortal middle stage was rather wealthy, but his magic artifacts was bad. The only decent one, the stone sword, was shattered by him. Inside the time formation disk, Yemo took out the Duluo heaven fruit immediately.
One could only eat one.
He got 6 and left one to Jinbingyu. He still has 5 now. The Duluo heaven fruit melted in his mouth immediately into a fresh aromatic liquid. Before Yemo could taste it properly, powerful immortal spirit chi ravaged Aine's meridians.
The terrifying power of this fruit made Yemo worry if Jinbingyu could handle it.
But soon, he didn't worry anymore. The magic about the Duluo heaven fruit was that it would release different amounts of power based on the person. Even if one couldn't digest it, it would be stored as potential in the body, but for Yemo, this was no problem. He washed in the ethereal immortal pond, his meridians were wide and body powerful. It had only been a day inside the time formation disk, but Yemo felt the Duluo heaven fruit's effects were fading, and yet he was still some distance away from great extreme immortal middle stage.
One fruit wasn't enough indeed. Yemo ate the second fruit without hesitation.
Even though the difference was just 1 day, but the effect was clearly weakened. Yemo found that he was still that little bit from great extreme immortal middle stage. Without hesitation, Yemo ate the third fruit, Rumble. His immortal essence had a qualitative change again.
Yemo felt endless immortal essence rush over, and his spirit sense grew another level stronger.
Yemo breathed. He knew he had reached great extreme immortal middle stage. Great extreme immortal middle stage. Yemo then set up a spirit gathering immortal formation on the broken extreme great immortal range. Even though it was broken, it was still 10 km long, and the immortal spirit chi was extremely dense. It was countless times better than immortal crystals. After setting up the immortal formation, Yemo immersed into cultivation again, forgetting that Shadowless was still at immortal graveyard range. Immortal spirit chi cloud gathered in the golden page world, forming an immortal mist that grew thicker and thicker above Yemo's head. Then, it formed waves of immortal mist and rushed at Yemo. Yemo just kept using 3 birth chant to digest the immortal spirit chi. Time slowly passed, and when it had been 4 years outside the golden page world, Yemo had cultivated in the time formation disk for 400 years. Crack. The immortal spirit chi of the broken immortal range was dense and quite plenty, but it couldn't last Yemo's terrifying devour. When he broke through to great extreme immortal tertiary stage and near great eternity immortal peak stage, it dissipated. Yemo sighed. He finally understood the use of Duluo heaven fruit. It contained a lot of immortal spirit chi and top-grade nourishment, but it's mainly used for digging out the potential of immortals. Other immortals, after cultivating for a long time, would have hidden potential so they could use a fruit to break through a level. He was different. He cultivated the 3 birth chant and pretty much utilized all his potential. That's why his breakthrough was so hard, and even after he did, he devoured immortal spirit chi to supplement the lack of immortal spirit chi before he broke through. If he didn't use Duluo heaven fruit to reach great eternity immortal middle stage, he was certain that he was be great eternity immortal peak stage after devouring this entire immortal range. But even so, Yemo didn't mind. He was only 1 line away from great eternity immortal peak stage. He still had tens of millions of immortal crystals. It should be enough for him to reach great extreme immortal peak stage. Once he did, he would immediately break through to great eternity immortal. Tens of millions of immortal crystals were used up too quickly for Yemo. Crack. Just when Yemo reached great extreme immortal peak stage, those immortal crystals turned to dust. Not a single bit was left. Yemo shook his head helplessly. He was certain that if he didn't have pills too, these definitely wouldn't be enough. Now, Yemo immediately came out of the golden page world. He put away the surrounding formation flags and landed on the immortal graveyard range. As soon as Yemo came out, he sent out spirit sense blades. He really wanted to know if his spirit sense blades got stronger. Rumble. One casual blade hacked open a huge boulder that was 10 meters long. The surrounding bleak chi was split like a parted river. Yemo nodded in satisfaction, thinking that since his spirit sense was so much stronger, the spirit sense blades have materialized. It seemed he could go find a place for divine damnation. The bleak chi seemed to know Yemo's power and didn't dare to gather back. Seeing this, Yemo suddenly thought of Shadowless. Shadowless was out for 4 years and just disappeared. Although Shadowless could rarely help him now, Yemo brought him from Earth and thus had a deep connection with him. He didn't want anything to happen to Shadowless. Yemo immediately began to search for Shadowless, and 15 minutes later, there was this faint mark emanating from the depth of the range. If Shadowless was fine, it would come back immediately when he called him, but now, it went deeper instead. Yemo's face sunk. he was certain that Shadowless was either captured or trapped. Yemo immediately released Blue Moon and shot out his spirit sense domain and flew into the depth of the immortal graveyard range. Blue Moon flew faster and faster and the Chi grew heavier, but they were all blocked by Yemo's spirit sense domain. 4 hours later, Yemo stopped. 3 Great Eternity Immortal were not far ahead of Yemo. 2 women and 1 man. The man was very handsome in Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary stage. The 2 women were a middle-aged beautiful woman and an extremely pretty young girl. The middle-aged woman was halfway Immortal King and the pretty young girl was also Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary stage. Shadowless was the young girl but restricted. Chapter 1741, Devour Emperor Dao Crystal. The 3 Great Eternity Immortals were shocked. A Great Extreme Immortal dared to use flying magic artifact in here and flew this fast. Was he not afraid of the Chi here? They looked as Yemo landed but no one spoke. Yemo saluted with his fists. I'm Yemo. Hello 3 immortal friends. The middle-aged woman didn't underestimate Yemo and also saluted with her first, so it's immortal friend Yi. Renfu greet immortal friend. Why did you suddenly catch up to us? The middle-aged woman could tell that Yemo had some business. Yemo's eyes stayed on Li Jin the most as though he had some business with her. Seeing this, Yemo nodded. I have a bug that was playing in the immortal graveyard range. When I came out of solitary cultivation, it was gone. I wonder if you guys have seen it. With this, Renfu immediately realized that the shadowless worm belonged to this great extreme immortal. He was so lucky to get a shadowless worm. They were have to evolve, but if they did they would have huge power, so that shadowless worm is immortal friend Yes, good fortune immortal friend Yi. Half a month ago, we saw a wobbly bug and when we caught it we found it was a shadowless bug, so we kept it. Since this shadowless worm is immortal friend Yes, of course we'll return it to you. Renfu was unexpectedly so easy to talk to. If they weren't going to return Shadowless, he was about to fight. But then Yemo realized, Shadowless already recognized him as master. It was pointless to take it. Yes, Shadowless is indeed mine. Sorry for troubling you 3, thank you. Yemo said, Li Jin, since Shadowless worm is immortal friend Yes, return it to him. Renfu said to that great eternity immortal young girl. The girl was very unhappy that her auntie admitted they had it and now that she had to give it back. She was more unhappy, but the owner had already chased over, so she groaned. The Shadowless had no owner in the immortal graveyard range. I've kept it for half a month, who knows it belongs to him. Auntie Fu, would he be tricking us? Yemo's face sunk, he was annoyed. It was clear that even if he was scamming, they would know if they let Shadowless out. If he was the master, Shadowless would fly back immediately. This young girl clearly wanted to keep Shadowless. Although it can only recognize one master, but each time it evolved, its silk could be forged into top-grade immortal robes. Not only Yemo's face sunk, but Renfu was unhappy too. She reproached Li Jin, what is ours others can't take? What isn't ours, we can't force it. Take it out. The handsome great eternity immortal smiled. Li Jin, whether Shadowless worm belongs to this immortal friend, you will know if you take it out. If it is his, I don't want you to keep it too. Okay then. The girl took out a rune. Shadowless was restricted by the rune. Immediately, Shadowless saw Yemo and squeaked, you pig, you have the face to squawk. Yemo roared angrily. Shadowless didn't dare to make a sound again. Clearly, Shadowless was owned by Yemo. Seeing this, the young girl knew that if she tried to keep Shadowless it would be unreasonable, so she could only put away the rune. Immediately, Shadowless flew onto Yemo. The 3 just realized that if Shadowless wasn't wobbly because of eating so much, they really wouldn't be able to catch it. Thank you 3 immortal friends for treating Shadowless well. Yemo was grateful that they didn't fight and resolved the matter. Renfu clearly realized that Yemo wasn't ordinary and smiled. You're too polite immortal friend Yi. I see you can still release flying magic artifact and go rapidly here, not being affected by Chi. I believe your Yang Lin pill must be very high grade? Yang Lin pill? Yemo looked at Renfu in confusion but soon realized that the reason they could come here unaffected was due to this pill. Yemo immediately answered, I didn't use Yang Lin pill nor do I know what it is. Hearing this, Renfu's eyes lit up. Then what pill did immortal friend Yi use? Or what way do you have to not be affected by Chi? Yemo was lost for words. How could he say that it was due to his immortal spirit body? 3 birth chant and spirit sense domain, my bad. Renfu was clearly well-mannered. The male cultivator frowned and said nothing, clearly feeling Yemo wasn't good enough.
They gave back Shadowless without asking for anything, and yet Yemo didn't want to tell that his way of avoiding Yin Chi. The young girl sneered Auntie Fu. I told you, not everyone is as generous as you. Li Jin, don't say that.
Ren Fu reproached the girl and then smiled to Yemo. In that case,
we won't disturb immortal friend Yi.
She wanted to bring Yemo along with them, but since Yemo didn't even want to spill the secret, there was no need. Seeing the three leave, Yemo had no choice. He glanced at the fearful Shadowless and knew this guy fell into other people's hands because he ate too much. He was very unhappy, but he didn't have time to waste with Shadowless. He was planning to break through to Great Eternity Immortal and then find the extreme grade material according to Kai Feng Immortal King's map. Because he didn't have immortal crystals, he needed to find a place with dense immortal spirit chi and set up spirit gathering immortal formation. Yemo threw Shadowless into the golden page world and just wanted to leave, but then he noticed Shadowless immediately charge at that restricted Emperor Dao crystal.
You want to eat it?
Yemo asked, and Shadowless immediately gave an intense desire for it. Yemo was confused. A few years ago, Shadowless didn't even dare to eat it, but now he wanted to. Shadowless sent Yemo more information, and Yemo realized Shadowless devoured too many Yin Chi and souls in these few years. Eating the Emperor Dao crystal now was perfect. Yemo didn't mind. If he had the deal with Hao Heaven Grand Emperor, he would give it to Tsang Jie, but now Shadowless can devour it. Yemo removed the restriction and Shadowless immediately ate the fist-sized crystal. This time, Shadowless' body immediately expanded like a ball. This made Yemo worried. It was as though this ball would explode at any time. But Shadowless flew down to the bitter bamboo wobbly and fell into sleep again. Yemo wondered what this guy would be like when he woke up. Just when he wanted to find a place for divine damnation, he heard a terrified scream of pain and an intense space wave. Those three were in trouble. Yemo could immediately tell that scream was from the young girl. Yemo flew over immediately. Ren Fu gave him a good impression. He didn't mind helping them. Tens of seconds later, Yemo saw with his spirit sense that Ren Fu and the handsome man were attacking a dark-faced old man. They all had the lower hand. Ren Fu didn't seem quiet and peaceful like before. Her hair was messy and she attacked with her magic artifact like crazy. Li Jin had lost an arm. The clothes on her body had been torn and two sturdy balls on her chest were revealed. She was completely restricted and laid on the ground in shock. Chapter 1742. Immortal Graveyard Range Treasure. Another great extreme immortal tertiary stage man was going to pull down the other half of her dress. No wonder she was screaming. Yemo could tell that the man pulled off her dress not to rape her but to insult her. Everyone saw Yemo arrive. Immortal friend Yi, please save Li Jin. Ren Fu said worriedly, but before she finished, another ice arrow shot into her shoulder, bringing out a spray of blood. Although Yemo had a bad impression of this girl, the man and Ren Fu gave him a good impression. Seeing Yemo come over, the great extreme immortal tertiary stage man didn't continue. He got up and retreated a few steps. Yemo opened the girl's restriction and gave a pill to her before saying, put on your clothes and connect your arm. The girl's face was very pale. She immediately put on her clothes and connected her arm. She didn't even look at Yemo's pill and just ate it. Who are you? How dare you intervene with our business? The great extreme immortal tertiary stage saw Yemo's power was stronger than his and didn't dare to fight. The old man looked at Yemo. He seemed to know Ren Fu and stopped as though fearing Yemo would suddenly attack that great extreme immortal. Clearly, that great extreme immortal was important to him. Ren Fu quickly charged up to the girl and helped her recover. Yemo studied this black-faced old man. He was also halfway immortal king and was one step away from immortal king. No wonder these two great eternity immortal were no match for him. You're a mere great extreme immortal and you dare to intervene with my business? The black-faced man said coldly. Yemo didn't care at all. Even though this guy was just one line from immortal king, he still wasn't immortal king. The difference between the two here huge. It was a qualitative and quantitative difference. Yemo smiled. If I wanted to intervene, I would have attacked now. Do you see me attacking? If he wanted to kill this great extreme immortal, he only needed one move. This old man wouldn't even be able to save him in time. Yemo just knew Ren Fu and owed them one. That's why he helped. He didn't care who was right or wrong. He didn't want to get involved. The old man stared at Yemo for a while and didn't attack him. Yemo dared to fly here and he easily removed the restriction of the young girl. This made him a little concerned. He set the restriction and yet Yemo easily opened it. This meant that Yemo might be stronger than him. Plus, now that the girl's restriction was open, they had an extra great eternity immortal. Plus this, supposed great extreme immortal. He wasn't scared, but he wouldn't be able to protect his disciple. Since you don't want to intervene, then please leave. This is our private affairs. The old man said. Emo said, of course I'm going to go, but I owe these 3 immortal friends. If I didn't see it, then never mind, but I saw it, so I need to pay them back or I wouldn't be able to rest at heart.
What are you going to do? You think I can't kill you?
The dark-faced man said as his killing intent spilled out. Renfu handed the girl to the man and released her magic artifact standing next to Emo. Hey Warren, try it then. You think the Urin immortal residence is easy to abuse?
Emo really didn't care about this Hey Warren.
He was great extreme immortal peak stage now. Renfu said the reason Hey Warren is fighting us is because he knows we have a map of the immortal graveyard range. Immortal friend Yi, thank you for saving Li Jin, although my map piece might not lead to the treasure, but there's some hope. You're not afraid of In Chi, we can cooperate.
Immortal treasure? Emo asked in confusion. Renfu nodded yes. You should know how the immortal graveyard range came to be, right? I know. Emo answered, that's right, after that battle, many immortals died here, leaving behind countless treasures.
Although the battlefield was roughly cleaned, they weren't able to do it precisely due to the emergency of the situation. However, one immortal king didn't die and he collected the countless good things here and hid it somewhere. However, the immortal king wasn't lucky, and when he was planning to go, he saw someone who planned to do the same thing. They fought and both were heavily injured, with only Essence Spirit escaping. Ever since, there was no more news of the two. A few million years passed and everyone gradually forgot about this. My map might be from the Essence Spirit of the escaped immortal king.
Renfu said. Emo was dazed. The battlefield of billions. How many things would be left behind?
Emo was interested, but he didn't know why Renfu would say this in front of Hey Warren. Renfu seemed to know what Emo thought and explained, our Urin immortal residence has been searching here for countless years. People would come every few decades. Because the map is incomplete, we have no clue up until now. But somehow, Hey Warren got news of this and came probably to rob my map.
Hey Warren stared coldly at Renfu and didn't argue.
He only guessed they had a map. The residents never gave up searching the immortal graveyard range. Many people were bewildered, and so was he. He only knew why after he got a map piece as well. Renfu sound transmission to Emo. You know why he's called Hey Warren? It's because he has a brother called by Warren.
The two had the name, meaning that they wouldn't tolerate anything. Their means are very cruel and inhumane. Luckily, Bai Warren didn't come today, otherwise we'd die a very gruesome death.
Oof.
Hey Warren, sneered Renfu, you think I came to rob your map? Look at this.
Hey Warren threw out a jade slip. Your map is incomplete, I have a share too. If you're willing to cooperate, bring out your jade slip and we can work together to find the treasure. Renfu did not expect Hey Warren to have a map too. Emo thought he had a jade slip too. Was it a part of it as well? Thinking about this, Emo said to Renfu, immortal friend Ring, can I have a look at the map? Of course.
Renfu gave the jade slip to Emo without hesitation.
Emo looked at the map and realized that his piece could fit perfectly with hers, but even so, there were still many missing parts. Emo looked at Hey Warren. He was staring at Renfu's map with fiery eyes. Emo realized that his map might be a part too. Emo gave the jade slip back to Renfu and said, we'll do it this way. We can work together to find the treasure, and after finding it, we'll split it in 3 parts, how about it?
You didn't take out anything. What right do you have to get a third?
We can go find the treasure together, but I can only agree to splitting things in half. I have half and you 4 have half.
Hey Warren glared at Emo coldly. Renfu looked at Emo in confusion. She felt Emo was asking for too much as well. Emo was only a great extreme immortal, and she didn't mean to split evenly with Emo just because she said to bring him there. Emo took out a jade slip and said, because I have a part of the map too, do I not deserve a third? The two were dazed. Chapter 1743, Rely on Own Fortune. What, you don't believe I have this?
Seeing the 2 days, Emo raised his jade slip. Renfu breathed and said, immortal friend, ye came to immortal graveyard range and possesses a map piece, I believe you. Hey Warren scanned Emo's jade slip and said, regardless of authenticity, everyone put their jade slip in the middle and open the restriction. Then we'll all scan it and mark their own complete map. Then Hey Warren threw his jade slip out first. He looked at Emo coldly. If someone dares to use fake jade slip to trick me,
Don't blame me for what happens.
Emo ignored the threat and threw his jade slip out after his spirit sense scanned that Warren's map was real. Seeing this, Renfu threw the jade slip in the middle too. They immediately marked the map into their own jade slips. Moments later, Warren put away his jade slip and said the three pieces together isn't the whole map, it seems to be missing a corner.
Emo put away his map and said nothing.
The map was indeed missing a corner. Renfu looked worriedly at Emo. Warren put away his jade slip quickly. She could only barely finish, some parts were blurry. She was speechless, she didn't know Warren was this bleak. She should have just marked hers and borrow Emo's later. Emo was a great extreme immortal and his spirit sense must be lacking. The three pieces definitely wasn't fused together. Emo sneered. He knew what Warren did of course, but in actual fact, he had combined the three pieces together before he even threw his out. He had seen Renfu's map and scanned Warren's map as soon as he threw it out.
Emo used less than 1/10 of a second to complete the map, but Warren used 2 seconds. Emo guessed that Renfu probably didn't finish.
He borrowed hers to look at. If she asked the same thing, he wouldn't hesitate. We have confirmed this map to be real, now everyone has a copy.
The map is missing a corner, but we should be able to find it. We'll split the treasure into thirds, what do you think? Warren said.
Now wasn't the time to deal with these two, he would find the treasure first, I'm fine with it.
Renfu said, same. Emo said, Warren nodded happily in this case, let's go.
Then he took the great extreme immortal and flew off. Renfu then said, Renfu, thank immortal friend Yi for saving my life. She then pointed at the young girl and the handsome male. This is my niece Renli Jean, and Chu-Chi. She didn't say who Chu-Chi was, but Emo wasn't going to ask. Renli Jean's arm was attached. She walked up to Emo with red eyes and bowed. Li Jean, thank brother Yi for saving my life. Chu-Chi also came over and saluted with his fists.
If Emo didn't appear, Renli Jean would be in a worse state.
If they didn't run, they would eventually die too. Emo knew Renli Jean's feeling. Any young girl would feel dejected after her clothes were torn off and her private area seen by stranger. Emo didn't want to mention it and changed the topic. No need to mention such minor things.
Warren had left, let's chase up. The three map pieces were indeed clearer after combined.
The missing part was about the interior of the treasure, it didn't affect the routes outside. Warren was very fast and in just 2 hours, he found a very hidden stealth formation. From the map this formation should be the entrance. The four followed behind Warren and didn't feel the route was wrong. Sigh, we used countless years and only secured 100,000 km radius, but now that the three pieces combined we instantly found the entrance. Renfu sighed. Emo smiled. If you didn't secure the radius, we wouldn't be able to find here so quickly.
Really?
In that case, then you guys take me in here. There's a stealth formation here, how come I can't find the entrance? Warren scorned. He believed his piece was the most complete. Seeing them say nothing, Warren sneered, since you can't find it then I will. But I need to say this beforehand, if I find the entrance first I get first choice on the treasure.
Emo, who couldn't even be bothered talking, suddenly said, Warren. You mean that if I'm the first to find the entrance, then I get first share when we split things?
Of course, whoever finds it first can get first choice, but you can't break the stealth restriction here with force. Otherwise, the things in here would be revealed.
Warren said in contempt, then is it first choice for everything or just once?
Emo asked again. Renfu knew she couldn't find the stealth restriction quickly, so she said just once. Emo knew what she thought and nodded, then he threw out a few formation flags. With this, an obscure entrance appeared before them before eventually forming into a stone door. You're an immortal formation, Great Master?
Renfu asked in shock. Warren also looked at Emo in disbelief. He could find the entrance but not as easy as Emo. Let's go.
Emo walked in first. Seeing this, the rest of them all followed. Just when Renfu wanted to ask how to hide their entrance, Emo waved his hand and took the formation flags.
Then, the entrance disappeared.
Renfu felt vigilant. Seeing this, feeling Emo wasn't ordinary. No one knew that Emo threw out 8 flags but only took back 7. The stone entrance door was very simple. After going in, there was a platform. Under the platform were coarse steps. This place was indeed set up in a rush. After coming in, the Chi immediately disappeared. Clearly there were formations here to block it. Emo knew no one would attack his disciple here, so he went down the stairs first. Renfu followed closely. Emo was last. Before going down, Emo had scanned his spirit sense out. There was spirit sense barrier here, but he broke it easily with his spirit sense blades. He saw there was a skeleton below the stairs. As soon as Hey Warren went down, an immense pressure came. That pressure almost suppressed all the space nearby. Hey Warren knew things weren't good and quickly released a huge bell. Renfu also released her defense magic artifact. Only Yemo did nothing. Clank clank clank. It was like raining hail as countless things hit the bell. Yemo was amazed. That thing attacked too fast. Even he didn't see what struck the bell. Renfu quickly took a few steps back. Luckily the ambush focused the first person and she only took some pressure. Now, they both saw the skeleton on the ground and realized that this skeleton found here first but was ambushed. Hey Warren was scared, sweating, but he knew he survived. He then reached out and picked up a jade slip on the floor. At the same time, Renfu took the skeleton's storage ring while Yemo casually took a hexagonal black card. Chapter 1744, Ancient Rune. At this time, the three people behind him came. Hey Warren didn't care. His spirit sense scanned the jade slip and he rejoiced. This jade slip was the last part of the map. Now, he had the complete map. Renfu thought the same. She found she had 200 million more immortal crystals in her storage ring and an extreme grade immortal artifact. She saw what Hey Warren did, but even if he got the fourth part of the map, she didn't care. They were all working together now. Hey Warren had no right to search for treasure alone. Seeing Yemo still act like nothing had happened, she felt Yemo's experience was too little. Hey Warren thought the same, but he didn't care about a storage ring. He cared about the entire immortal treasure. When Renfu subconsciously looked at Yemo, she realized that Yemo had a frown. She asked immortal friend Yi, "Did you notice something?" Yemo was shook and quickly said, "Nothing, nothing, I just feel a bit weird." Renfu was confused but said nothing. The group walked past the skeleton for about tens of meters before saying, "Another restriction stone door, it should be here." Hey Warren said, "Master, are we going to break this door open by force?" The great extreme immortal asked. Yemo sneered, "Idiot, if you attack with force this door would immediately disappear. This is just a transition formation." The great extreme immortal's face changed, but he didn't dare to speak since his master said nothing. Hey Warren's face was bad, but he didn't rage. He asked, "What do you think we should do, immortal friend Yi? If I say it, do I get an extra share?" Yemo asked calmly. Hey Warren sneered, "Do you want to act against our arrangement? We agreed to split 3 ways evenly. What's the meaning of you asking for more now?" Renfu said nothing. She felt Yemo shouldn't be asking for this now, but unexpectedly, Yemo saluted with his fists. I forgot about this, sorry. Even Hey Warren looked at Yemo in confusion. He felt Yemo wasn't someone easy to talk to, but now he's so easy to talk to and apologized. "I'll open this door restriction." Yemo threw out 4 more formation flags. Then the door made ripple like waves before 4 rings appeared. Yemo pointed at the 4 rings. "There should be 4 pieces to the map. There's 4 rings here. It should be done if we put the pieces in." Hey Warren frowned, "But we only have 3 pieces. Yemo interrupted him immediately. "Really? How come I saw you take a jade slip before?" Hearing this, Hey Warren's face changed. He wasn't certain if Renfu noticed it, but he was certain Yemo didn't see it. If Renfu mentioned this, he would say Renfu got a storage ring, but unexpectedly, Yemo brought this up. Did the two communicate, or did Yemo really notice? Yemo said coldly, "I found a jade slip indeed, but that's what I found. According to the arrangement before, 1 jade slip for a share. If I have 2 shares, then I will take out the jade slip. Otherwise, why should I take out 2 jade slips?" Yemo said calmly, "Using what you just said, do you want to act against the arrangement? We agreed to splitting 3 ways evenly. What's the meaning of this? If I do something, it's free. If you do something, you need to get paid?" Now, Renfu realized that Yemo had long saw Hey Warren pick up the 4th jade slip. Renfu suddenly shivered. She wasn't certain if Yemo saw her picking up a storage ring. Was Yemo really a great extreme immortal? Hey Warren seemed to be played every single step much lesser. Thinking about this, Renfu decided to avoid Hey Warren and split half the immortal crystals with Yemo. As for that extreme grade immortal artifact, she would keep it herself. Plus, we already settled things outside, if you really don't agree. "I'm going to attack the door," Yemo said. "You." Hey Warren had nothing to say to that, but he immediately found something else. "Okay, then in that case, how come I saw Ren Goddess pick up a storage ring?" Renfu's face froze and then immediately took out a storage ring. "That's right. It's here. If you want it, then take it." "I don't want it."
Yemo scanned with his spirit sense and knew it wasn't the same one she picked up. She had seen what was inside. Only the extreme grade immortal artifact was valuable, but for an immortal forgery grandmaster, it was only so-so. Hey, Warren's face was very bad. He was certain this wasn't the same storage ring, but he had no evidence. Seeing the 4 rings, Hey Warren thought for a while and smiled. In that case, we'll do what we agreed on before. I'll lose out a bit, sometimes that's not a bad thing. Then, he threw his 2 jade slips in the rink. Renfu's spirit sense immediately chased over but saw nothing. The jade slips were gone. Her face didn't look so good, but she still put in her jade slip. When Yemo threw out his 1-2, the ripple restriction on the door disappeared. A grand and ancient chi came into their face. It was as though if they entered this door, they would see everything in the ancient times. This isn't the immortal treasure. Renfu's face changed immediately and realized this place was no immortal treasure. It was an ancient rune. It's an ancient rune? Even Hey Warren dazed upon seeing this, and then he rejoiced. Without a map, it was very hard to get around ancient ruins. Only he had the complete map. Yemo immediately realized, perhaps that the immortal king was finding a place to hide his treasure and accidentally found this ancient rune. Then, he used it to hide his treasure. Of course, it was also possible that the immortal king had this ruin map and found here. The first stone door and those course steps were set up by that immortal king, but the restriction stone doors were a part of the real ancient ruin. We don't have map. Can we join up and kill Hey Warren? Renfu asked Yemo. Before Yemo answered, Hey Warren seemed to have noticed something and took the great extreme immortal in. As soon as they did, Yemo's spirit sense couldn't find them. Sigh, he noticed it. Renfu sighed. Yemo shook his head. There might be nothing here. It's probably a ruin that was dug up before but was just used by that immortal king. If we're lucky, we might be able to find the immortal king's treasure. He left a formation flag outside because he knew that it wasn't just Hey Warren here. Even if Hey Warren didn't run, Yemo wouldn't gain up on him. Renfu said in disappointment. It should be so. I got a storage ring before. There's some immortal crystals. I'll share some with you. Then, Renfu gave Yemo a storage ring filled with 100 million immortal crystals. Yemo took it. Then he gave a jade slip to Renfu. This is the map of the 4 pieces combined. You can have a share too. Once we go in, we'll rely on our own fortunes. Renfu took the map in joy. She never expected Yemo to have the entire map. It seemed he not only saw the 4th jade slip and marked it too. Chapter 1745, Void Kill Again. If Renfu didn't give him the 100 million immortal crystals, Yemo wasn't going to give her the map for free. To Yemo, the map was precious, but Hey Warren already knows. Plus, Yemo felt people had been to this ruin, so there probably wasn't anything good left. However, that hexagonal card gave Yemo some anticipation. The card wasn't put into the storage ring, meaning that it had equal importance as the map jade slip. Thank you, immortal friend Yi. Good luck to you. Then Renfu took Chu Chi and Li Jin and entered the door. Now, Yemo was the only one here. Yemo seemed desperate and quickly entered the door too. Then, he disappeared. It's an ancient ruin. Lucky, this pure luck. These 4 bastards dares to split things with my brother. They're asking to die. As soon as Yemo disappeared, this voice sounded. It was a pale-faced man. He was dressed in white and his hair was white too. He was the exact opposite of Hey Warren. Then, he walked towards that stone door without hesitation. Just when he made half a step, he immediately noticed things weren't good. There was this terrifying feeling. He didn't even have the chance to release his magic artifact and he felt the space around him completely change. It became fierce and grand and killed with killing intent. Rumble. There was nothing material, but the space kept making this terrifying explosion sound. In this explosion, space went chaotic. Even spirit sense couldn't see anything. Moments later, bloody mist sprayed in the air and it gradually recovered. A man with half a body appeared in this space at the same time. Yemo appeared before him, but now there was a purple sword in his hand. It was Yemo who ambushed this man. It seemed like he went into the door, but instead, he stealthed himself on the side. He left a formation flag outside. He noticed it as soon as this man came. You dare to ambush me? The white man's face was hideous. A white flashy bone had appeared in his hand. It gave Yemo a strange feeling as though there was endless power contained in it. Die. The white man released the bone in his hand. Bleak killing chi filled the space. It seemed that against such killing force, Yemo would be killed no matter where he ran. Yemo was shocked. He was certain this person was by Warren.
He didn't expect this guy to be alive after ambushing him and still have the power to retaliate, if he gained up on Hey Warren before and this Bai Warren came.
Renfu and them would be in a dire situation. Emo had the confidence to stop Bai Warren, but Renfu and them wouldn't be able to stop Hey Warren. Although Renfu was also half immortal king, her power was quite weaker than Hey Warren. He knew that the reason the two didn't jump out together at the start was for fearing that he crushed the jade slip, but now there was just a Bai Warren. Zissou splashed the skies with purple light and hacked open the killing chi-filled space, sword god art rainbow. The sword ray instantly turned to countless rainbow sword rays, and the killing chi Bai Warren started up were instantly melted. In a short time, they completely disappeared. Seeing this, there was extreme shock on Bai Warren's face. He completely realized that even if Emo didn't ambush him, he wouldn't have it easy with Emo.
This powerful sword force meant that Emo was on par with him. Realizing this, Bai Warren regretted that he didn't run when he was ambushed.
However, he still had time to run. Crack. There was a terrifying cracking sound when Zissou hit the white bone.
Bai Warren couldn't care about his magic artifact. He instantly released a rune.
Emo wasn't going to give him the time to do this and punched. Void. This fist seemed to have come from the void. Void annihilation. No annihilation, no return.
All the remnant killing force and the rainbow sword ray in the air were taken away by this punch, forming a huge killing force whirlpool. Bai Warren was caught in this killing force whirlpool and was extremely shocked.
He completely didn't understand how a great extreme immortal could be this insane.
He was halfway immortal king. Even though he was ambushed, he shouldn't be suppressed like this. Even his rune was caught by the whirlpool. This was space law. Have mercy. Bai Warren could only say this and was churned by the space killing force. Emo reached out his hand and a white storage ring flew in, as well as that bone magic artifact. The bone magic artifact had this death annihilation chi.
Clearly it wasn't ordinary. Emo just put on a few restriction and threw it into his storage ring.
He was more interested how many good things were in Bai Warren's storage ring. When Emo broke the restriction and scanned his spirit sense in, he was dazed. This was the first time he had seen such a wealthy storage ring. Even how Heaven Grand Emperor's small world didn't surprise him this much. There were at least 1 billion immortal crystals piled up. They were like huge mountains. This wasn't even Bai Warren's main fortune. He had 20 immortal crystals cards and each had 100 million. This meant that Bai Warren had 3 billion immortal crystals. On top of that, there were immortal spirit herb and forgery materials piled up in mountains. He had 8 extreme grade immortal artifact and countless more pills and lower grade ones. Just how many did this bastard rob?
He was too wealthy. Emo immediately thought of Hey Warren. If Bai Warren had this many good things, how many would Hey Warren have? Thinking about this, he even wanted to fight with Hey Warren. After his joy, Emo put away the storage ring and formation flags and opened the restriction stone door. Emo just entered the door and heard a few cracks. Then he saw 4 jade slips on the back of the door. He didn't expect them to fall. Emo picked them up and found them to be the same before they threw them into the rink. Emo just realized that they needed the jade slips to go out. Even if Hey Warren got things, he wouldn't be able to get away as long as the jade slips were in his hands. Thinking about this, Emo rejoiced. It seemed they needed to meet again. That guy was unlucky. Emo looked around. It was barren wilderness everywhere. There were endless hills and dead trees everywhere. Dried up river bed had spider web like cracks spread all over it. Emo reached his spirit sense out and was immediately blocked. Even his eyes and could only see about tens of meters. Emo didn't move. He soon noticed something wrong. These endless hills and spider webs seemed to have some pattern to them. Those dead trees didn't seem to grow casually. Emo took out the map and immediately realized that the scene was correspondent to the map. A moment later, Emo put away his jade slip. He had a very clear route. Although they had the same map and came from the same way, but the route formed in their brain might be different. Emo flew into the dried river and rushed into the depth of the ruin. Not right. Hey Warren suddenly stopped. What's wrong, master? The great extreme immortal asked respectfully. The routes should be born based on people's sea of consciousness. The marks I left behind should allow your martial uncle to come here, but after coming in, he wouldn't be able to follow my marks. Hey Warren patted his head. It really is so. What do we do? The great extreme immortal scanned and didn't find the marks they just made. Chapter 1746, Surprise. Li Jin, don't take what happened today to heart. Things like this will happen when you come out for trial. You will only have the chance to be independent if you increase your power. Renfu saw her niece was dejected and comforted. Yeah, Li Jin cousin, your talent is so high, you can definitely reach immortal king in the future.
Once you reach Immortal King, I will go with you to kill that bastard, and then we can have our wedding. Chuchi said. Then, Chuchi held Renli Jin's hand, getting Chuchi's comfort. Renli Jin felt a little better, but the killing intent in her eyes were dense. Not only was she going to kill that great extreme immortal but also Hei Warren. Even though she was no match for him, but one day she would be able to kill him. Ren Fu knew what her niece thought and said, Li Jin, Hei Warren, and Bai Warren usually appear at the same time. Although I don't know why Bai Warren didn't come today, but you must not go attack Hei Warren. Even if you do, you must go with Chu Chi and your power must be higher than him. My cultivation level is almost the same as Hei Warren, but I'm far from a match for him. Plus, that Bai Warren wouldn't be weaker than Hei Warren. The three fell silent. The three gained up on Hei Warren, but Hei Warren still subjugated Renli Jin first. If Yemo didn't come, she would be in a worse situation. Who is Yemo? Hei Warren seemed to be concerned with him. Renli Jin asked in confusion. Not only Hei Warren, but I feel concerned with him too. I think Hei Warren probably suspects that Yemo hid his power. Otherwise, how could a great extreme immortal not fear us great eternity immortals at all? This great extreme immortal not only has shadowless worm but is also an immortal formation great master. This is also strange. Ren Fu said. Chu Chi nodded. This person is not bad, we helped him once and he helped Li Jin. But I suspect he didn't hide his power, he can probably kill people above his level like Hei Warren. Hei Warren probably guessed this and that's why he was worried about GMO joining up with us. Chu Chi is right, from how he instantly carved the entire map. He's probably stronger than me. I suspect he already knows what I got from the storage ring. Regardless, Yemo is no ordinary person and he helped us. Even if he didn't, you guys need to treat him with respect. Ren Fu said seriously. Chu Chi said, what I don't understand is, since Yemo could carve down the jade slip, he clearly knew about it. Why did he not touch the storage ring nor the jade slip? Ren Fu fell silent. The only explanation was that Yemo found something better, but even she didn't see what it was. It's that bastard, I'm going to kill him. Ren Li Jin suddenly roared. Ren Fu and Chu Chi saw that great extreme immortal coming back, but they didn't see Hei Warren. Ren Fu immediately nodded, kill him. The great extreme immortal was focused on going, but when the three saw him, he also saw the three. He was a mere great extreme immortal. How did he dare to go upon seeing three great eternity immortal? Instantly he changed a direction and ran. Before he could move, a terrifying space-tearing force tore him to pieces. Seeing this great extreme immortal just disappear, the three sweated cold on their back. They knew they could only go along the route formed in their brain, but the consequence of not following it was too terrifying. After walking for half a day, Yemo found that this place was filled with mountains and immortal spirit herb mountains that had been excavated. He suspected that this place used to be a trial ground. A 10-meter-tall immortal spirit beast carcass suddenly blocked his road. Yemo stopped. A terrifying power came from this body, making Yemo retreat a few steps subconsciously. In this barren and wild place, Yemo felt this strange sense of suppression. It made his mind worry, and this tall immortal spirit beast body made him feel like the sky was collapsing on him. Such a powerful immortal spirit beast. Yemo took in a cold breath in. He had seen level 7 immortal spirit beast in the 7 refined tower, but this immortal spirit beast that was dead for countless years gave Yemo a more powerful feeling. This body was much smaller than that level 7 immortal spirit beast, but Yemo felt this immortal spirit beast might even be a level 9 immortal spirit beast. Thinking about this, Yemo was shocked. Level 9 immortal spirit beast was equivalent to a mortal emperor. If this was really so, he would be earning big. Yemo just wanted to send the body into his golden page world when he saw a faint golden light come out from the body. Immortal spirit beast core? Yemo instantly realized. He held down his excitement and took the fist-sized immortal spirit beast core. The pressure of the immortal spirit beast was mostly from this immortal spirit beast core. It was powerful, but it couldn't attack. Yemo was immortal spirit body in great extreme immortal peak stage and thus could take the pressure. Yemo knew that just this beast core was invaluable. There were many means for immortal monarch to break through to immortal emperor, but very little could succeed. It could be said that only 1% of the means would succeed and not everyone might be able to use it. Emperor Start Pill was a mean everyone could use. The main ingredient was a level 9 immortal spirit beast core. Level 9 immortal spirit beast were extremely rare in immortal realm. They usually took humanoid form too. They were equivalent to a real immortal emperor, who would dare to touch immortal Emperor Dan Tian. This was unimaginable luck that Yemo found a level 9 immortal spirit beast core. He put it in a jade box and placed restrictions before sending into the golden page world. Yemo wasn't interested in the body of this immortal spirit beast. Its bones were top-grade forgery materials but nothing compared to the beast core. Yemo dug a place on the spot and buried the body. Level 9 immortal spirit beast were very respected in the immortal realm. If he didn't get the immortal spirit beast core, he would bring this body out for immortal crystals, but since he got the immortal spirit beast core, he would bury it in return. 4 hours later, Emo stopped again. A huge black palace appeared before him again. The doors were tightly shut and there was a hexagonal rink in the middle. Emo immediately thought of that hexagonal card he got. He took it out immediately. Emo put the card in. Creak. The door seemed to have not been opened for a long time. A sorts of chi came out, each one representing an immortal artifact or treasure. Emo just stared at the center of the palace. There was a dark red stone derelict in the center. It was about 3 meters wide. It was that stone that made Emo's heart skip. He finally realized what the extreme grade forgery material Kai Feng Immortal King talked about was. Emo didn't know how Kai Feng knew there was this or here, but he knew this or. It was refined star rock that wasn't in the 33 heavens. It sounds ordinary, but it's very extraordinary. It could be compared with star core flame, as it's also obtained from refining a planet. If you wanted to obtain the refined star rock, you needed to refine a large planet. Even Emo suspected if this was real. How many planets would be refined to get a refined star rock this big? Even a divine emperor wouldn't do something this boring. Regardless, Emo had decided to take it into his golden page world first. You really found the key to the palace. Hey Warren's shaky voice sounded. It was extreme joy. Chapter 1747, Buddhist God Art. Emo already noticed Hey Warren when he came. Before Hey Warren could attack, Emo went into the palace first and wanted to put the refined star rock into his storage ring. What confused Emo was that the refined star rock didn't move at all. Ha, you want to put refined star rock into your storage ring? Do you think your storage ring is half-god artifact? Hey Warren laughed and entered the palace. Emo frowned and stopped trying. According to Hey Warren, it required half-god artifact or above storage ring to store, although he could put it in his golden page world, but he didn't do so. He wasn't scared of Hey Warren, but he was certain he could keep Hey Warren here. If Hey Warren got away, news of him owning half-god artifact would spill. You probably don't want to see me the most now, right? Ha, I underestimated you. You actually got the key to this palace. Answer my question and you can kill yourself. I'll allow you to go into reincarnation. Hey Warren glanced at Emo contemptuously. To him, no matter how strong Emo was, he was no watch if he didn't have Renfu and them to help. Emo raised his hand and Zisu was in his hand. Then he said, actually, I really want to see you. Do you believe me? There was a cruel smile on Hey Warren's lips, but he didn't attack and asked, my only confusion is how did you get here? You need to get 4 parts of the map. How did you get here? If I tell you, will you not hurt me? Emo asked plainly. Keep dreaming. Hey Warren sneered, then stop farting and fight. Emo said and attacked. Hey Warren saw that Emo dared to initiate the attack and was furious. A golden crack appeared out of nowhere as though it had always been here. Then, there was Buddhist chants in the palace like huge hammers that smashed in Emo's sea of consciousness. This spirit sense knocking almost made Emo spit a mouthful of blood. He immediately expanded his spirit sense domain and severed the Buddhist chants. This wasn't a spirit sense cultivation method but was much more powerful than ordinary spirit sense cultivation method. If he didn't have spirit sense domain, he would be heavily injured from that. At the same time, the golden crack landed. It was a 10-meter long golden staff. This gave Emo a very familiar feeling. At the bottom of the pond in the Chaos Star realm, he saw a staff and a skeleton. He didn't touch the staff next to it, but he felt the 2 staffs were similar. This murderous, inhumane Hey Warren actually cultivated authentic Buddhist cultivation method. Even Emo didn't expect this. Zisu's purple light was no weaker than the golden light. Instantly, the purple rainbow clashed with the golden light. Light splashed everywhere, creating space-tearing sounds in the palace. Clank, Zisu, and the staff clashed together, creating huge sounds in the palace. Emo's face didn't change. His rainbow god art was only half god art. Hey Warren was a little stronger than Bai Warren. He could easily kill Bai Warren because he ambushed him first, but against Hey Warren, Emo would need to use other ways to kill him. However, Shadowless was asleep or Shadowless could ambush him and grab a second of time for him.
Hey Warren's face changed. Although he released his staff casually, it was a Buddhist god art, Brahma Sound Gold Shatter. When the Brahma Sound entered the sea of consciousness, his golden staff could easily tear the opponent in half, but now, Emo easily stopped it and didn't seem to break sweat at all. You hid your power? Hey Warren felt a great extreme immortal would definitely not be able to stop this move. Emo released Zisu again, Illusion Cloud Division Strike. He wanted to kill Hey Warren quickly, just like what Hey Warren wanted to do to him. His sword ray split rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, before the Brahma Sound dissipated, the palace was covered in Emo's purple sword rays again. At the same time, Emo punched, all the sword rays suddenly spun. It was as though the entire palace was spinning due to Emo's punch. A terrifying grand killing intent surrounded the palace and swept over at Hey Warren. Hey Warren couldn't handle the shock in his heart anymore. He thought that move was Emo's biggest killing blow, but this punch was about to tear open the void. Perhaps if Emo wasn't limited by his cultivation level, this punch would have torn open the void. Hey Warren didn't dare to hold back. He released a golden futon and shot out hundreds of hand signs. The golden futon formed golden ripples around him. With each hand sign, the ripple would expand a little. The golden ripples grew larger and larger in the void in wave after wave. Every time Emo's void killing force was stopped by the ripple, it would slow a little. Emo's heart sunk. He hadn't fought with Immortal King, but it didn't mean he knew nothing. This futon with Hey Warren's hand signs for the basic Immortal King domain. The Immortal King was so powerful because they were like truth realization state in the cultivation realm. They could completely expand their domain. Immortal King's domain was called Immortal King Domain. The space in the immortal realm was stable, so it was too hard to form one's own domain. Even the most powerful Great Eternity Immortal could only bind space nearby with his immortal essence, but this wasn't domain. This was like Emo's sword domain and spirit sense domain. Emo was an expert in domain knowledge, but his cultivation level prevented him from forming his own domain in the immortal realm. When Great Eternity Immortal broke through to Immortal King, it was a qualitative chance. This change was forming domain. It was much more powerful than his spirit sense domain. Spirit sense domain would only work below Immortal King. Perhaps it was more agile and fluent, but it was far weaker than an Immortal King domain. But Hey Warren used this futon to form his domain. Emo knew if Hey Warren's domain enveloped him completely, he wouldn't be able to retaliate. Emo really wanted to use World Rock and give this guy a Time Mountain Crush, but Emo knew that the God Art used too much power. If Time Mountain Crush couldn't kill Hey Warren, he would be at a definite disadvantage. Emo sighed. He learned quite some God Art, but his cultivation level was too low. The more powerful the God Art, the more immortal essence and spirit sense it required. If he used all his God Arts together, Hey Warren would be dead, but GMO knew to be able to use many God Arts at the same time, he would have to be at least Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary Stage. Rumble, Void Killing Force clashed with the Golden Futon again. The terrifying sound almost flipped the palace. The ripple also started to cripple. After all, this wasn't Hey Warren's own domain, he used the futon to set it up. The division sword rays also became messy and scattered everywhere. Tens of sword ray had sliced open Hey Warren's clothes and created some blood. Some of the golden light struck Emo, but Emo was completely fine. Emo's immortal spirit body prevented any injuries. Hey Warren's face was worse. Clearly, Emo's punch was far more terrifying than that strike. For the first time, Hey Warren felt fear. His fake Immortal King domain was also very taxing on spirit sense and immortal essence. But then, the fear was instantly swept away. If he didn't want news of him having Buddhist cultivation method to spill, he would have to kill Emo, die. He burned his immortal essence and attacked even faster. His futon shot out denser and greater ripples while his golden staff turned into a tidal wave of golden color at Emo. Chapter 1748, Punch of Destruction. There were denser and faster Brahma sounds as though they were going to tear at Emo's sea of consciousness constantly. However, they were stopped by Emo's spirit sense domain. Emo knew this was Hey Warren attacking at full power. Victory or defeat depended on this move. He was also certain that if Hey Warren couldn't kill him with this move, he would leave. Realizing this, Emo didn't hold back. There was not a third person here. He released World Rock, but this wasn't God Art. He knew he couldn't use two God Arts at the same time now. The World Rock covered by Void Secret Silver suddenly smashed down like a huge mountain into that golden sea. The pouring golden sea immediately slowly after being blocked by the World Rock. The golden color retreated and the Brahma sounds weakened. Hey Warren was more and more shocked. He didn't expect Emo to have this small mountain-like magic artifact.
No wonder this Yi wasn't afraid of him nor Rin Fu and wanted to take a part of the immortal treasure. Realizing Yemo's terror, He Warren wanted to kill Yemo even more. He burned Heisai immortal essence like crazy and the immortal king domain spread rapidly. In just another second, his immortal king domain would sweep Yemo in. Then, Yemo would be on the chopping block. How could Yemo let himself get in the immortal king domain? He sent out tens of spirit sense blades and punched a second time. Wave kill, rumble, a 10-meter tall, 100-meter wide blue flame wave rose into the air and instantly formed a firewall as it collided into He Warren's golden futon. Sizzle. The blue flame easily crippled the golden ripples and charged at He Warren, but this wasn't the end. A second, even more terrifying blue wave filled the palace and also pressed towards He Warren. The first wave of flame quenched He Warren's domain and instantly came before He Warren. The intense scorch made him no longer able to suppress his terror. If he knew Yemo had such a powerful punch, he would rather run away immediately, but now, it was too late. He could only block it. He Warren suppressed the horror in his heart. The golden futon turned into a huge golden round shield blocking in front of him. Rumble, the fire smashed the golden futon and the golden futon immediately dimmed down. In the turn of an eye it became black. He Warren's body was full of a burnt smell. He successfully blocked Yemo's first fire wave, but before he could get away the second one came. The second wave burned the futon like paper, blue like morning sky, immortal flame god art. He Warren spat these words and was devoured the flame. Yemo spat a mouthful of blood and flew back sitting on the ground. His wave kill punch could punch out 3 waves of flame and sweep all the killing force of the void over, making the opponent unable to Asakbi, but now, he only used 2 waves and collapsed to the ground. He didn't even punch out the killing force of the fist. It could be said he only released a third of the real power of wave kill. Yemo's body was deprived of immortal essence, his spirit sense was extremely depleted. If a hollow immortal came now, he might not be able to beat him. Yemo ate a few pills. This situation occurred because he didn't know that blue like morning sky and wave kill combined would cost this much. After blue like morning sky reached immortal flame, this meant that if wave kill was used, he would wait to be killed if it quelled and kill. This meant that even in his prime state, he wouldn't be able to use the entire wave kill with blue like morning sky. He would have to reach great eternity immortal. Even so, he wouldn't be able to use it easily. If he used it, he would be weakened to the extreme. The pills immediately turned to immortal essence and Yemo recovered a little. He looked forward at the chart area. There was only a golden staff on the side, nothing else. Yemo sighed. He Warren definitely had more things than Bai Warren, but he couldn't control wave kill. Wave kill destroyed the storage ring too. After recovering some immortal essence, Yemo immediately put that refined star rock into the golden page world as well as the golden staff. Yemo just realized that the battle caused nearly all the storage ring here to explode. These storage ring were clearly collected by that immortal king at the battlefield. He never came back after placing them here. Most of the things inside the broken storage ring were destroyed. Only some spare immortal crystals remain and some immortal artifacts. There were from low-grade to extreme-grade immortal artifacts. They were stacked up in piles. Yemo shook his head. It was too much of a pity. Yemo found 10 uncracked storage ring and found it was just some immortal artifact and immortal crystals and ordinary level forgery materials. Clearly, these storage ring had been harvested once already. Yemo then studied this palace and confirmed these was nothing else but the refined star rock. There were some slight space ripples from outside the palace. Yemo immediately knew that Renfu and them were here. Yemo didn't want to see them now. There was nothing else attracting him in the palace, so he left the palace without hesitation. Yemo just left the palace and 3 figures landed just where Yemo stood. It was clearly Renfu and them. Auntie Fu, this doesn't seem right. Someone seemed to have just fought here. Ren Lijin said. She felt much better after killing that great extreme immortal. Ren Elijin walked inside carefully and immediately, they found countless broken magic artifact and storage ring. This is the immortal treasure, but these storage rings seem to have been destroyed by the battle. Tens of thousands of them were destroyed. This is such a pity. Renfu said. Shuchi said. Auntie Fu, would it be caused by Yemo and He Warren fighting? The temperature here is very high, there seems to be a fire element. He Warren isn't fire element. If Yemo is fighting, then he's probably fire element. Ha! Ren Lijin opened her mouth wide in shock for a while before saying he only seems to be great extreme immortal. Even if he hid his power, he can't be a match for He Warren, right? Renfu shook her head. This is hard to say. Yemo is very mysterious and both of them aren't here.
Regardless, we should hurry up and take what we can and leave. Yemo used less than half the time to come back to the restriction stone door, but Yemo didn't go out. He threw the 4 jade slips on the door and let the stone door open before hiding on the side. A day later, 3 figures acne here rapidly. Yemo saw they were Renfu in them. They all had a joyful face, clearly they were happy with what they got at the palace. The 3 didn't even think and left the door. Yemo waited for another 2 hours before leaving the door too. He scanned his spirit sense out and found the 3 had left indeed. Yemo stood at the door to the restriction. He waited for the 4 jade slips to fall. Chapter 1749, One Person's Ruin, but soon, Yemo was disappointed. He waited for 5 minutes but nothing came off. Yemo shook his head in disappointment. He was planning to use Zisu to smash the door. The reason he was going to do this was because he didn't want other people to come in. Yemo felt there were more things in this ancient ruin but he just didn't find them yet. Plus, he didn't want Renfu bringing more people here. Thud, Yemo didn't attack with full power but when Zisu struck the stone door, it immediately sprouted some ripples. Yemo felt that the position he was at was spinning. He really wanted to check with spirit sense but he couldn't see anything around him. This was indeed space transition formation but it was a bit different than he had thought. Yemo thought that the formation only took the door away but it also took him too. 10 seconds later, the space nearby stabilized again. Yemo breathed easy. He was prepared to go into the golden page world if something was wrong but now it didn't seem he needed to be clap. When the space stabilized, Yemo found that the 4 jade slips fell down again. Yemo immediately picked them up. It seemed that when the jade slip was attached to the door, the transition formation would take the people nearby with it as well. But if the jade slip wasn't attached to the door, attacking the door would only cause the door to be taken. This way, the stone door would completely disappear. This ancient ruin was so meticulously designed. After getting these 4 jade slips, Yemo was overjoyed. If he didn't have a place to hide, this was the best place. Without the jade slip, no one can open that restriction door no matter how powerful one was. If someone attacked the door by force without the jade slip, the door would immediately be transported to a new place. Yemo scanned his spirit sense out and he found that there were no course stairs outside. The entrance restriction at the Immortal Graveyard range was gone. He had a formation flag mark at the entrance but he couldn't even sense it now. To be specific, in front of him was completely undug earth. Yemo wasn't going to dig those stairs. The Immortal King did that so his descendants could find this place but he didn't need to. Only he needed to know here, this ruin becomes his alone. Yemo came out of the earth and found his position was still in the Immortal Graveyard range. Yemo expanded his spirit sense domain and checked the nearby surrounding. This place was indeed not where he came in from and was quite far. Renfu and them were gone. He seemed to be the only one left here. Inchi flowed making ghastly sounds. Yemo didn't stay here. He released Blue Moon and prepared to find a place for divine damnation, but after flying for 5 minutes, Yemo realized that his divine damnation would definitely be heavily shocking. If he had divine damnation outside the Immortal Graveyard range, it might startle powerful beings. Meanwhile, there was no one near the Immortal Graveyard range. Thinking about this, Yemo threw out 500 million immortal crystals without hesitation. He knew he would need quite a bit immortal crystals to break through to Great Eternity Immortal. This place wasn't like the Flame River where he only needed to set up immortal spirit chi gathering formation. Luckily he had 3 billion immortal crystals. It was definitely enough. The 500 million immortal crystals were set up into a huge spirit gathering immortal formation. Then, Yemo added a stealth formation on top of that. The divine damnation really came. This stealth immortal formation wouldn't help that much. It definitely wouldn't be able to stop Yemo's terrifying immortal spirit chi whirlpool, but for Yemo, even a little bit would help. Yemo had a few bottles of extreme gel pills. They were all special grade. He ate the pills and ran the 3 birth chant at full power, charging at the bottleneck of Great Eternity Immortal. An invisible barrier formed in Yemo's will. Yemo just had to keep charging at these barriers. The barriers that stopped his breakthrough, it was invisible. For ordinary immortals, even if they want to break through, they would have to sense that barrier. If they can't even touch that barrier with their immortal essence and spirit sense, there was no way they can break it. This was the bottleneck. Sometimes, one wouldn't be able to pass it their entire life. Yemo cultivated till now, and every time he was at the peak stage of a big state, he could touch the barrier easily. He just needed to charge and break it. This time was the same time.
In less than 3 days, his immortal essence swept all of his meridians and passed through his dantian. The great eternity immortal barrier was right before him. Rumble, Yemo's immortal essence just touched the barrier and his immortal essence wasn't enough. A heavy crackle sounded in the air. His first wave of divine damnation was about to come. Crack, crack, crack. 36 explosions sounded, 36 bucket-sized lightning bolts rained down at the same time from all directions, striking Emo. The Yin-Chi nearby was completely torn apart. Yin-Chi feared lightning, much less such terrifying lightning. With the Yin-Chi fleeing away, the temperature of this place rose up immediately. Emo released World Rock and Zisu and blocked 9 of the bolts. The rest of the 27 bolts all fell on Emo instantly. Emo's clothes turned to dust, tearing sounds of flesh came, blood flew all over Emo's body. Even though he was immortal spirit body, he couldn't take the 27 bolts without injury. Emo knew these bolts were much stronger than the ones in the Flame River. Thud thud thud, Emo was smashed into a pit by the lightning bolts. Even though not a single part of his skin was unharmed, Emo didn't care. He had experience. The most dangerous part of his divine damnation was the first and second wave. After these 2 waves, the divine damnation wouldn't affect him at all. Emo devoured the lightning source like crazy, and the mist formed by a few 100 million immortal crystals all rushed at Emo. In the blink of an eye, Emo was enveloped by immortal spirit chi. The 500 million immortal crystals kept cracking and turned to dust. At this moment, Emo's meridians expanded greatly and devoured all the immortal spirit chi that came. Emo's power rose rapidly. His immortal spirit chi was closer to that barrier and even begun charging at it. More and more immortal essence were added by Emo charging at the barrier. Crack, the second wave of lightning bolts were here. Emo guarded his mind. This second wave was the most dangerous. Seeing 48 thick bolts land, his heart felt heavy. He didn't break through to great eternity immortal. It was really difficult to stop the 48 bolts. Without hesitation, Emo released Octagonal Cauldron again and 108 Lightning Sword. Zisu and World Rock blocked 9, Octagonal Cauldron could only block 1. The 108 lightning swords could only weaken 9 lightning bolts. In that instant, Emo's position was blasted with lightning. Magic artifact chimed and Emo was covered by lightning. Chapter 1750, Level 8 Immortal Artifact. Crack, Emo's fake octagonal cauldron crashed with the lightning bolt and instantly split apart into pieces, but the lightning bolt was barely stopped. The lightning swords and lightning bolts clashed too. Lightning exploded and the nearby space was permeated with lightning. 29 lightning bolts struck Emo's body, pushing him deeper into the ground. The instant these bolts hit Emo, his immortal essence suddenly surged up and broke open the barrier. Then, the weakened 9 lightning bolts also fell. There was just 2 seconds difference between the first 29 bolts. The terrifying immortal essence needed to break through to great eternity immortal was shown now. Most of the 29 bolts and the 9 weakened bolts were devoured by Emo. Emo didn't have the time to be happy. He just devoured the immortal spirit chi like crazy. Every divine damnation, if he wasn't killed by it, it would be a feast for him. The immortal crystals in the formation kept cracking as the immortal spirit chi spilled were devoured along with the lightning source by Emo. Emo's injuries also recovered rapidly. In just 15 minutes, his body had completely recovered. Feeling the immortal spirit chi digesting speed of great eternity immortal, Emo rested easy. The second wave had passed and he reached great eternity immortal. This meant that he didn't have to worry about the next waves of divine damnation. As expected, the later lightning bolts still came more than 10 at once, but it was nothing much but a ticklet for Emo. The last immortal crystals on the spirit gathering immortal formation cracked. Emo looked at the sky in disappointment. He reached great eternity immortal, but not a sliver of immortal spirit chi cloud fell. It could only be said that he was lucky he had the immortal spirit chi cloud last time. Perhaps it was due to the location being the endless flame river. Emo had decided to have his immortal king divine damnation in the void fissure. Perhaps there he would get immortal spirit chi cloud again. His power wasn't very stable yet. Emo wanted to cultivate for a few days and consolidate his power. However, the immortal crystals had been used up. Emo didn't take out more immortal crystals to cultivate here. He put away the formation flags and went underground to go into the Golden Page world. In the Golden Page world, Emo used another 100 million immortal crystals to set up a spirit gathering immortal formation. He just reached great eternity immortal and his immortal essence was spilling out. This was not good for hiding his cultivation level. Emo was about to go back to Changrong heaven. Anyone would be suspicious of him for reaching great eternity immortal from great extreme immortal in a few years. Emo didn't use time formation disk to consolidate his power.
2 months later.
Emo had completely consolidated his power. There was still 7 months till the time he agreed to meet up with Lee Cohen. With the help of the immortal spirit herbs Lee Cohen gave him, Emo reached Immortal Pill Grand Master, but unfortunately, he didn't have any more level 7 immortal spirit herbs left for pill concoction. With this, Emo decided to spend his time to study that refined star rock. Even till now, Emo doubted if it was real. The chi of the rock did seem similar to what was on the books, but it also said these rocks came from refining planets.
Sometimes, a huge planets might only get a 30 cultivation method stone.
This stone was 3 meters. The refined star rock could only be melted with immortal flame. Under the severing of the blue like morning sky, Emo found he easily cut open the rock. Emo's heart sunk. He hadn't used this rock to forge immortal artifact, but he knew it definitely wouldn't be cut open so easily. This meant that this rock might be fake. Seeing this, his heart was filled with disappointment. Emo looked carefully at the rock he cut down. It seemed better than Void Secret Silver, but not that much better. This meant this was at most level 7 immortal material. In his disappointment, Emo stopped. He finally got a good material to upgrade Zisu, but under scrutiny, he found it wasn't refined star rock. Emo was Immortal Forgery Grand Master now and could even Forbidden Grounds level 8 immortal artifact. He really wanted to upgrade Zisu, but if he only had material equivalent to Void Secret Silver, then never mind. Just when Emo wanted to put away the Heaven Flame, he felt something wasn't right. If this was really only level 7 immortal material, he should be able to put it in his storage ring, but he couldn't before. Thinking about this, Emo threw the piece he cut off into the storage ring. This time, it was easily taken in. Emo immediately realized what was going on and kept cutting this stone with blue like morning sky. Many hours later, a 60 centimeters dark red ore appeared before Emo. This ore had much denser chi than the pieces he cut off before. It had this terrifying and ancient calling. Blue like morning sky couldn't melt this one easily. This was the real refined star rock.
Emo resisted his excitement.
Just like his world rock, this refined star rock was covered with something. With this, Emo had decided to cut half and use it upgrade Zisu. 3 days later, Emo could only give up on cutting it in half.
He chose to cut a 1/10.
6 days later, Emo gave up a 1/10 and chose to cut a baby fist-sized. This stone was too hard to cut. 2 months later, Emo barely melted the fist-sized refined star rock. Emo took out Zisu. Before he even put the two near each other, Zisu vibrated itself. Clearly, this rock was extremely suitable. Emo fused the metal-lead refined star rock into Zisu. Zisu immediately began to change, but soon he found something wasn't right. Even with his help, TI was very hard for Zisu to upgrade. He couldn't control the shape, nor could he completely fuse the rock into Zisu. If he couldn't fuse it into Zisu, the chi would be exposed like the blue moon in the cultivation realm when he first added the Kuan scale. In the cultivation realm he could use it, but in the immortal realm Emo definitely didn't dare to use Zisu in this state. It was probably because his power and flame level were too low. Even his immortal forgery skills were too low. Realizing this, Emo used his immortal essence like crazy and even started to burn it. He couldn't care about the look of Zisu now. The most important thing was to fuse the refined star rock completely into Zisu. Another 3 months passed. Zisu made a crisp sound and spun above Emo's head. Emo breathed easy. He finally completely fused the refined star rock into Zisu. Zisu was upgraded to level 8 immortal artifact. The only pity was that the beautiful Zisu was forged into a magic artifact that was uglier than a kitchen knife. It looked like a strange butcher knife. Emo shook his head. He didn't even use the pretty Zisu for a while and it became uglier. At least it was many times stronger than before. Emo got up and was ready to go to Changrong Heaven. There was still 2 months left. He could take the teleportation formation, but time was short. But then, Emo was at a loss for words. He found he couldn't send Zisu into his storage ring. This meant that he could only put Zisu in the Golden Page world. How could this be? Putting it in the Golden Page world was inconvenient. If people noticed the existence of the Golden Page world, it wasn't good. Helplessly, he could only forge a simple sheath and put Zisu inside and hung the sheath on his back.